Private Eero Lacroxia of the 3rd Infantry Regiment could never have imagined the devastation he was now witnessing, not even in his most vivid nightmares. It was utter annihilation. Unaware of any orbital bombardment plan, Lacroxia had only seen what looked like a meteor storm tearing through the sky, striking the heart of the ruined tower complex. Moments later, the ground split, cliffs collapsed, and firestorms raged, shattering the silence with deafening shockwaves. 2 enormous fireballs, accompanied by dozens of smaller blasts, lit up the horizon like miniature suns. The ruins he had known for years were gone, transformed into a twisted, burning wasteland. Among the pre-war relics had been the Takamatsu building, a towering marvel of engineering that had defied artillery and battle for decades. Even direct hits from 155mm howitzers had barely scratched it. But today it fell. Everything did. Entire city blocks were flattened. It was as if a colossal beast had torn a chunk from the skyline, leaving behind only smoldering void. Then came a sound. Artillery, more concentrated than anything he'd heard in the past month. As the shrieking shells fell, Lacroxia received his orders. The command passed down quickly, advance. Shaking off his awe, he fell in with his squad. His body felt feverish. Whether from the pace or adrenaline, he couldn't tell. Ahead, artillery thundered against the green-skinned orc positions. He half expected a retaliatory strike, a shell, a ramshackle orc gun truck. Nothing came. Only when they neared the orc camp, less than 200 meters away, did he understand why. The greenskins had been obliterated. For 5 minutes, he watched hundreds of shells slam into the remains of the orc position. His head buzzed from the sheer scale of it. Even now, as he lay prone, the officers barked reminders. Don't press your chest to the ground. Stay braced. Shockwaves as close could rupture your insides. 7 minutes passed. The squad leader said they were early. Lacroxia had no watch. He only knew it was time to charge. And though he wasn't afraid of the enemy, those few greenskins left couldn't possibly hold their line. He feared a misfire from the friendly guns more than anything. Still, he advanced. They stormed the position, scanning every crevice for survivors. Some greenskins had lived through the barrage, buried in rubble, hidden in concrete dens. They burst out in wild countercharges, but there were too few. 3 emerged before Lacroxia's squad. They opened fire, 30 rifles unleashing hell. The orcs got off 2 shots before falling, riddled with bullets. One soldier was hit in the leg. He was pulled back. Medics would get him to the rear. The rest pushed on. Artillery continued, now falling in a tighter pattern ahead, left and right, just beyond the infantry line. After each area was cleared, the guns shifted forward another 200 meters, carving a corridor through the ruins. It would take 4 such pushes to fully open the path. The only real threat was still the friendly fire. Lacroxia kept imagining what would happen if the gunners slipped. As for the greenskins, their corpses littered the ground, limbs twisted and torn. The few who still stood were overwhelmed by volume of fire. If he was being honest, Lacroxia felt something close to boredom, a strange sentiment for a battlefield. That changed quickly. At a damaged structure nearby, the squad approached a 4-walled ruin, roofed with a cracked concrete slab. Smoke still rose from a shell hole. It could be empty or occupied by dying orcs. They had to check. The first soldier through the breach took a bullet to the face. He collapsed lifeless. Lacroxia was next. He stepped back, raised his rifle, and fired into the darkness. The rest followed suit, bullets shredding the interior. Once the magazine ran dry, Lacroxia fixed his bayonet and charged. Inside, something large and foul loomed. Without thinking, he lunged. The bayonet struck true. He twisted, shoved, and wrestled the creature to the ground. His body was soaked in gore. Others dragged him out. The beast was dead. He wasn't wounded, just exhausted. But he'd made the kill. Looking around, he saw only 6 of them remained. For had died, including the man shot moments ago. 2 today, 2 in the past weeks. There were no replacements. The absurd thought of boredom had vanished. War was still cruel. Lieutenant Lee Kashi shared the sentiment. Artillery had paved the way, But even with reduced resistance, casualties still mounted. Lacroxia's squad had been hit hard. Vanguard duty was unforgiving. The regiment's overall losses stood around 2%. 100 dead, 200 orcs killed in close-quarters fighting. But that wasn't the full picture. The shelling had been relentless, thousands of rounds. The real orc death toll was likely 5 times higher, many buried in rubble or blown apart. Now, the guns had gone silent. Ammunition was running low. Still, the 3rd Regiment had done its job. 2 battalions from the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade surged forward through the breach, flanking north and south to crush any remnants. Meanwhile, Allied forces attacked from other angles. 2 battalions remained to hold the captured zone, while the rest moved with Major Prabov to intercept retreating orc forces to the north. The southern pocket fell first, mostly abandoned ruins barely defended. The shelling had already done the job. But the north? That was different. There, a war boss remained. Among orcs, leadership made all the difference. Without one, they squabbled and scattered. With one, they became a horde. Rostax was such a leader. The second in command beneath the infamous Tyrmit, he was feared and respected. He had been given a monstrous war machine, the big tin can of fear. To pilot it, he had sacrificed his body. Legs severed, spine fused to the cockpit, tubes drilled into his skull. But the pain fueled his rage. He lived to kill. And now, surrounded, he rallied 400 orcs and broke eastward. The big tin can of fear was over 4 meters tall, tougher than a Space Marine's armor, immune to small arms. Rockets barely scratched it. 1 battalion tried to stop him. Bazookas killed a few greenskins. Rostax, he kept coming. He saw the battalion commander. He charged. The soldiers fell like wheat. Chainsaws and machine guns tore them apart. The commander tried to flee. He didn't make it. The instructor was gunned down. The commander was cleaved in 2. Rostax and the monstrous iron behemoth he piloted, known as the Big Tin Can of Fear, were obliterated beneath a deluge of 50 155mm howitzer shells. The strikes came at the moment his systems were rebooting. There was no time to flee, no chance to retaliate. And while his armor had survived the impossible before, it was no match for the relentless wrath of artillery from the heavens. Collateral damage was unavoidable. Some friendly troops, unable to retreat in time, were caught too close to the blast radius. Even those who found cover weren't safe if they were too close to ground zero. But that sacrifice was calculated. Gu Hang's intervention had ensured the minimum loss possible, saving hundreds of lives through swift psychic disruption and precise command decisions. The fall of Rostax was a turning point. The Orc front, which had held strong for over a month, shattered. With their war boss gone and morale crushed, the greenskins broke. Surrounded on all sides by human forces, escape was impossible. The annihilation had begun. That was Gu Hang's aim, not just to win, but to eradicate. Though the casualties were not small, over 1,000 fallen across the front, the return was immense. Over 4,000 orcs were killed, 70% of them in the initial artillery and orbital strikes. Then, something changed. Gu Hang's event panel updated before his eyes. Event: Green-Skin Threat. The green-skinned orcs that mysteriously appeared on Star Fury have grown into a serious threat. Under your command, Imperial forces not only halted their spread, but decimated their main forces through orbital bombardment and coordinated army-wide assaults. Still, there are anomalies. These greenskins don't resemble native-grown ferals, nor do they resemble full-fledged spacefaring orcs. Phase 1, complete. Reward: T5, level unit option unlocked, Beast Slaughter Regiment. Phase 2 goal: investigate the origin of the greenskin infestation. Reward: critical intelligence file. The new option appeared on his soldier card screen. Now, any T5 tier unit could receive anti-greenskin enhancements. The bonus Beast Slaughter trait, gifted to the 3rd Independent Regiment, was likely part of this Phase 1 reward, saving him 3 gift points. As for Phase 2, he'd already planned to investigate further. But now, the reward added incentive. He closed the interface and turned back to the war. After the decimation of the Greenskin command structure, the army paused to regroup. At 1706, they received rations, rested briefly, and at 1830 resumed their push into the tower ruins. Gu Heng wasn't being reckless. He knew stragglers remained. Though most of the Greenskin forces had been annihilated, some would linger, hiding or lost. To secure logistics routes and mop up survivors, he stationed the 6th and 7th Garrison Divisions, one in the north, one in the south. Their mission: eliminate any remaining orcs and protect the supply lines. The main force advanced without resistance. The earlier orbital bombardment had left few survivors in its wake. The Greenskins' forward base, the origin of their invasion, had been cratered. Where once more than 4,000 orcs had gathered with their cannon fodder and machinery, now there was only a smoking abyss. The central crater, vast and barren, contained nothing but ash and shattered metal. The further from the impact zone, the more recognizable the wreckage. Severed limbs, blackened vehicles, broken tanks, all signs of the devastation wrought. It was a massacre, but something bothered Gu Heng. The Special Operations Unit had yet to report back. They had left the blast zone long before the orbital strike. They confirmed their survival, and they'd been ordered to inspect the strike sites. By now, they should have sent updates. At midnight, with the troops exhausted and no reports received, Gu Heng grew concerned. He summoned a radio man. No response. Troubled, Gu Heng ordered Purbov to prepare for a reconnaissance mission at dawn. Their objective: locate the missing team. Though the unit included 5 Space Marines, Gu Heng remained uneasy. These Greenskins were not ordinary. They didn't match any known classifications. Wild Greenskins should have shown more internal tribal warfare. Space Orcs should have arrived in ships, not sprouted from soil. This anomaly was what worried him most. The ecology of the Greenskins was grotesque and chaotic. Their spores could ride unnoticed aboard cargo ships, settle on planets, and evolve. First into beasts, then into full-grown orcs. Left unchecked, even a backwater world could one day harbor a war host capable of interstellar war. But this particular tribe, armed with advanced weapons, organized under leaders, even possessing a big tin can of fear, had grown too fast. There were no signs of prolonged tribal warfare. They seemed birthed for war. The threat was real. The situation unprecedented. Backtrack to 11 that morning. The Special Ops team had indeed survived the orbital strike. After confirming safety and establishing comms, they moved to inspect the Greenskin base camp. What they found mirrored the previous site: cratered wasteland, leveled structures, and the remains of orc industry. Vehicle bays, hatcheries, armories flattened. They documented everything. Dozens of key facilities were confirmed destroyed. A few survivors lurked in distant bunkers, but they were scattered, leaderless, and easily avoided or executed. As long as their boss was dead, the remaining Greenskins would devolve into instinct-driven beasts. Without leadership, they'd fight each other until a new alpha emerged. This was humanity's best chance for a clean sweep. But then came the roar. Far off, a Greenskin bellowed. It wasn't just any scream. It was a call. The team froze. Greenskins communicated by shouting. Crude but effective. And this particular shout had power. Someone had survived. Not just any survivor. A leader. Martins and the others knew immediately. A Greenskin war boss lived. He must have escaped the worst of the bombardment. And now, he was rallying troops. They scouted the noise's origin. They expected a few survivors. Instead, they found a warband. Over 1,000 orcs. At least 24 combat vehicles. Trucks. Tanks. Kill wagons. More were arriving. Martins realized what had happened. This force had likely been en route to the main staging ground when the orbital strikes hit. The assembly and base camp were incinerated, but this group, caught between, had been spared. Many bore wounds from scattered strikes, but most had survived. The beheading plan was no longer viable. Too many orcs, too much armor, and at their center, a towering, battle-scarred war boss. The biggest, greenest, and meanest among them. Something even Space Marines couldn't handle alone.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
If there's a friendly army with reliable combat power to help attract attention from the front, Phoenix's 5 interstellar fighters may still have a chance to succeed. But at this moment, there are only 28 soldiers from the Storm Squad among the friendly forces around them. Although they're also elite, it is impossible for 28 of them to face 50 times as many enemies and attract the attention of the space fighters head-on. That is impossible, even if they are all dead. What's more, even if they could hold back their hatred head-on, it would be very difficult to raid in and behead them. That green-skinned leader looks very strong. He was wearing heavy equipment, and his whole body had already reached 3 meters. The modified hot weapons and cold weapons all look exaggerated. That heavy armor was definitely not something that could be broken easily. Martins and the others are well informed. After evaluating the strength of this monster, even a veteran of the Star Warriors can't take it down in a one-on-one match. Only when the 5 of them rushed into his face at the same time could they guarantee a quick and unprocrastinated kill. But as long as there is a slight problem in the middle link and it is delayed, and the surrounding greenskins continue to support them, they may be stuck in it and cannot get out. Forget it. Surveillance is the main thing. Wait for Governor Goo to come with the main force at IT that time. There will be a large force pushing forward with all their strength, and the 5 of them will make a move in the melee with much greater confidence. There is no need to engage in adventurism now. However, they died down, and those green skins seem to have discovered them. The eye-catching orc boss cast his eyes on their hiding place from afar. Martins frowned. Why were we discovered? He was really puzzled. Could it be that he hasn't fought the green skins for a while, and his senses have degenerated? But after thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with their actions, and the elite of the Storm Squad did a good job. Logically speaking, they wouldn't be so easy to detect. I don't know how they found out, Schneider said. I just know we're in trouble. Get ready for battle. Fight a ghost. Number 30 people fight recklessly with 1,000 orcs who are equipped with heavy equipment and led by a boss that is courting death. Taking advantage of the distance between the two sides is still far away. It is reasonable to run quickly. However, as they fled, they soon learned what had spotted them. Of course, it was also a green-skinned orc, and it was standing next to the boss of the orc. Its stooped body didn't look tall, and it didn't have any exaggerated weapons and equipment on it. The overall absorption was very ordinary. The only unusual thing is that it holds a silver-gray metal stick in its hand. It should not be a product of green leather technology, but its upper part is decorated with animal teeth and multicolored paint, full of green skin orc style. The old orc pointed the scepter to where the Space Marines were. An intuition of imminent danger made them immediately dodge. At this moment, a red beam of light came directly. The Space Marines were all right, but the light pierced through the bodies of 2 stormtroopers. The alloy plastic steel bulletproof plate under the military uniform hardly played any role, and a fist-sized, penetrating hole was burned on the bodies of the 2 soldiers. The light beam passed through the bodies of the 2 people and went far outside until it hit the wall of the ruins in the distance and disappeared. The 2 fell to the ground powerlessly, twitching and struggling feebly on the ground. They are not dead yet, but they are bound to die. No one can save them, and when they want to retreat and run, it is impossible to bring 2 wounded who will surely die within a few minutes at most. This can't be regarded as abandoning his comrades in arms, but it is inevitable that morale will be low when running. However, despite not being dragged down, their escape journey was still not smooth. The crooked old orc kept releasing the beam of light in his hand, and it would hit him every few minutes. This extremely penetrating concentrated energy beam, even the Space Warriors cannot ignore its lethality. If it hits twice, the power armor will be damaged. If it hits 3 times, it may kill it. It doesn't even need to hit the same place. After 2 rounds, the defensive power of the entire armor decreases due to structural changes, which is enough for the 3rd round to deal fatal damage. But fortunately, although the old orc's attack range is very far, it still has a terrible killing effect at a distance of 2,000 meters. However, He does not have a high magnification scope and lacks the ability to aim and shoot. Although the light beam does not have the problem of ballistic deviation due to the long distance, it is useless if it is not aimed correctly. The reason why the first shot was fatal was because the teams that hadn't had time to completely disperse their formation were a little too close to each other, and it was easy to hit them with a random hit. But at this moment, when they moved and the formation became more scattered, it was not so easy to hit them. What's more, they are not without resistance. The bolter and the electromagnetic rifle in the hands of the Storm team all have the ability to kill the enemy at a distance of 2,000 meters, although there will be a lot of attenuation. They are still fatal. T3 level soldiers are already very reliable in terms of shooting accuracy, let alone space fighters who cannot use T to show their capabilities. They even have a built-in combat assistance system in the power armor to help them complete shooting tasks more accurately. Even though the firearms in their hands were not sniper models designed for long-distance killing, they could still threaten the old orc at a distance of 2,000 meters. However, they failed to shoot him. Only a few greenskins who accidentally blocked the gun died. The old orc was also quite a thief. After realizing that he had become a target, he didn't bite the bullet and shoot at the soldiers of the space fighters and the Storm team, but hid behind the orc general. This time, the Emperor seemed to have heard their faithful prayers, and their luck suddenly improved. A soldier discovered an underground space among the ruins of a building. This kind of basement, in terms of environment, is very suitable for persistence, although there is still the risk of being bombed and collapsed. As long as it is deep enough and strong enough, the risk of collapse is less than the risk of high-rise buildings being blasted. As for other aspects, it is almost all advantages. There is only one entrance, which is convenient to hold on to. The inner space is more limited, and the number of enemies you face will become fewer at the same time, and the enemy will not be able to take advantage of their numbers. Okay, if it really doesn't work, seal the entrance. Although I can't get out, at least I don't have to worry about being conquered for a long time. After staying for a day, the governor's army came, and it might be much safer outside. They wore power armor and dug out with bare hands, and they might be able to dig out after a few days of digging. In short, it is better than waiting to die. The only doubtful thing is the depth of the underground space big enough? If it is a small basement, after entering it, it is very dangerous if someone rushes into the entrance, blocks it, and loses the space to move around. However, just passing by the underground entrance and taking a glance, Martins dispelled this concern. What kind of basement is this? This is an underground research institute. Just look at the heavy, solid round iron gate at the entrance. In the past, this iron door should have been driven by power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to close or open this door by human power. It's just that now it's just open there, and the power has long since failed. With no room for hesitation, Martins chose to enter it. 5 Space Marines, plus 21 Storm Squad soldiers who were still alive, stepped into this underground space. Under the signal of Martins, a small group of elite soldiers explored the depths. They have to figure out what's going on inside and where they can retreat later if the battle goes wrong. In addition, they also have to figure out whether there are other entrances and exits so that they can escape, or they have to guard them to prevent the greenskins from entering. Being stabbed in the ass. The rest of the people stayed at a distance of more than -meters from the entrance and temporarily pulled anything they could pick up, broken bricks, building boards. In short, they urgently build a position. They have to guard the entrance, try to delay the time, and kill the enemy. But there was not much time given to them. After only 2 minutes, enemies appeared at the entrance. It was just a few greenskins. It seemed to be some armed truck that couldn't get through, and the infantry on it was let down. And as soon as they showed their heads, they were mercilessly killed. The distance from the entrance was only 30 meters, and the elite soldiers of the Star Warriors and the Storm Squadron were able to shoot every shot. And the most important thing is that the weapons in their hands are not as weak as the G9 series rifles. The bolter is enough to kill greenskin in 1 hit, and the electromagnetic rifle only needs a few more shots. In other words, if those greenskins were only charged with infantry, they might not be able to take them down even if they were all dead. The space fighters have nearly 180 rounds of ammunition per capita, The stormtroopers also have at least dash rounds of ammunition. Use sparingly, aim more accurately, and you should be able to hold on. Those green-skinned orcs also understood this point. Even if they didn't understand, they mobilized the tin-barrel artillery to blow up the lower entrance when the killing jar couldn't get in, and gathered another 20 boys to rush in, but none of them came out alive. When the time comes, they will naturally understand. They did not continue to send people in to die, which gave Martins and others time to breathe. But he also knew that this was the calm before the storm. It was already late at night, but they dare not rest. Try to communicate with Governor Goo, but the wireless communication was cut off. I'm afraid the Greenskins have related technology that can block communication information. In short, they don't have many choices now, and they can only stick to it by taking advantage of the location here. The orc Elder Gorgon looked angrily at Ripping Row, who was much stronger and bigger than him, wishing he could kill him. But no, he can't beat the meat. He couldn't even sit back and watch his flesh being torn to death. He knew that the hidden ones were cans. In his distant memory, he had seen this kind of canned food, and killing an orc boy was as easy as an orc killing a fart. Liru is already the strongest warrior in the tribe, but according to his past memory, he can judge that if Liru rushed in regardless, he might be able to kill 1 or 2 cans, but in the end he would die in there. Tyr flesh cannot die. If he dies, the more than 1,000 boys who have managed to regroup now will immediately fall into collapse again. There are 5 or 6 orc bosses of the same status below, and they only obey the stronger and greener Tyr flesh. Once the flesh is torn to death, there will be a bloody struggle between them. They will bring their own boys to fight each other and will not care about other things until the last one is left. As usual, Gorgon didn't mind these things, but not now. He also needs the clan to continue to exist. He could only persuade again earnestly. Why didn't you listen to me? Well, have I lied to you? I can't say anything. Tyru was still so stubborn. I must kill all those shrimps. After killing them all, I will leave. All my boys are dead, the military factory is gone, and the farm is gone. But I have not personally killed a shrimp. This is absolutely impossible. But we're all going to die here, growled Gorgon. Those shrimps have killed Rostax, killed all the boys in front, and they're coming to kill us. We must go now. Now is not the time to fight. When we have more boys and more big guns, we will kill these shrimps. After a pause, the orc Elder Gorgon pointed to the entrance of the tunnel, which was almost invisible in the dark night, and continued. A few years ago, I was dug out of it, and I personally killed those who dug me up. After the dried shrimps came out, I checked it carefully. It is very strong, and I can only rush in from the front, but there are some cans guarding it, so even you can't rush in. Having said that, Gorgon suddenly shut up. He saw that Tyru's tyrannical eyes were staring at him. He seems to have made a mistake. He just said to the strongest boss in a tribe, "You can't do it." And this is something most orc bosses would never listen to. The huge Tyru lowered his head and looked at the aging Gorgon. Tyru said, "I'm the boss. I don't have to listen to you. I'm the biggest in the tribe. The greenest, there's nothing I can't kill." Speaking of this, his mechanized arm grabbed Gorgon's throat and lifted his decayed body. "You are too old and too cowardly. I have had enough of your words. I will keep your head and let you watch with your own eyes how I tore those shrimps into pieces." Gorgon's mouth was hissing, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Liru didn't want to listen to him anymore, and his mechanized arm just squeezed Gorgon's throat. The light in Gorgon's eyes quickly disappeared. At this moment, he thought of many things. He was originally just an ordinary craftsman boy from the Iron Tooth clan, that he was born on a warm planet. At that time, his clan had completely conquered it, and the only remaining shrimps were kept in captivity as food, servants, and tools for fun. Then there are dried shrimps. The warship of the clan was destroyed, a lot of cans fell from the sky, and together with many shrimps, the raid destroyed the anti-orbital gun on the planet. Then Shami used countless cannon fire to baptize the entire planet up and down many times. All the greenskins he knew were dead, and he was lucky to survive. But later, he was captured. After that, he came here and was locked in the Underground Research Institute not far away for an unknown number of years. He was dissected, but the tenacious vitality of the green skin made him survive after simple sutures again and again. He was injected with various inexplicable liquids and was used as an experimental subject to do various experiments. But suddenly one day, everything stopped. He was shoved into a freezer, and it was very cold, and he quickly lost consciousness. When he remembered again, a few ragged Xiaomi appeared in front of him. They had never seen a creature like him, and after regaining his strength, he broke the glass coffin that closed him and slaughtered the shrimps. But he has forgotten many things: how to make cannons, how to make killing cans. These are all things that he remembered recently. Then he went out and encountered quite a few monsters that he fought. Those monsters hunted them for food and bled in the process. Where he bleeds, within a year, some green plants began to grow. Squigs, grots, and other green boys began to grow gradually. He's happy. He's not alone anymore. Someone can fight with him, fight with him. He still remembered that among the new boys, there was one he was most optimistic about, a guy called Tiermeat. That kid lived up to his expectations and became the first boss. They gathered all the boys together, and Gorgon established their tribe according to the appearance of the former clan in memory, and gave this tribe the same name as before, Iron Tooth Clan. During these years, the number of tribes increased, and they began to expand outward until they encountered many shrimps. He is very happy. Fighting with Xiaomi is the most interesting. Fighting and fighting. The tribe will become stronger and stronger. The boys go to fight and die, and those who survive become bigger and greener, and those who die will grow more green skin, until they become more and more powerful, and then they can be let ripping off a huge whack. The Iron Tooth Clan will sweep the entire planet, making it exactly like the planet he was born on. More than a month ago, a more powerful shrimp appeared. Gorgon was not only not worried, but even more excited in the fierce battle. The whack force field became thicker and thicker, and the tearing flesh became bigger and bigger, and he wandered in it, remembering many technologies he had forgotten, and recreated the killing jar, big iron cans, and even make a set of warrior armor for tearing flesh. It's just, why did the same thing that destroyed the Iron Tooth Clan fall from the sky? Gorgon didn't understand. If only we could build big ships that fly outside the planet. It was the last thought on his mind, and the last sound he heard was the roar of tearing flesh. Then his consciousness was reduced to darkness. When Martins and Schneider saw the tearing of the flesh, their expressions were solemn. At such a close distance, they were finally able to confirm that it was an orc general. From their past combat experience, they clearly understand how strong this thing can be. Ordinary interstellar warriors can't survive 3 times in front of the orc warlord. To defeat him in a duel, at least one company champion is needed. But at this moment, along with the orc warrior came, there were also green-skinned orcs that swarmed in suddenly. The number was innumerable for a while, but they couldn't all squeeze in because the entrance was not wide enough. Martins and Schneider looked at each other, and what they saw in each other's eyes was not fear, but surprise. The opportunity is coming. Don't be afraid that this orc warrior will appear. As long as it appears, it will be a great opportunity. Killing an orc warlord requires a company champion to take action. Is that a coincidence? Company champions here too. Star warriors, of course, have strengths and weaknesses. In addition to the different configurations of hardware models, such as weapons and power armor models, the strength of the individual cannot be ignored. It is not a big problem for veterans to fight 2 or 3 recruits. The company champion is the strongest among 100 fighters. Martins and Schneider are both. Of course, theoretically, the strongest of a chapter should be the chapter champion or chapter leader. But Martins was temporarily promoted after the chapter was almost destroyed. His real strength is the level of a company champion. But even so, there's a chance that his level can fight against an orc warrior. It might be difficult for a warlord who controls the entire planet, but right now, it's far from that level. Moreover, his armor looks fierce, but it should not have reached the level equivalent to the Terminator armor among the interstellar warriors, and it can fight. The problem now is to create an opportunity for heads up. It's difficult, but not impossible. There were a lot of green skins pouring in at once, and the entrance became very crowded. The Orc warrior, including the mechanically modified armor, was only a little smaller than the killing tank, and the passage at the underground entrance was very crowded. And in front of him and behind him, killing kins also came in. The soldiers of the space fighters and the storm team are already firing with all their might. You don't have to worry too much about hitting or not. The entrance is full of green skins. Even a blind man can accurately hit the enemy with a gun and fire at the direction where they howl. It's just that, after being consumed in this way, many greenskins died, but their ammunition was also depleted quickly. In particular, after the green boy in the front was almost dead, what they faced was the killing canister that was almost blocked at the entrance and had to bend its mechanical knees to move forward slowly and clumsily. If the killing jar wants to come in, it's pure hard squeeze. Their size is only slightly smaller than the height and width of the entrance, so they can get in, but they can't use their hands and feet at all. Especially there are many green skin boys coming along. If it raises the multi-barrel machine gun in its hand and shoots forward, it is hard to say how many human soldiers it can kill. Anyway, there are not many greenskins standing in front of it can survive. But the greenskins are the race that cares about such things. It wasn't even the crowded killing cans that fired first, but the tearing flesh that he struggled to find a gap behind the killing can and stuff the big gun, and then fire towards the front. The killing tank was uncomfortable being squeezed, and it was also uncomfortable being hit by the bolter. After being stimulated by such a stimulus, he also went crazy, and the multi-barreled musket fired immediately. Under the tyrannical firepower, no matter whether it was the space fighters or the elite of the storm team, they were all beaten to the point of being unable to stand up. It was too close. Even if the helmet of the power armor was hit continuously by a large caliber machine gun at a distance of 30 meters, it would still be headshot. They can only shrink. Fortunately, the bunkers piled up with various metal scraps, ruins, and rocks are not so easy to be smashed. But despite this, they finally chose to abandon the position here. The killing pots struggled to get to their previous position and pushed away some obstacles, so there was a little room for movement. However, the next moment, a violent explosion happened on the spot. A strong red flame came, and the killing pot couldn't move anymore. Ordinary explosives, of course, are not so easy to destroy a killing tank, but if it's a melt-a-bombs commonly used by space marines, that's another matter. The metal body of the killing tank was blown into two pieces by the melt-a-bomb that was mounted next to the obstacle to hide it and was not easy to be found. The extremely high temperature in an instant. Even the armor metal can't bear it. In an instant, the armor plates began to melt and break. If the melt-a-bomb was bigger, it would not be impossible to melt this killing can in a molten iron. Of course, that would be a little too much power. The current level is enough to cause its destruction. Not only did the armored body lose its ability to continue fighting, but the grid inside it, whose hands and feet had been cut off and whose brain was connected to a tube, had been scalded to death long ago. This miniature melt-a-bomb is one of the few remaining supplies of the chapter. There is still some similar disposable equipment, but the more they are used, the less they are used, and there is nowhere to replenish them in this ghost place of Furiel. However, the Space Marines could not care less about heartache. High-value equipment comes into play at this time, and to put it bluntly, the most precious thing in the Phoenix battle group is the lives of the soldiers. They counted time in their hearts. The extremely high temperature brought by the melt-a-bomb will not last for a long time. Under the rapid attenuation, the Space Warriors are fully aware that after 6.72 seconds, the temperature will not be able to penetrate the power armor on them, causing any harm. And this is the moment for them to act. 5 interstellar warriors attacked at the same time. The 3 stood still, and the bolt gun in their hands had changed from the precise single-shot mode to the full-speed shooting mode in advance. The last fully loaded magazine that was replaced in advance poured out countless explosive bombs in a very short period of time. And these explosive bombs almost all passed over the blown-up killing tank and blasted towards the Orc general behind. In addition to the 3 of them, Schneider was in the front and Martins was a little behind. The 2 former company champions of the Phoenix War Band, and now the men with the strongest individual combat capabilities in the War Band, rushed towards the Orc Warlord. Their speed exploded to extremely fast in an instant, Following the explosive bombs, they charged towards the orc general. Almost all the explosive bombs hit the orc general. Even the super heavy armor on his body couldn't be pierced by the Star Warrior's bolter, causing direct damage to the orc boss behind him. However, after all, these are dozens or even hundreds of explosive bombs. When these diamond warheads jingle and hit the body extremely densely, it can still feel the obvious impact. Not to mention, these explosive bombs will explode a second time, causing additional damage. After nearly 100 micro-explosions, no matter how fierce the flesh is torn apart and the armor is thick, it is inevitable that you will feel dizzy for a while, and you will not be able to control your body and take back steps again and again. But during this process, its body, which is much stronger than ordinary space fighters, can still launch a wave of counterattacks at the most critical moment. He tried his best to raise the big gun in his hand and fired forward without aiming. In a short while, about a dozen rounds of large-caliber bullets were shot out. The caliber of this thing is here, and its power is no worse than the bolt guns in the hands of space warriors. More importantly, even if he didn't aim, this narrow terrain is fair to everyone. The size of the space fighters is not too small. 2/3 of these bullets have hit the target. Schneider took 4 shots, and 3 of the thick, curved shoulder armor deflected out, but 1 still penetrated through the junction of the shoulder armor and the breastplate. Of course there is armor there, but it is relatively weak, and the angle of the bullet's impact is also good. This shot injured Schneider, but his footsteps only paused, and then he continued to rush forward without slowing down. And behind the two of them, there was one of the most unlucky combat brothers, with 2 shots in the helmet. With a muffled grunt, he felt that the ground point 3 or 4 storm teams behind tried to pull the fallen soldiers back, but failed. Even if it is strengthened to the T3 level, the physical strength has already surpassed that of ordinary people. But there are only 3 or 4 people, and it is still impossible to drag the heavily armed interstellar warriors. But at this moment, Martins and Schneider in front of them rushed to the front of the meat-tearing boss. Schneider made a slight jump, raised the position of the shot, and stabbed the battle knife accurately towards a certain gap at the junction of the orc warrior's armor. Pierced through, Schneider could hear the orc warrior let out a deep roar, obviously feeling pain, and even his body was brought down to the ground because of Schneider's sudden rush. But this instead aroused his ferocity. His alloy-wrapped arm bent inward, and the muzzle of the cannon mounted on his wrist pointed at Schneider. As long as he pulls the trigger again, the torrential machine gun will instantly fire countless projectiles, hitting Schneider's body as close as possible to AT that time. No matter how thick the power armor is, it will inevitably be seriously injured. But now Martins arrived. The chainsaw sword in his hand ruthlessly found a weak joint on his arm from the other side, and chopped it off. The power of the chainsaw was turned on to the maximum, and the flames splashed. He felt a huge resistance, but he gritted his teeth and pressed down the chainsaw sword desperately. A moment later, the hand holding the barrel was severed. Schneider was a little dissatisfied. Martins did save him, but in his opinion, this was also a wasted opportunity. If Martins chose a more deadly position, it is possible to directly kill this powerful enemy. Although he would pay the price of serious injury or even death, under the calculation of his cold fighting will, it was still worth it. But Schneider didn't say anything about it. It's not because my life was saved, but because it's a time of battle, and a slight change between light and flint is the difference between life and death. The orc warlord only had his hand broken, not dead yet. Without the big gun, the guy still has a huge chopping knife welded to his left hand. The big knife suddenly slashed towards Schneider, and Schneider grabbed his arm with one free hand and wrestled with it, while the other hand tightly held the short knife inserted into the armor and pulled it outward along the force. For wounds to be enlarged, it is best to be able to touch important organs. At the same time, Martins, who cut off one hand of the orc warrior, raised the chainsaw again with his helmet full of blood. This time, the target chosen by Martins was the ripped neck. There was a gap between the heavy helmet he was wearing and the breastplate, which was the best entry point. However, although the entire battle process was extremely fast, it was somewhat delayed. When the huge body of the orc warrior fell down, the enemies who were originally blocked behind could attack the two of them with a shooting range. The rough firearms in the hands of individual orc boys can be ignored for the time being. Although the power of greenskin guns is generally great, it is unrealistic to injure an interstellar soldier with a few shots. However, the weapon in Kill Can's hands is different. The multiple cannons fired. Schneider took several shots, which affected the strength of his stranglehold on the Green Warlord's arm. The big knife slashed fiercely from behind to his lower back. The pottery steel armor pieces were blown away and blood spattered. Tier Row also intends to draw out the big knife and do it again to completely cut off the canned shrimp. But at this moment, the chainsaw sword in Martin's hand arrived. The rage of the leader of the Phoenix chapter was all vented under this sword. Under the burst of flames, the chainsaw cut through the gap between the helmet and the breastplate, and a huge amount of blood flowed out due to the movement of the chainsaw, like a fountain. Just like cutting off the tearing forearm before, Martins also cut off the opponent's head this time. Immediately afterwards, Martins didn't bother to check Schneider's situation, pulled out his chainsaw sword, and rushed forward against the firepower of the killer cannon. The killing tank looks a little bigger than the orc warlord, and it also has a terrifying melee weapon, but in fact, its armor strength and power output are no match for a serious orc warlord. Coupled with the fact that it can't be used here at all, the combat effectiveness is further reduced. Martins, who was in a rage, was actually injured by the machine gun, but he still smashed the orc walking mecha. At the same time, two other space warriors also rushed out, and the three began to frantically slaughter those orc boys who lacked the cover of heavy equipment in the narrow area. The three of them are like three efficient killing machines. Those green boys are helpless under the chainsaw sword and combat blade. The elite soldiers of the storm team behind wanted to help, but they found it unnecessary when they raised their guns. The greenskins they aimed at would often be hacked to death in the next moment. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally put down their weapons. Pull it down and avoid accidental injury. But in fact, the space warriors didn't kill many greenskins at the door. After about 20 more died, all the orcs who were still alive ran away. Orcs don't always have unlimited morale, especially after their boss dies. They will also collapse and flee. The retreating greenskin was still yelling some language while running. Although I don't quite understand it, I can probably guess that it is saying that their boss is dead. Martins gasped for breath and did not rush out with anyone. He was angry, but still rational. Here, they can kill countless greenskins by virtue of the terrain. When they got outside, in the open area, they couldn't carry dozens of killing tanks and armed trucks and wipe out thousands of greenskins. They could only retreat, dragging Schneider and the space marine who had been shot in the head to safety. At this moment, there was also a noisy sound outside. Losing the strongest boss, the greenskins showed their traditional artistic skills as expected and began to fight among themselves. Space Marines are not invincible. There are so many strange and scary things in this universe. In fact, if those greenskins are more strategic, especially the leader of Tier Meat, don't take the lead and come down impatiently, but keep sending killing cans to bring ordinary greenskin boys and even grits down, consuming ammunition, waiting out a way, and finally leading enough manpower by Tyru to make a final blow, then the final end of Martins and others may be that the entire army is wiped out. In the final analysis, the number of space fighters is too small, and the weapons and equipment are too light and infantry if they have melta-guns and plasma guns in their hands. Even if they have more heavy explosive bombs and miniature melta bombs, or replace the combat blades and chainsaw swords in their hands with power weapons. Perhaps the battle will be easier and less costly. The two lost space warriors lay quietly on the ground, while the remaining three surrounded them. The elite of the storm team did not dare to approach. They naturally left space for these superhuman fighters. Today's battle made these guys who feel that they're already strong after undergoing special training from the governor clearly realize the gap between them and real superhuman fighters. Without these 5 interstellar warriors, relying on them alone, I am afraid that the orc warrior will be crushed to death like a chicken. However, even such a strong demigod will die sometime. The soldier who was shot in the head had died. The first large-caliber machine gun deformed his helmet, and the refined ceramic steel material could not withstand such a bombardment. The second shot directly penetrated the deformed helmet, which had a greatly reduced defense, and the brain tissue was damaged. Fatal injury. Schneider isn't dead yet, but if they had an apothecary and a dreadnought, he might be able to change his identity and live in a different way and continue to fight for the Emperor. But none of these. Schneider also knew the ending, that he understands his physical condition better than anyone else. Half of his waist was cut open, and many important organs were damaged destructively. Up to now, he has not died, and even his consciousness is still temporarily awake. That is already a manifestation of the strong vitality of the space warrior. He was half lying on the ground. The helmet had already been taken off, and the blood from his mouth stained his beard and half of his face in a mess. But his expression was very calm. In contrast, Martin's and the other two phoenixes looked much sadder. At this time, it was Schneider who spoke. "Why are you acting like this?" His voice was a little small and laborious. Excessive blood loss and organ damage caused a large amount of blood to infect his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone speak. But from his voice, he couldn't hear too much pain, and he seemed very calm. The comrades beside him did not speak, nor did they stop Schneider from continuing to say anything. Thinking rationally, he is almost certain to die, and the last words must always be said. There is no need to look so sad. Isn't this our destination? Is there any space warrior who can work for a certain number of years and retire safely? Death in battle is our inevitable result, and there will always be such a day. The only thing I regret is not being able to see our chapter revive. Martins, to be honest, I have never been convinced that you became the commander of the chapter. I'm stronger, more ruthless, more decisive, and more like a tough fighter than you. But the commander still chose you come to succeed me. Even now, I still have a grudge. Since I became chapter master, I disagree with almost every decision you make. Sometimes I really feel that those decisions are procrastinated and cowardly. But sometimes, well, I admit it is me, I can't get over it, and sincerely oppose you, just like this time I came to Fu Xiaoxing to seek the help of Governor Gu. Before we came to Star Fury, we encountered so many worlds, and no one was really willing to help us. This is one of the few choices we have. Even though the governor didn't even fully control his own world, and this world is still so barren, but at least everything has become hopeful. Now that I am dying, I must face my heart and tell you sincerely, I recognize this governor, and I think he can really help our war band revive. Martins, I know that since we came to this planet, we have lost 3 brothers, including me. This will shake your heart. After all, you have never been so firm. But I want me to tell you, don't hesitate, don't hesitate. Now that we have made a choice, we must go all the way firmly. Martins didn't know what to say for a moment. The person who knows you best is your competitor. He has to admit that Schneider really hit his heart. He was indeed hesitant and shaken. How long have you been on this planet? In just 2 months, 3 of the 7 brothers died. It also includes Schneider, a fighter who is even older than himself. The problems of this planet are far more serious than previously thought, that a local evil god that has fallen into hell, a green-skinned tribe that has emerged with warriors. These are enemies that he never thought he would face before he came to this planet. According to this posture, can the remaining 4 members of the battle group last until the moment of revival? Don't wait for the revival to come. The war band is dead here. But what he didn't expect was that the person who advised him to continue to be firm was actually Schneider. The so-called people who are about to die have good words. These words should be what Schneider said in his heart. But why did he have such a change? Martins wanted to ask, but he was a little afraid to speak. Schneider seemed to see through his inner thoughts. I saw the army under Governor Gu. He was able to train such a strong army in a short period of time. There are even some heroes who I have to agree with. What can't be believed? Martins was still puzzled. What Schneider said was correct, but those so-called heroic soldiers, to be honest, they have seen a lot of times when they cooperated with elite troops of various empires in their long combat experience in the past. As for Schneider, whose mouth was full of blood, smiled. He raised his hand with difficulty and hooked his fingers to signal. Martins leaned down and put his ear to Schneider's mouth. While his lips were squirming, Martins heard a piece of news that shocked him. "I have been to the Secret Research Institute in Weishing City, and I saw many black boxes. It's a bit late, but this chapter is here. The goal of updating 5 words in May has been achieved. But I have to ask for a leave of absence tomorrow. The company told me to work overtime at night, and it is estimated that I will be busy all day. I will make up what I owe in the next 2 days." When Gu Hang received the news, the battle was already over. The 1st Battalion of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade, which set out early in the morning, advanced furiously under the command of Prabhav, and soon discovered the group of greenskins who were still fighting among themselves and had no intention of covering up their tracks at all. They roughly divided into several groups, fighting each other endlessly. Prabhav wasn't in a hurry to mess with them either. There's no need for that. These greenskins beat themselves so fiercely, so let them fight well, die a little more, or even hope that all of them are dead is the best. He wouldn't be so foolish as to sit back and watch the enemy kill each other and then risk the lives of his own soldiers to fight. He passed the news back and separated out some action teams to look for the traces of the missing Special Operations team, while the large force was in the distance, watching from a distance and patiently. A few hours later, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions also arrived. After gathering 3 synthetic battalions with nearly people, seeing that the greenskins were about to be beaten, a big guy was about to be unified, and some orc boys were even running away to the surroundings, Prabhav chose to do it. He didn't want some of the greenskins who were still alive to run away, making it more difficult to clear them up. Before doing it, Prabhav also asked for artillery support from the rear. If it was earlier, the artillery would really not be able to help them. They had just loaded the towed artillery onto the truck, and when they arrived at the scheduled shelling position, it was already late last night. As a result, early this morning, before he had time to catch his breath, he received a request for shelling support from his side. There were not many shells left, and the artillery brothers were also very tired. At the moment, they could only draw about 20 cannons. After 5 rounds, 100 shells fell. But enough. This group of greenskins who were still fighting each other just now didn't have time to set up any artillery positions at all, and they were bombarded. After the bombardment, the 3 mechanized synthesis battalions began to charge. Prabhav's battalion took the lead, while the 2nd and 3rd battalions flanked each other. The number is superior, and there's a fully mechanized team. Except for the artillery unit that is left behind in the joint artillery position, they have tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry brought by troop trucks. The overall combat effectiveness is quite strong. On the other hand, there were thousands of people on the greenskin side, and a lot of people died in the internal fighting. Among them, the killing tank walking mech, which was the most threatening, was destroyed a lot in the infighting and was also blown up a lot in the bombardment. The rest, when faced with armored vehicles and tanks, are still threatening, but they have also become key targets. But fortunately, something like a killing canister is different from a powerful death canister, or even a heavy-duty orc warlord whose defense power is comparable to that of a space warrior's power armor. The killing canister is much smaller and much thinner. When faced with the bombardment of at least 10 double-barrel machine guns at the same time, the dense machine guns will continuously deform the metal armor and eventually be broken and torn. In addition to the machine guns on the armored vehicles, the 76mm smoothbore guns on the locally produced Challenger tanks, combined with the machine guns on the Rambler, can bring good damage to the killing tank with one shot. If they had a unified command and sufficient armor, they might be able to break out of the encirclement with the strong physique of the green-skinned orcs. But apparently they didn't. Greenskins will not surrender, but they can run, charge mindlessly, and fight on their own. It's not a problem to wipe out this group of green-skinned orcs. The cost of casualties is inevitable, but this should be the last batch of green-skinned orc teams to be formed. This is the last battle before victory. As the battle was over and the field was being cleared, Prabhav received a message from the man who had been sent out to search for the Special Operations team. They found the Space Marines. Chapter Master of the Phoenix, requesting to see the commander here. So, Prabhav met Martins with a cold look. The two didn't communicate too much, and Martins just told Prabhav, mentioning the underground space where they hid before. Martins ordered several soldiers of the storm team to investigate there deeply. The intention was to find other exits, to prepare for a way out, and to avoid being licked. But unexpectedly, the soldiers of the storm team had other gains. It was indeed a research institute there, doing some biological research work, which came from the prosperous era before the destruction of Nuwa Xiaoxing. The information contained within may reveal the origin of this strange and rapidly growing group of green-skinned orcs in the ruins of the tower. However, due to their main manager's room at the time of the battle, there was no further exploration. Martin suggested that Major Prabhav should take good care of and protect the place for further exploration work. After saying this, Martins took his 4 brothers, including the bodies of 2 combat brothers, asked for a troop transport truck, and left. The 2 space fighters took the 2 corpses and headed for the revival city. They've done their job, and it's time to leave. Martins, on the other hand, went straight to the rear to find Governor Gu. Gu Hang met Martins on the way to the Pre-War Research Institute. Beforehand, he had already received the information report, and probably knew what happened before, especially knowing that 2 space warriors had died in battle. To be honest, this is not what Gu Hang wants to see. He had thought before that after all the space fighters were dead, he would use the shell to lay eggs and use the gene seeds given by the Phoenix Checkmate event to mass-produce his own superhuman fighters. But regardless of whether this job is fucked or not, if you say you can do it, it shouldn't be now. Not to mention that gift points are quite expensive, and he couldn't find a place to buy power armor. He has already felt the role of super soldiers like interstellar soldiers in war, and the Phoenix Battle Group, led by Martins, has been cooperating with him quite well all the time. No one has ever shied away from the mission request he sent out, and they did it as soon as they said it. Wouldn't that be great? Gu Hang wouldn't expect him to die. Even the death of 2 people made his heart ache, the same feeling as the death of 2 elite men under his own. After seeing Martins, he comforted the captain who had lost his brother, and then said that if there is any need in the future, he can just say it. For example, he has asked someone to buy the equipment suitable for gene seed surgery mentioned earlier. This is not to fool Martins. In fact, he did contact a merchant from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce through Yalisha. The caravan has already agreed to adjust the trade route a little bit, passing through the Star of Fury. It is estimated that it will arrive in a short time. However, despite hearing what Gu Hang said, Martin's expression still didn't improve much. Since he came to see Gu Hang, he was already prepared to talk about everything. My Lord Governor, what's going on with those black boxes in your secret research institute? It was beyond Gu Hang's expectation that Martin suddenly mentioned the secret research institute and the black box. But his expression is still very stable. He asked back, have you seen it? No, but Schneider went to see it. Huh. Gu Hang let out a long breath, and in his heart he wanted to blow up his own space fighters in advance. Not to mention doing anything else, housekeeping is also very good. If there is a team of space fighters guarding his research institute, Schneider will not be so easy to get it. The black box is his second biggest secret after the system. The level of secrecy there is very high. Under normal circumstances, no one can approach it, and anyone who does not listen to the warning will be killed. But, as I said, it's normal that a master like Schneider is obviously not normal. Wearing power armor and a pitch-black burqa, he sneaked inside at night. His huge body moved without making a sound, and the speed was very fast. Such a master managed to sneak in and saw everything. What is the solution? You can't expect those servitors to guard against the Space Marines. That's not realistic. In the absence of sufficient security forces, this kind of thing is impossible. As for the current question for Martins, Gu Hang sighed and said, Martin's chapter commander, we are partners, so I don't want to find any reason to deceive you. Please don't ask where these manufacturing machines come from. I can only say, I have my secret. Can you understand this? Martins was silent. Secret? When he heard this word, he instinctively felt something was wrong. Is it a good thing that a planetary governor has some dark secrets? The black box manufacturing machine itself is indeed not illegal. On the contrary, this kind of super technological product from ancient times is the treasure that the human empire has been tirelessly seeking in the entire universe. But precisely because it is so precious, why should an ordinary, even a bit desolate planetary governor own it? More than one. Gu Heng chuckled and continued, I really can't tell you where these black box manufacturing machines come from. But please believe me, my belief in the Emperor and my loyalty to the Empire are extremely firm. You are angry Xiaoxing. It is right next to my government and my city. You can keep your eyes open to see if there is any dishonest business here. We are destroying the cultists who are entrenched in the cities. We are destroying the green-skinned aliens that have emerged on the planet. We are building our cities and factories, and we are recovering those lands that could be called traitors. All of this is in order to ensure that the entire planet remains loyal, in order to be able to better pay taxes to the Empire. Everything I do is completely in line with the requirements of the Empire for a planetary governor. Even, I think I can do better than most of the planetary governors. Gu Heng emphasized his loyalty, using what he did on this planet during this time to prove it. After hearing these words, even Martins had a nod. If there is something wrong with Gu Heng, then there must be serious evidence, right? You can't just talk about things with a black box. It's not illegal to have a treasure. To be honest, Martins did not see any traces of depravity, corruption, or disloyalty under Gu Heng's influence. Speaking of this, Martins also had to calm down his face. Your Excellency, I don't doubt your loyalty. It's just... He didn't know what to say anymore. But Gu Heng followed his words and started to talk. I just feel that the origin of these black boxes is unknown, and that I might be deceived and seduced by some mysterious, corrupt forces. Martins didn't speak anymore, which was his tacit consent. Gu Heng said with a smile, Then as I said before, just wait and see. Martins stared deeply at Gu Heng and said, I will watch over you, Your Excellency, the Governor. Ha ha ha. Gu Heng laughed loudly. Frankly, then it's a deal. After saying that, Gu Heng suppressed his smile and turned serious. However, Commander Martins, I hope you can help me keep this matter a secret. You understand the preciousness of the black box manufacturing machine, and you also understand how much trouble I will encounter if the news spreads that Fu Xiaoxing has more than one black box manufacturing machine among the stars. Chapter Commander, you need to understand that we are closely connected. The development of Star Fury is closely related to the reconstruction of the warband. The black box is not only a sharp tool for me to build the entire planet, it is also a tool for Phoenix to rebuild. The key factor. This news should never be leaked out. What do you think? When talking about this, Gu Heng had a sincere attitude. Martin still had to admit that Gu Heng was right. When the fate of the battle group is already bound to the development of the planet, what reason does he have to sell this news? He even remembered what Gu Heng said when he persuaded him to stay with the battle group on New Xiaoxing. At that time, Governor Gu boasted that he would build the entire planet into a casting world. At that time, he felt that it was just Gu Heng's fanfare and bragging. But now it seems that people really have the capital to realize it. No wonder, before he died, Schneider would say such words to make him firm his will, stop wavering, and stand by Governor Gu's side. I was really too indecisive at the beginning. Schneider didn't like Governor Gu, but after seeing the black box, he kept the secret in his stomach and even changed his mind, hoping that the war group would cooperate with the governor. But I was shaken. He smiled wryly and said to Gu Heng, I will keep the secret for you, Your Excellency. The future reconstruction of the battle group needs your help very much. Don't worry. I won't forget the Phoenix's outstanding contribution to the safety of Star Fury. The gene seed implantation equipment needed by the battle group will be ready soon. After seeing off Martins, who was full of worries, Gu Heng also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't too worried that Martins would tell the matter after he knew the secret of the black box. Such a sincere exchange with him. Just hope that the chapter leader will not be confused. As long as the head is not confused, when the fate of the battle group is bound to the development of the planet, even if it is based on his own interests, he should not sell the planet. But now, since Martins has made a guarantee and commitment, there is nothing to worry about. Without thinking about it anymore, Gu Hang continued to act according to his established plan, going to the underground pre-war research institute where the space fighters fought to the death. When he arrived, the place was already under the control of the soldiers of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade. The soldiers also made an in-depth investigation to ensure the safety of the inside and marked the general functions of each different room and area. Further exploration and even excavation of the research materials inside is not something that the big soldiers can do. Gu Heng has already sent a letter to Wei Xingqing's secret research institute, asking Wu Jiarong to bring someone over to have a look. If the value of the research materials here is indeed very high, the lady whose level has actually been raised to the level of mechanical priest will stay here for a while. If the value is average, then just leave a few ordinary technicians to do archaeology. And this time, Gu Hang came here in person, not because of the technical materials that may be hidden in this research institute. He just wanted to know the historical records about why there were green skins on Fury Star. It's not to satisfy curiosity, it's just a requirement to hang on the event panel. It was not difficult to get what she wanted to know, and soon he found some simple records. It turned out that in the pre-war era, this was a biological research institute employed by the planetary government. They asked someone to bring in a living green leather artisan technician, trying to study the biological form of green skins, how their brains grow, and why they can create such special green skin technology. They have some research results, but not critical. Most of them are just theoretical things. However, just when they were about to destroy the experimental materials, a war broke out, and the place was quickly captured. After activating the comprehensive blockade of the laboratory, there's no need to worry about being breached by the Chaos Traders. But this place has not been open for a long time. There is no record of what happened later, but Gu Hang can probably guess it. After all, after such a long time, the security system may no longer be able to support it, and this is a place where scavengers and adventurers will explore. For some reason, the Research Institute was reopened, and the sealed experimental specimen, that is, the green leather craftsman technician, was released, which is also possible. No wonder this greenskin tribe will develop faster. Starting from a craftsman from a space greenskin tribe that can cross the star sea, this greenskin tribe cannot be regarded as a pure start from scratch. Although the environment was not suitable and there was only an old orc at the beginning, 10 years after being dug out, a powerful greenskin tribe stubbornly emerged here. Gu Hang could even imagine, without himself, how far this green-skinned orc clan would develop after they completely conquered Garbage Town, massacred and enslaved the 30 million people there. Especially after leaving the tower ruins, a place that is not suitable for the growth and development of green skin spores, and going to a place with abundant water, relatively fertile land, and even living people as waste, their number may decrease in a short time. Began to grow explosively. At that time, I have to deal with it, but it will not be a tribe of green-skinned orcs with a scale of tens of thousands. And as long as the number increases by 3 to 5 times, and their technological level far exceeds that of the original orcs, the trend of green skins raging the entire planet will be unstoppable. With New Xiaoxing's current virtues, how can he withstand the crazy growth and development of several 10 green skins? It can only be said that fortunately this worst case did not happen. After Gu Hang figured out the information about the origin of the Angry Owl Star's green skin in the event panel, the second stage of the green skin threat event was completed. The so-called important information, which was a periodic reward, also lay obediently in the panel, and he could get it as long as he had a thought. Before that, however, he was first attracted by another message. The entire war against the green-skinned orcs finally came to the settlement page. In the past, there were more than one battles going back and forth, but there was no battle settlement data in the system interface. At that time, he had guessed that those battles would probably not be counted separately, but would be merged into the whole big battle of green threat. He will not be rewarded until the entire battle is over. And now, his conjecture seems to be true. Slight advantage, get 2,189 gift points. Total loss 9144. 37823 eliminated, 0 captives. Garbage Town Militia. Allied forces 3,447 losses, 217 eliminated. Governor Legion 5,697 losses, 15,022 eliminated. Phoenix Battle Group, Allied forces lost 2, elimination 230. Imperial Navy, Allied forces 0 loss, 22,354 eliminated. 2189 gift income points. Seeing this number, Gu Heng had only one thought in his mind. It's better to fight the war to get money faster. It's just a pity that counted as his exact kills, there were only more than 5,000. The item about the militia in Trash Town can be ignored. It is estimated that before the major adaptation of Trash Town, the adventurers there were counted as allies and not regarded as his troops. Anyway, the militiamen in Trash Town at that time were really rubbish. More than 3,000 people died before they achieved more than 200 victories, which had little impact. The exchange ratio of the Space Warriors was really fierce. With the number completely at a disadvantage, they not only exchanged 1 for 100, but also included the Orc warlord who was the supreme leader of the Orc tribe. If it appeared on the frontal battlefield and slaughtered ordinary soldiers, it might kill hundreds of human soldiers. However, their overall number is small, and the kills are not too many, and the results of the battle can also be ignored for the time being. The most important thing was the Imperial Navy's quintet, which killed more than Greenskins in a full round of orbital bombing. This victory will not be counted on Gu Heng's head, let alone provide him with gifts and rewards. But that's also very important. Without the Greenskins killed by the orbital bombing, if Gu Heng's troops were to advance head-on, the price he would have to pay would be enormous. He can't take the risk of ruining the victory of the entire battle for the gift points he can get by killing the enemy. Besides, even these 2,000+ points of gifts are already very satisfying. Counting the previous balance, the gift points in Gu Heng's hands now have reached 3,079 points. At this point, he was determined. After having so many gift points, many of Gu Heng's ideas can finally be implemented. The building system that has never been developed before can now be built with money, especially the Faithful Academy that he has been thinking about. I have been hesitant to exchange the Star Warrior gene seeds that were too expensive. Now that I have Fuyu's gift points, I can exchange them to test the waters. The road trader he contacted brought him a few sets of Star Warrior power armor during the trip. He was finally experimental, so he took a look at a few of his own Star Warriors. He can also continue to work hard on the technology system, expand the technology level of the territory, and develop a few more industrial lines. Every technology extracted before has played an effect. In short, with enough gift points, he can do a lot of things. With 3,000 gifts in his hand, Gu Heng felt the annoyance of suddenly getting rich. However, calm down and think about it. Although there are a lot of gift points, there are also many places waiting to spend money. If he really wanted to follow his thinking, I'm afraid he would only listen to a few splashes if he threw all 3,000 gifts. For example, in the gene seed exchange of the Space Warriors, all the gifts in his hand were thrown away and only seeds came out. If it is made hard, it will not stand up to it. Still have to plan well. Making money is important, but how to spend it is also a matter of knowledge. But there is no need to rush this matter for the time being. The gift points have already been obtained, and they will never fly. He still has a lot of time to arrange well. He turned his attention to the important information that could be activated in the event panel. What will it be? With a thought, click on the information. When he really saw the news, a cold sweat broke out from his head. He has only one thought now. Fortunately, he got this incident resolved, and he solved it fairly quickly. Otherwise, if he misses this piece of information, something big will happen. Gorgon, the elder and master craftsman of this green-skinned orc tribe, once made a cosmic communicator when the tribe was strong and sent it to his former mother clan, the space green-skinned orc clan, the Iron Tooth clan. A communication request was issued. During the communication, the location and cosmic coordinates of Star Fury were mentioned, and the main team of the Iron Tooth clan was invited to come. After sending the message, there has been no reply, and Gorgon has forgotten about it. But in fact, his message was sent successfully But he forgot to make the receiving part when making the communicator. A pirate plundering fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan has received the news and is heading towards Fury Owl. In the near future, the 10th plundering fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan will pass through the Astral Tunnel and arrive at the transition point of the Furious Owl Galaxy. Coincidentally, there is a merchant fleet of an Imperial caravan, which will also cross the Astral Tunnel and arrive at the transition point at about the same time. Gu Heng didn't even dare to think about what would happen if he didn't get this information. The caravan was invited by him. The Imperial Chamber of Commerce is one of the official organizations of the Empire. If you want to form a merchant fleet that can sail in the boundless territory of the Empire, you must get the approval of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and register as a merchant. Otherwise, it is very likely to be treated as a pirate. But fortunately, the procedures for registering as an Imperial merchant are not complicated, and the threshold is not too high that if the identity is clear, the goods transported each time are clear, and if necessary, accept the tasks issued by the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. That's fine. Of course, a spaceship that can support travel through the astral tunnels is indispensable. When registering as an Imperial merchant, the first and third items are generally stricter. As for the second item, that is, the goods, it is reasonable to say that the requirements are also very strict, but this kind of thing sometimes depends on its own ability. And those who can do business with the Imperial merchants also need permission. Generally speaking, the one with this kind of permission is the planetary governor. In fact, as the governor of Star Fury, one of Gu Heng's powers is to make deals with the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. The output of Fury Owl Star is very limited, but it needs important commodities from other Imperial worlds, and there is a huge profit margin among them. The trade quota in the middle is controlled by the planetary governor, which is the basis for the past governors to find ways to gain power when they did not have the support of cruisers and could not bring much manpower. Of course, now Gu Heng doesn't need to gain power in that way. However, it was different when I first arrived. A month ago, he actively contacted the Imperial Chamber of Commerce through Yalisha, hoping that a group of merchants could adjust the route, pass by the Noaxiao Galaxy, and conduct some transactions by the way. This is actually a bit difficult. The size of Fu Xiaoxing is too small, and the past transaction records are a bit shabby. But what if Gu Heng is a member of the Gu family? In this regard, his family status still played a certain role. The merchant who came was named Wang Jiarong, and he was Gu Heng's cousin. In addition to the regular trade items, her ship also carried two things that Gu Heng specially ordered that she cared about, both of which were related to the Space Warriors. Space Marine power armor and biological equipment required for gene seed implantation surgery. Whether it's for the trade opportunity he finally got this time, or for the products he specially customized on the ship, or for the smiling cousin in his memory who has a good relationship with his predecessor, he has to find a way to save that one. Caravan. What's more, the 10th pirate raiding fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan mentioned in the information is aimed at the Fury Owl itself. Not when they may conflict with the Imperial merchant caravan, to get it done in one fell swoop, should they wait until they have finished the robbery before doing it. With the ability of green leather technology, even if the ships of the Imperial caravan are turned into waste, the waste floating in the universe can be collected by them and used as materials. Not to mention the various goods loaded in the caravan. As for how to deal with the green-skinned pirates mentioned in the information, there must be no such ability on Fury Owlstar. That it is estimated that there is no means of orbital defense on the entire planet, and it is impossible to find a single starship, let alone take the initiative to attack. But isn't there a quintet floating in the orbit of the planet? A serious cruiser of the Imperial Navy. Gu Heng contacted Yalisha almost immediately. When a female captain heard the news that a group of green-skinned pirates was approaching, instead of being dignified and panicked, she felt excited. In the sky, responding to the governor's request, and carrying out orbital strikes on the ground. Although this can be regarded as a feat of the Navy, it is not as good as fighting a naval battle, annihilating a green leather fleet, and saving a business group of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Incomparable. The latter is the opportunity that Commodore General Yalisha dreamed of more, and it is the true merit of the Navy. However, Yalisha was not dazzled by the news. What's the source? Is it accurate? I can ensure the accuracy. Gu Heng said. During the battle on the surface, I captured a cosmic signal transceiver and clearly mentioned this matter. But there is no guarantee when the green-skinned pirate fleet will arrive. Yalisha asked again, Can you know the size of that fleet? Gu Heng smiled wryly and shook his head. This is where the risk lies. I can only tell you that that fleet should be Iron Tooth Clan 10th rating fleet, specifically how many ships it has and what is the size of the capital ship. I have no idea. Then it will be a headache. Yalisha said, I only have one ship. If there are many and strong greenskins coming, ambushing them will be a trap for myself. Yes, Gu Heng agreed. So, is there a way to get support? We need more ships. Is it possible to call the Tiamat Space Fleet and send more support? You don't need to say that I will do the same. However, we must also prepare for the worst. What if it is too late? At this time, Yalisha's mind was very clear. She longs for merit, longs to destroy the enemy's ships in a mighty naval battle, gain glory, and wash away the impression that she is regarded as a relationship. But at the same time, as a person who has achieved excellent results all the way in the training of naval officers, she is not a fool. She is not cynical. She clearly understands that her life experience is not a burden, but a great help as long as she continues to follow the steps like this, whether it is now or in the future. She is one of the top people in the Tiamat Star District, at least a candidate. Victory, of course, is important. But if the risk and cost of gaining military exploits are too high, then the gains outweigh the losses. If this naval battle was just lost, or just ruined New Xiaoxing, then it might be okay. She just bore the shame of being defeated or fleeing without a fight, and she will have a chance to wash it off in the future. But if she fights recklessly and destroys the main cruiser quintet, it is considered a 100th of death to die in the ship. Even if she survives, she will never have a chance to turn around in the future, and it will bring huge disaster to her family. With such a high price, she couldn't help but be careless. Gu Heng understands this. He pondered for a moment and said, We are not fighting alone. The Imperial merchant fleet that came to Fury Owl was led by my cousin. As far as I know, beside the main armed merchant ship, she also has there are 2 frigates. We can ambush near the transition point, and if the Greenskin fleet meets the merchant fleet, we can choose to join or not to join in the battle, depending on the situation. By doing this, Gu Heng is suspected of selling his cousin. But in fact, otherwise, there was no way to persuade Yalisha to take the risk to participate in this battle. It's feasible, Yalisha said, but I have to say the ugly things up front. There is no specific size for a green-skinned pirate plundering the fleet. If the situation is not right, I will immediately choose to evacuate and avoid the edge. I see. Speaking of this, Gu Heng's heart is quite heavy. You don't have to worry too much. Even if that happens, you try to resist on the surface of the planet. When I gather the main force of the Star Fleet, I will rush to support it as soon as possible. As long as you hold on, there is no hope of. Hearing this, what else can Gu Heng say? I can only nod my head. If the Greenskins came so many and fiercely that even a main cruiser like the Quintet would have to run away first, the Fury Owl Star would definitely be finished. Just hope that doesn't happen. After talking with Yalisha, Gu Heng led the troops, left the ruins of the High Tower, returned to the base camp outside Trash Town, and then did not leave for a while. He wants to reorganize the troops here a little bit. The 1th Garrison Division was basically dismantled, leaving only a frame, and the officers were basically kept, but the soldiers were dismantled into the 2 SD Brigade, 3 ND Division, and -RD Independent Regiment. These 2 brigade-level units, the Sheafing Brigade has only 3 battalions, have a total strength of more than 2 troops, and all equipment, ammunition, and the like are all prioritized. Moreover, Gu Heng also gave the 3 synthetic battalions of the 1st Brigade and the fully staffed 2nd Division a total of more than 3,000 troops. All of them received additional training from the Beast Slaughter Squad. The Dash troops will then take the transport spacecraft that flew down from the Quintet and enter the starship. This is the support Yalisha requested, and Gu Heng also agreed. Although it is possible to encounter an enemy that is too strong, the female brigade general may run away with his elite troops. However, Guheng never hoped to carry out resistance operations independently on the planet after the quintet ran away. That is unrealistic. Instead, he boarded the boat himself. He has two thoughts. First, if the enemy is relatively strong and Yalisha retreats, he will try hard to persuade that lady to join the battle, if necessary. The Dash soldiers he boarded the ship, and the 4 phoenixes he urgently recruited would be the capital for him to persuade Yalisha. Second, if the enemy is really so strong that it is impossible to fight, then my life is of the utmost importance. Let's run with Yalisha and fight back when the main fleet of the star area is assembled. But if it really falls into the second end, it not only means that Gu Heng's efforts for a long time in the past are completely in vain, and there may not be a chance to start all over again. A planetary governor who ran away with the Imperial Navy before the planet fell had huge political costs that time. He might still die in court. Therefore, Gu Heng would not want to go to the second step anyway. He needs to solve the matter at the first step. A few days later, the first transition point of the New Xiao galaxy, under the flashing blue light, 4 ships suddenly appeared from the void. Among these 4 ships, the largest one is about 1/3 the size of the quintet, which is equivalent to the size of a main destroyer in the Imperial Navy. This is the Beautiful Maid, an armed merchant ship. Although it is huge, there are only more than Dash sailors on it, and the thickness of the armor, the strength of the void shield, and the firepower are far inferior to the main destroyers of the same size. Next to the Beautiful Maiden, there are 3 much smaller ships. These 3 ships are not merchant ships, although they will also take on part of the cargo function if necessary. But these are 3 frigates. Each ship is about Dash meters long and can carry more than Dash sailors. Their owner is named Wang Jiaro. This girl-like girl was wearing a white dress decorated with golden patterns, and a light golden gauze was wrapped around her body. She stood in the captain's cabin, looking out at the boundless sea of stars from the far window. Holding the white round-brimmed hat on her head, her beautiful face has a hint of worry. Behind her, the huge ship control room was frantically calculating the information from the ship's thinker array. They detected the approach of another strange fleet at the transition point. At most 1 hour later, that fleet will pass through the transition point and come to the real universe. In this vast universe, if you want to travel across galaxies, the most important thing to rely on is the astral tunnel. An astral tunnel connects the 2 galaxies, compressing the distance of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of light years into a voyage of a few days, a dozen days, or at most a month or so. Spaceships and starships that have the ability to enter the astral tunnel, after entering the tunnel, essentially enter the hyperspace state. The normal state of a starship sailing in the universe is to sail in the star system at sublight speed, fly from one transition point to another transition point, and then enter the astral tunnel to another galaxy, and then find the next transition point. This requires a star map and a navigator. The latter are specially trained psychers. Only they can distinguish the specific location of the transition point of the astral tunnel in the void of the universe, guide the ship through the tunnel, and reach the opposite side of the tunnel. At the same time, the so-called star map also has meaning. The star map shows the many star fields connected by astral tunnels. 2 adjacent star systems may actually be very different in the physical sense. Maybe 2 star systems that are physically close are only a few tens of light years away. But since there is no astral tunnel to directly connect with each other, traveling between them requires jumping through multiple astral tunnels, so there's a distance between them. It is very far away. And in the physical sense, 2 star systems that may be separated by tens of thousands of light years are connected by an astral tunnel, so they are 2 similar places on the star map. In the Imperium of Man, the physical distances between galaxies mean little. Without astral tunnels, relying solely on the power of the spacecraft itself, traveling at sublight speeds, communication between the closest 2 galaxies is unrealistic. Of course, physical distance cannot be completely ignored. Some monsters can really hold back for an unknown number of years, slowly flying through the void of the universe, and really come out. In the territory division of the Empire, space domain, star area, galaxy. These 4 layers of structure are all based on the star map. The dense astral tunnels are like a huge network, connecting the entire Empire's territory. There are 3 astral tunnels in the Nuaxiao galaxy. The first tunnel connects to the Cultivation galaxy, the second tunnel connects to the Black Arrow galaxy, and the third tunnel connects not to the Pegasus star area, but to the next-door Shinshun star area. The Tianma star area and the Shinjun star area belong to the Dragon Eagle star area, and both are under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Universe. Wang Jiarong's caravan came from Tunnel No Dash, and they just completed a business in the Cultivation galaxy. Originally, her plan for this voyage did not include such a remote place as New Xiaoxing. Didn't Yalisha convey her cousin's needs to her? After thinking about it for a while, it is not a big problem to take a detour to the Furial galaxy, then go to the Black Arrow galaxy from the No Dash tunnel, then turn back to Kalogano Dash, and then return to the capital Flying Wing. If you run more distance and run 2 more planets, you shouldn't lose money. And most of you won't make much money. Just support your cousin who played with you a lot when you were young. From the Cultivation galaxy to the Raging Owl galaxy, the fleet will have to travel through the astral tunnel for 5 days. Nothing major happened in the first 4 days. As always, we could see strange scenes outside the window. But in fact, as long as we didn't leave the range of the ship and didn't let out any detectors, there would be no danger. But on the 5th day, the navigator on the Beautiful Maiden reported news. They noticed an abnormal signal in the astral tunnel. It seemed that there was a fleet following them, also in the astral world, walking through the tunnel. This made Wang Jiarong very disturbed. The tunnel from Kaloga to Furial is a deserted one, not a busy waterway, and even the Empire didn't bother to build any checkpoints at the transition points on both sides. This situation has been going on for hundreds of years, except for the ruin of Furial Star. Apart from her fleet, who else will pass through here? Go to the next door, to the Shinjun Star District? That's not realistic. The prosperous hive world Kaloga has a direct flight route to the Godsteed Star area. And Owen would go to the Divine Steed Galaxy through the Star of Fury, and no one would do detours and more costly things. What about this fleet? During the interstellar voyage, all abnormalities require vigilance. Within the universe of the Empire, it is not really that safe. Pirates are the most common threat, but threats from other xenomorphs have never been less common. The Empire refers to all non-human races as aliens, and is committed to eradicating all intelligent races except humans. Not to mention that when traveling through the astral tunnel, it is easy to encounter some supernatural events. For example, a Hulk ship crashed in the astral tunnel. During the voyage, dozens or hundreds of people were missing on the ship, and sometimes there were dozens or hundreds more people. These things are even somewhat commonplace. But right now, when they clearly sensed that there were more than one ship following them in the same astral tunnel, they couldn't help being careless. After completing the astral transition, they didn't dare to stay longer. They chose to switch the engine mode immediately, accelerate gradually, try to pull the speed to the upper limit of the sublight speed, and headed for the Angry Owl. Wang Jiarong knew that Yalisha's cruiser was docked in the orbit of Fury Owl. After rendezvous with the quintet, her merchant ship has strong security protection. For this reason, she also ordered that the astropaths on the ship, this is also the profession of psychers after special training, try to communicate with the quintet. However, the astropaths brought her rather bad news. They could not contact the quintet. A star language message has been sent, but there is no response. This situation further deepened Wang Jiarong's anxiety. If they can't get in touch, there are only 2 reasons. Either their star language messages are blocked and cannot be sent out, or the quintet cannot receive their messages. Neither one is good. The ship is leaving the state of transition and resumes normal sublight speed voyage, which requires a certain amount of time for the engine to accelerate. Now, she only hopes that this acceleration process will pass quickly. For this reason, she has already urged the mechanical priest in charge of the engine work many times. At the same time, she also ordered that the entire fleet enter a first-level combat readiness state and must be prepared to face the enemy at all times. On the Beautiful Girl, there are 11 M-class hot hammer macro guns ready to go. The other 3 frigates are also equipped with 15 S-class defense rapid-fire guns and 3M-class retribution cluster laser cannons. These naval guns, as well as the operators behind the naval guns, the Thinker Array as a fire control system and navigation system, have all entered the highest combat readiness state. The so-called Contemplative Array refers to a collection of wetware composed of specially trained psychers, or even ordinary people, under the contemplative technology, which cooperates with basic mechanical calculators to assist ship operations, auxiliary artillery for calibrated firing. But even though she had made all the preparations before the battle, Wang Jiarong was still praying to the emperor, hoping that bad luck would not really happen to her. It is definitely the best if nothing happens. As for the current tension and extra preparations, it doesn't matter if they are in vain. However, not every prayer has a correspondingly good result. They came out. The navigator's voice rang in Wang Jiarong's ear. She quickly returned to the main console, and the screen cut to the opposite direction of the starship. In the void, many ships are gradually showing their figures. In fact, the distance between the two sides is already more than kilometers apart. However, this distance is still too close in space. Through the array of contemplators zooming in on the virtual screen in front of them, the identities of the ships that followed them cross the transition point and are entering the real universe have been revealed very clearly. Fleet of green orcs. This can be distinguished from their exaggerated, messy appearance, like a pile of garbage spliced together at random. Only the warships of the green-skinned orcs could develop this virtue. However, the ugly is ugly. The painting is messy. There is no aesthetic feeling in the traditional sense, and the appearance is rough and not like a technological product. However, it is indeed a serious star warship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 green warships. Can anyone tell me why there's so many greenskins here? Wang Jiarong lost her composure. However, no one was able to answer her question. The middle and high-level managers of the caravan on the console are not uninformed. The orc ships that appeared later were not easy to deal with. In the starry sky, there is the most intuitive way to judge the strength of a starship, by its size. That's certainly not %% accurate, and there are countless exceptions to prove it. However, in the case where the difference in technical level is not that big, generally speaking, the bigger the battleship is, the stronger it is, which is true in most cases. And right now, among the 12 green-skinned warships, have reached the size of destroyers in the fleet of the human empire. The remaining 8 are at least as large as frigates. And the huge, ostentatious cannons on these ships also uphold the style of the green-skinned orcs. Caliber comes first. Wang Jiarong tried her best to keep calm and gave orders. The engine group is accelerating at full speed. We must try our best to get rid of these green-skinned orc fleets before they speed up. All firepower groups, fire at the greenskin fleet with full force. Concentrate your firepower on a single target. Do your best to cause damage. Yes, the whole ship. Who doesn't know that the critical moment has come? No one dares to be lazy when their lives are at stake. It is, of course, the right choice to distance yourself and try to escape. The beautiful maid is larger than the average main destroyer, but most of the space exists as a cargo store. The strength of the equipped void shield and the strength of the ship's armor itself can barely reach the level of a destroyer, but the firepower is at most only half of that of a normal destroyer. The other 3 frigates are normal frigate specifications. At most, they only carry some cargo. Against the 4+8 configuration of the Green Fleet, it is hopeless to confront them head-on. Opening fire is just a casual fight. The key is to look at running. And in the case of running for their lives at full speed, it is of course impossible for them to adjust the hull so that all the firepower can be directed at the enemy. In fact, if you shoot at the back at this moment, only 1/3 of the firepower can be exerted. However, those greenskin ships had just left the astral tunnel. The energy shield on the hull has been turned on, but obviously the power has not yet been maximized. When I just jumped out of the astral tunnel, the starship was relatively fragile. Because of this, the 3 rounds of concentrated firepower directly destroyed a green-skinned frigate. The energy shield of the green-skinned starship was overloaded, and it turned from blue light to dangerous red in an instant. A large number of shells passed through the overloaded energy shield and hit the hull. The armor was shattered, and the hull was severely damaged. Even if you zoomed in on the camera, you could see many green-skinned orcs flying out of the damaged hull. This green frigate has basically lost its ability to fight. If the greenskins won the battle, they might be able to recover the ship and repair it. But at least in this battle, the frigate could not pose any threat. After winning the flag, Wang Jiarong was somewhat cheered up, and the morale of the entire caravan was also slightly improved. However, this is almost the only good news in the future, and the bad news is one after another. When they focused their firepower on the second greenskin ship, the greenskin fleet had already gotten rid of the fragile state and had just completed the transition. This not only means that the energy shield on their ship has started to operate at full power, and it is not so easy to be penetrated, but it also means that the weapon system on their ship has also begun to operate normally. The 11 green-skinned starships that were still functioning normally opened fire at the same time. The kinetic energy cannon and the green laser cannon all fired violently. The style of the green-skinned ships is consistent with the style of their entire race. The number of various types of artillery on a ship is generally much larger than that of human warships of the same level, and the caliber will generally be larger. But at the same time, the characteristics that the accuracy is generally much worse than that of human naval guns have also been perfectly inherited. But the distance between the two sides is really too close, and the kung fu distance at this moment is at most about -kilometers, but this is still almost a face-to-face confrontation for a space naval battle. The human side will suffer greatly. On the 4 ships under Wang Jiarong's command, almost at the same time, there were blue lights flashing around them at the same time, which was the appearance of the void shield after it came into contact with firepower. In a blink of an eye, the void shields around the 4 ships all showed signs of turning purple, which was a sign of imminent overload. The approaching firepower of the 11 green-skinned ships made it very difficult for Wang Jiarong's fleet to resist. But their counterattacks seemed weak. Their bows rushed outside, which was not conducive to firepower projection. What's more, when the enemy's weapon system went online, the short-range interception capability also went online simultaneously. Whether it's the laser cannons or the macro cannon shells they blasted, some of them were locked in mid-air and were intercepted by the enemy's firepower in the void. Of course, the interception system in the caravan ships is also playing a role. The defense kinetic energy rapid-fire gun and the reflector intercepting laser cannon all do similar jobs. But overall, they are undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Before they fully distance themselves, they might be overwhelmed by the firepower of the green-skinned orcs. And what's worse, their speed seems to be not as fast as the greenskins. After the engine system of the orc ship began to accelerate at this moment, it was obviously late, but the speed was raised to a very fast level in a short period of time. The IT is estimated that their first mover advantage will be wiped out in a short time. When the speed gap between the two sides is also eliminated, the closer the distance, the green leather fleet's firepower advantage will be further exerted. Not to mention, the greenskin fleet also has a special preference during naval battles, gang combat. They can almost be regarded as the guys who like to jump gangs in naval battles in this universe. Second, the first favorite is the space fighters. Landing capsules, landing ships, and even short-distance jumps. These are all things that the greenskins can come up with. Once the distance reaches a dangerous level, they will use this method. The small landing module and landing ship approach the target with a large amount of artillery fire, and there is a considerable degree of camouflage on it, which is used to deceive the interception system of the target ship. After approaching the target ship, these landing cabins and landing ships will sail at a low speed, making the void shield unable to produce a defensive effect and thus close to the ship. Some innocuous hull breaches that were made during naval battles will become entry points for intrusion. If there is no such entry point, all kinds of high-performance bombs and cutting devices that come with the jumping troops will find a relatively weak position on the ship, cut an opening. These openings pose little threat to the ship itself, equivalent to an adult being bitten by a mosquito, But what's scary is the venom that comes with the sting that a considerable number of soldiers will enter the ship from it and fight fiercely inside the ship. On the ship, there is no particularly empty area that is especially suitable for heavy firepower deployment. The vast majority of combat environments are narrow, closed, and face-to-face. Then who can compete with the green-skinned orcs in this environment? The elite green-skin team will kill in the ship. Even if it is impossible to directly destroy and kill all the people in the entire starship, every time a certain amount of damage is caused, the combat capability of the battleship will drop a lot. If you get to the weapon system, if you can misfire a part of the firepower, you will earn money. If you get to the thinker array, you can even paralyze the ship's automation system, greatly reducing the coordination of various departments of the ship. Perhaps a high-performance bomb detonated from within could disable the entire ship, in case of killing the captain's room again. Team jumping is of course a high-risk, high-loss operation, and even in most cases, the landing module and landing ship will be destroyed by intercepting firepower during the process of building ships close to the target. But as long as it is a small success, it is a disturbance. If it is a big success, it can easily capture the ship. Greenskins are not afraid of death. In fact, there are already some small airdrop pods flying over with the shells. It's just that so far, there has been no airdrop pod that can pass through the fire interception net. It is estimated that 100 or 200 green boys will be buried in the sea of stars. However, Wang Jiarong was still pale. It's good news that there are no green-skinned Marines landing on the starship. But the good news is too insignificant. Seeing that the void shield has come to a purple appearance, and seeing that some shells have passed through the void shield and hit the hull of the starship, she can already feel the vibration. Void shield is an energy protection system, and its characteristic is that it can intercept solid shells, energy cannons, and missile weapons, especially objects and energy approaching at high speed, but things passing by at low speeds are less effective in blocking them. The void shield in its full state, that is, when it looks blue, has the best resistance effect. But if the attack it receives exceeds a certain limit and turns purple, it will fail to block, and shells, energy rays, etc. There will be a certain probability of leakage. It was okay at the beginning. Even if it leaked in and was weakened by the void shield, it would generally be able to withstand a strong physical armor on the starship. But when the carrying capacity of the void shield reaches the limit, that is, when it turns red, the probability of missing the shell will increase significantly, and the weakening effect on the attack will also become weaker. At this time, it is probably the strength of the armor and the strength of the hull. Although the current status of the void shield is still in the process of changing to purple, the armor of the starship is still strong, and the occasional attack through the void shield did not cause much harm. However, all this is very bad news. From a moment the greenskins started to fight back, things went from bad to worse. More importantly, Wang Jiarong completely thought that there was no way to change the status quo. Gu Hang, you really killed me this time. I shouldn't have come to this remote place. She muttered in her heart. Her face paled. And at this moment, the astropath suddenly reported a message. Captain, we have received the communications signal from the quintet. Wang Jiarong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly overjoyed. Come in. The next moment, Yalisha's voice rang across the entire bridge. I am Commodore of the Pegasus Fleet of the Imperial Navy, Captain of the Quintet, Yalisha Fofana. Her clear voice sounded like a savior to the ears of everyone on the beautiful maiden. Yalisha, thank God, finally got in touch. Save us. Wang Jiarong was so happy that she almost cried. I'm right next to you, Yalisha said. Now, you have to let your fleet complete the turn and fire at those green-skinned ships with all your might. We're going to be here, before they get up to speed, completely annihilate them. Wang Jiarong was slightly taken aback. What is right next to? Could it be that Yalisha had long expected to encounter the greenskin fleet here, so she laid an ambush here early? The reason why the astropaths contacted but got no response was because the quintet was in a state of silent dormancy? But why? How did she get the news in advance? Wang Jiarong's head was flustered, but these thoughts only swirled in her mind for a while, and soon she stopped thinking about it. Obeying Yalisha's orders, is the only chance of survival. Immediately, the 4 ships of the beautiful girl caravan, according to Yalisha's request, began to turn sideways and bombarded with all their strength. If there is no external help, this is courting death. The broadside is dangerous to the enemy. In this way, the firepower of the ship can be fully exerted, but the hit area is also the largest when the distance is far enough. When they shoot at each other, and the direction of the war is determined by firepower, this problem is not a big problem. The 2 sides are separated by more than 15 to 30 kilometers at the above time. The firepower suffered by the opponent is not much different when facing sideways or directly, but the firepower projection ability of one's own side may be -% worse. But in the same way, it is of course impossible for the ship to stand still in the sideways state. Ships that move sideways are also more likely to avoid artillery fire. Overall, this is a balanced defensive tactic. And the Greenskin fleet charging at this moment is of course an out-and-out aggressive offensive tactic. As the distance gets closer, the artillery power and accuracy of both sides will be greatly improved, for which they are even willing to sacrifice 20 to 30% of their firepower. But despite this, the firepower advantage of the Greenskins is still much greater than that of the beautiful girl. They didn't know why these shrimp ships suddenly put on the look of wanting to fight them, but this obviously made them even more excited. Not to mention the more intense firepower. They also released more landing pods. However, at this moment, hundreds of missiles suddenly flew out of a dark, empty void in the distance. These missiles headed towards a green destroyer. And the next moment, 2 huge macro cannon shells passed through the void and smashed hard on its energy shield. The 2 heavy cannons that arrived at the same time were aimed at starships, and they also had huge destructive power. The energy shield around the targeted Greenskin destroyer suddenly changed from calm blue to purple light, symbolizing danger. Then, out of the hundreds of missiles, 70 passed through the void shield and bombarded the destroyer. The 70 explosion points that exploded suddenly on the hull of the Greenskin destroyer immediately caused serious damage to the ship. The energy shield generators may have been affected by the explosion, and the void shield, which was still purple, disappeared instantly for a while. If you give them a little time, not too long, a few minutes is enough to restart the energy generator on a Greenskin ship or activate the backup energy. However, there is no such opportunity. Then 10 smaller macro cannons came again, and 6 of them hit him hard. The damage caused by these 6 shots was even more terrifying than the previous 70 missiles, directly hitting the Greenskin warship into a huge fireball. A valuable destroyer was completely destroyed in this way. And this inexplicable firepower, the result of the battle, is not only that. There were also 10 macro cannons blasting at a green-skinned frigate, 4 of which hit, and the energy shield on it suddenly turned red. The strength of the shield on the frigate is much weaker than that of the destroyer. On the bridge of the quintet, after confirming the result of the battle through the battle screen, faithfully transmitted by the contemplative array, Yalisha did not cheer. That was too unsteady and not like what a captain should do. But she still couldn't hold back and shook her fist vigorously. This shattered green-skinned warship can actually be regarded as her first actual naval combat feat in her captain's career. And this feat is enough to surpass the careers of many captains in the Tiamat Star area. Since the establishment of the Pegasus fleet, there has not been much experience of being mobilized by the Imperial Navy as a support force to form a larger fleet for combat. Except for those old captains who went out to form a temporary joint fleet, other younger and less experienced ones, that is, within the range of the star sector, at most multiple surrounding star sectors, wiped out some interstellar pirates. What can those interstellar pirates do? A frigate-level pirate ship is pretty good, and many even use ordinary spaceships to rob, and at most dare to touch some ultra-small caravans. In the past, Yalisha hadn't even made such achievements in exterminating little pirates, which was one of the reasons why she was ridiculed in private. But from now on, no one can laugh at her anymore. Even if they're transferred to other high-intensity war zones and have seen big scenes, not every veteran captain has a record of destroying an enemy destroyer. Being able to get an assist, is something that could be boasted for many years after returning. But today, she, a brigadier general who has always been said to be a relationship householder and whose rank has soared, has completed it. Not only is it not an assist, but it is also the only main force. What happened to the sneak attack? It's called tactics. However, after the initial excitement, Yalisha immediately regained her composure. The destruction of one of the 3 enemy destroyers was a serious damage to the entire fleet of the Greenskins, but they still had a lot of ships and strong capital. This battle still has to be fought, especially now that the advantage of sneak attack first is gone, and without the advantage of surprise attack, the next round of firepower will not be so easy to achieve the same results as just now. The Orc fleet has already discovered their traces, so they won't let them fight unsuspectingly. The early maneuvering of the ship will cause more artillery to miss. The short-range anti-aircraft firepower is full of vigilance, and some macro-artillery will be intercepted or deflected in the middle. Of course, as a main cruiser, the quintet is well armed, especially the 2 L-class Wrath of Loyalty macro cannons, which are destructive to ships of the frigate level. As long as it hits once, the energy shields of those frigates will be directly overloaded. The slave laborers and technicians on the quintet have already started working extremely fast, loading shell for the next round of artillery fire. The array of contemplators is working hard to observe and lock onto the ship targets that are actually moving rapidly. Fire strikes require preparation time. Before that, the quintet had to face a round of enemy fire. The Defender rapid-fire guns and the Reflector intercepting lasers all began to operate to resist the firepower of the Orc ships. At the same time, a large area of blue light appeared around the cruiser. That was the scene when the Void Shield was in effect when the ship was under attack. So far, the naval battle has entered a fierce stage. The previous results of destroying a destroyer and overloading the energy shield of a frigate are not so important at this moment. At this time, Yalisha couldn't help but turned her head to look at the man standing not far behind her. She sighed and said, "Gu Hang, if you lose the battle, you will really do me a disservice." Gu Hang smiled. "If you win, then this is the starting point of your road to glory." Hearing the so-called starting point of the road to glory, Yalisha snorted coldly, as if disdainful. She didn't want to talk to Gu Hang, turned her head, and continued to work. She constantly gave orders, listened to news reports from various departments, and made corresponding reactions and judgments to form orders to pass on. She seemed a little nervous, trying to keep herself focused. She's indeed not an experienced Navy veteran, and she doesn't even have serious actual combat experience, but her excellent results in the Naval Academy are not fake. If it is not true that the grades are very good, even with such a family background, how can he be a captain? She's not the only one in the younger generation of the Fofana family. Her mind is full of the various tactical ethics she has learned in the Naval Academy, combined with the real-time situation on the battlefield, to respond and issue instructions in a standard way. This will be slightly stilted, but less error-prone. When Yalisha used to go to school, she had thought of a lot of weird naval battle tactics in her head, but after having actual experience, she found that her early whimsical ideas were purely self-indulgent, that a few are serious and useful, and even seem to be able to work miraculously in the immediate battle situation. But she dare not use it. A method that has not been verified in actual combat. Who knows whether it is miraculous or free? Under the current situation, what she needs to do most is not to make mistakes and rely on the powerful firepower and strong defense capabilities of the cruiser quintet to fight steadily. I would rather play more rigidly. Gu Hang saw Yalisha's serious expression. A smile appeared on his face, and he relaxed a little. How to ease the relationship with this female brigadier general in the future is another story. Let's get over the current difficulty first. There is a conflict between the two of them just now, and a conflict almost broke out. After Gu Hang boarded the starship with almost soldiers, the quintet drove to the transition point of the no-tunnel of the new Shao galaxy. Before that, Yalisha tried to get the astropaths on the starship to send a message to the beautiful girl to remind Wang Jiarong to prepare in advance. But the sending of the message failed, probably because the other party was traveling through the astral tunnel. In this state, it is difficult for astropaths to locate the target of information transmission and deliver the message. At this point, they gave up the message and let the ship stop quietly in the void. Silence all communication information, except for necessary energy supplies. Turn off most of the engine power. The starship drifted silently in the void, and on the observation scale of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it was almost like a grain of dust. Even if the enemy starts to scan the surrounding environment immediately after passing through the astral tunnel, it is difficult to find traces. Yalisha strictly implemented her previous ideas, and she squatted here, waiting for things to happen. Hit if you can, and slip if you can't. And after seeing the green leather fleet chasing the caravan of beautiful girls, Yalisha fell into a somewhat awkward situation. Leaving aside those frigates with a bunch of small-sized weapons, it is very difficult to penetrate the defense system on the main cruiser. But those 4 destroyers cannot be ignored. The medium-sized firepower loaded on them can really pose a threat. But to be honest, it's not like there's no chance of winning. There's still 4 ships in the beautiful girl caravan, and together with them, there is still a chance of victory, even quite high, -% or even -%. However, a -% to -% winning rate is not enough for Yalisha to gamble. The bet loses nothing, so why not retreat a wave, go back to shake people, gather the entire Pegasus fleet, and eliminate these greenskins is not difficult. As for the safety of Star Fury, forget it. There is nothing to save a planet with an annual quota of 500 million tax coins. The cost of a frigate can be as high as 100 million if it is cheap, and Fu Xiaoxing has to pay years of taxes to afford a frigate. But for Gu Hang, the concept is completely different. It's okay for Yalisha to withdraw, and it's over for New Xiaoxing. He strongly urged Yalisha to participate in the battle. This is how the conflict between the two arose. Yalisha was not very willing. During the debate, Gu Hang didn't say it explicitly, but vaguely mentioned that there were of his soldiers on the starship. Yalisha's face darkened immediately. It's a threat even if you don't say it explicitly. She hoped that Gu Hang would bring the troops up, just in case. Greenskins like to use gang-hopping tactics in space naval battles, which is written in the Navy's teaching ethics. Although there were Marines on the starship, but with more soldiers, it would definitely feel more secure. However, who knew that this time became Gu Hang's sharp weapon to threaten her? Once civil strife breaks out on the starship, let alone whether her Marines can suppress the soldiers under Gu Hang's command, there is no doubt that it will last for a long time. The internal strife among the ships will pose a fatal threat to the safety of the quintet. Gu Hang could tell that Yalisha was held back. He didn't continue to use this topic, but continued to force it. It really hurt both sides. That's what made the greenskins on the opposite side laugh. Afterwards, he softened his tone, said a few words about defending the Empire, protecting caravans, and eliminating alien enemies, and drew another picture. There is no doubt that a great contribution has been made. A cruiser, fighting independently, annihilated an entire green leather fleet consisting of 4 destroyers and 8 frigates. This feat is extremely brilliant, let alone in the Tianma fleet. It can be seen in the entire Imperial Navy. They can all be said. Even with such a solid foundation and enough family background to support her, her military rank may be able to move up in a short period of time. There is a huge threshold between the ranks of Brigadier General and Major General. Normally, Brigadier Generals would not be called generals, but Major Generals were serious generals, and no one would question them. If it really comes true, she may be the youngest general in the history of the entire Tiamat Star region, and no one would dare to say that she was promoted by relying on the shadow of some family. Her reputation will be widely spread beyond the Pegasus Star region, so that her reputation will rise in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region and even the entire Eastern universe. Among them, a new general star is rising. These words made Yalisha's heart skip a beat. It's not that she couldn't think of it herself, it's just that she was pointed out and the feeling she was thinking in the center was different. Under the combination of the two, Yalisha finally gritted her teeth, ordered the ship to leave the silent state, fully prepared to fire, and contacted the beautiful maiden. things have developed to the present situation. Gu Hang contributed to the current situation with all his efforts, but what he can influence in the future is very limited. Ship command is not his ability. He can only be a bystander for a while. Strangely beautiful. In this entire starry sky, there are a total of more than a dozen space giant ships on both sides, projecting fierce firepower on each other. The rays of light, light spots, shells of different colors, the void shields and energy shields light up when hit. The flashes of various colors, the fire that exploded after the artillery fire hit the ship. At least on the scale that Gu Hang can observe on the bridge of the quintet, the strike effect from the Thinker array, and the schematic diagram of the battle screen, you can clearly see it. The lonely starry sky became lively. It's just that these beautiful brilliance all contain terrifying power and fatal damage. However, when Gu Hang was a bystander, he was not simply watching the excitement, that he carefully observed Yalisha, combined with the current situation of the battlefield, combined with the various instructions issued by Yalisha, and worked hard to absorb and learn all kinds of knowledge about space naval combat. He didn't quite understand many of the situations that happened and the responses made by the female brigadier general, but that didn't stop him from trying to write them down. When I have the opportunity to send some theoretical study books, I may be able to grow. It is really useless for him to learn these things now, but Gu Hang has already deeply realized how important space power is in this interstellar era. This is the decisive force. In the future, if conditions permit, he will of course form his own navy. Maybe with luck, he will be able to extract the Navy's technology soon. It's better to say goodbye, and I can't afford to take it out. The Starship is a top-level manufacturing industry that cannot be touched until the productivity of the planet is highly developed. While thinking wildly, he realized that the confrontation between the two fleets had reached a fever pitch. Not long after, the green leather frigate, which had been hit by the quintet's macro artillery and its energy shield was overloaded, also exploded in the air. It was the concentrated fire of the Beautiful Maid and two other frigates that blew it up. The caravan led by Gu Hang's cousin also has experienced warship commanders. IT keenly captured the influence of the battle situation caused by the firing of the quintet and completed the fatal blow. This is the second ship that has exploded since the beginning of the naval battle. With the loss of two ships, the firepower of the Greenskin fleet has been reduced by almost a quarter. The result of the quintet's victory from the ambush state was enough to tilt the balance of victory in their favor by 10 percentage points again. If the Greenskin fleet on the opposite side is replaced by a rational human host, the best choice at this moment may be to run away quickly. But unfortunately, that is not the style of Greenskins. They still continued to rush upwards under the firepower of the human ships. After paying the price of another destroyer and two frigates blowing up, they blew up one frigate of the caravan and successfully boarded the other two ships, putting in the boarding force. The firepower of the ship that was jumped to log and soon became very weak, and an explosion occurred inside. Whether they can finally drive out the registered green-skinned orcs is still unknown, but at least for now, the help they can provide in naval battles has dropped by at least half. The pressure of the battle is getting bigger and bigger. As the green-skinned ships approached, even though they had lost 5 ships, their firepower became stronger instead. This was due to the closer distance between the two sides. The quintet is indeed strong and powerful, and 4 of the first 5 green-skinned warships were lost by it. The L-class large-scale naval gun, the Wrath of the Loyal Heir, is full of power. However, when those green-skinned ships separated some ships and reached a distance of -kilometers from the quintet, after the superstandard firepower accuracy of the green-skinned ships was greatly improved, the quintet was quite it feels like 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. The most direct manifestation is that the void shield has turned purple, and there is even a tendency to further change to red, and the green-skinned heavy artillery has begun to have shells that can pass through the shield and hit the ship's armor. While on the bridge, Gu Hang felt the large vibrations of the hull several times. Even the hull stabilization devices can't completely dispel the large vibration, which probably caused the exact damage to the ship. Even if it wasn't a big deal, it would cost a lot of money to repair the ship later. However, Correspondingly, in order to achieve such an effect, the Orc fleet lost another frigate. Now, their remaining ships are only 2 destroyers and 4 frigates. In Gu Hang's perception, the battle has reached the final critical stage. He was deeply impressed by the bravery of the Greenskin fleet and their fighting spirit to the end. For the human side, victory is almost at hand, but the remaining question is how to pay. Although the human side has only exploded 1 frigate so far, the void shields of the remaining 3 ships of the Beautiful Girl Caravan have all been overloaded, and 2 of them have been invaded by gangsters, which is in danger. Even the quintet, the void shield, is also about to turn red. If in the end, the Green Fleet is completely wiped out, but the caravan of beautiful girls is completely wiped out, and the quintet is severely damaged, the result will be quite uncomfortable. The added political ramifications would also be a bit serious. Gu Hang also heard Martin's sigh beside him. It would be great if the strength of our battle group is still there. We can jump over 200 people, and with a certain number of mortal auxiliary troops, it is enough to conquer an entire ship. According to the chapter leader, they have done this kind of thing before. Gu Hang patted him on the shoulder and was about to say something, but saw many lights on the bridge suddenly turned red. This is a dangerous signal. The Thinker Array sent the message. Warning, there are many places in our hull that have been invaded. The Greenskin landing ships deceive the interception system through some unknown energy technology. We only shot down 70% of the landing ships, of which including a large number of decoy pods. It is currently estimated that Dash landing pods have successfully landed, and more than Dash green-skinned orcs have entered the hull. The Marine Corps has already exchanged fire with it, but it is currently at a disadvantage. Yalisha suddenly looked at Gu Hang. It's time for you to make a difference. Gu Hang didn't say anything. He turned his head and left. It is indeed time for him to pay, so there is nothing to say. So let's go. Lacroxia is thinking about an important question. What is the value of life? He didn't think about this shit question before. When wandering with the tribe in the early years, all I thought about was how to eat more food so as not to be hungry. Later, I became an adventurer, and it was also for food. And after becoming an adventurer, it was essentially for a bite of food. Later, all the brothers from the same wandering tribe died, and he joined the beast slaughter group. He was able to eat enough, but the goal became to fight green skins for the brothers who had fought side by side. Revenge. Later, the people above didn't know what to say, and he changed from an adventurer to a serious regular army unit under the governor's banner, with a military rank and a designation for the unit. But he didn't have much to say about it, or even support it. The food can be fuller, and the governor-general also gave out equipment and weapons, which are much better than the garbage used when I was an adventurer before. Moreover, there are heavy equipment such as artillery and armored vehicles of other friendly forces to provide them with support. This will obviously greatly increase their efficiency in eliminating greenskins. So what's the point of being unhappy? Support. Some time ago, the green skin of the tower ruins was dried up. According to the officer above, in order to prevent these green skins from multiplying, it is necessary to ensure that all areas of the ruins of the tower are burned with flames. He sometimes wonders, can the waste energy storm that often blows up in the ruins of the tower replace the fire? But even if you don't care about those, the big problem is solved anyway. Even if there are occasional green skins regenerating in the future, the number cannot be too many all at once. Just destroy and burn them again. Just as he and his comrades were chatting with each other, guessing whether their performance this time was enough to win back the title of Beast Slaughter Squad that originally belonged to them from the governor, a new task has been issued. They will take a transport spacecraft and enter a starship docked in planetary orbit to perform tasks. When hearing this mission, Lacroxia and his comrades were dumbfounded. Is this going to heaven? He has looked up at the starry sky countless times, but he never thought that one day he would be able to leave the surface and fight in the starry sky. They were inexplicably excited, although they could think that it might be a very dangerous thing. But when they got on the spaceship, they saw that the outside was getting farther and farther away from the ground, so that they jumped out of the atmosphere and looked down from a distance, almost being able to see the entire planet when the whole picture of the original boundless land turned into an arc, and then turned into a planet mixed with khaki and gray-blue. He still felt a huge sense of shock. It turns out that this is the world we live in. This is the angry owl star that our ancestors have lived for generations. It is even difficult for him to describe the touch in his heart, and his comrades may also have the same mentality. The comrades who were still chatting with each other were all silent now. The transport spacecraft carried their group and slowly approached the super-huge steel creation hovering in the void. A hatch opens, the transport ship enters, and then the hatch closes, seemingly filled with gas. Another door opened, and the spaceship went inside again, and there was a huge airport-like place. Through multiple exits, transport spaceships entered one after another. The hatches opened, and groups of soldiers came down. Soon, he didn't have time to look around. And the transport spaceship he was in also opened the hatch, and their entire company walked down like this and followed the instructions of the ground crew waiting below, walking all the way in and enter the land. Team Camp. The temporary residence assigned to them is very crowded. Their entire class was squeezed into a narrow space of a few square meters. There are 4 sets of beds here, and each set of beds is close together, leaving an aisle of about -centimeters in the middle. Each set of beds has 3 floors, and in theory, it can sleep a total of 12 people. There are still 2 free beds for us to store things. That's how they rant. There is a cafeteria for eating, and the food is completely synthetic starch. It is said that if you eat it for a long time, it will be very greasy, but at least now they feel good as long as they can eat enough. Maybe they will really get bored in the future, but will they stay on the starship until then? However, it is said that in some places on the starship, there are markets and bars, and they can have something different, but they have never seen it, and they are not allowed to walk around on the starship. Even these rumors came from some restless soldiers in the company who came to the cafeteria to eat like those, but didn't like to communicate with them very much, the so-called Starship Marines chatted. Lacroxia has no interest in these. What he cared about was a thought that came to him after he came to the starry sky in a transport spaceship and saw the magnificent picture. What is the value of life? He didn't know why he thought about such boring things, but there was nothing else to do in the narrow and closed cabin during this time. He just thought about it for several days, but he didn't think about it. To this day, the scarlet lights are flashing everywhere, and the sirens sounded one after another. He and his comrades, after receiving the order, left the cabin where they lived and gathered outside. Everyone is very disturbed. They know that now it seems that there has been a war. The starships are constantly firing, engaging the Greenskin fleet. This is different from their past war experience. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy was and how bad the situation was, they were all down to earth and fighting with the weapons in their hands that to some extent, life and death are controlled by oneself. But right now, they are far away from their hometown and the planet. It is said that it takes a long time for light to fly. If the naval battle fails, all of them will be buried in this sea of stars. But soon their task arrived. He saw the company commander and the instructor say a few words, and then ordered the whole company to set off. After walking outside for a few 10 minutes, amidst a violent explosion, he saw with his own eyes that almost all the members of the next row were engulfed in flames and debris. Then, while dizzy, he saw a figure rushing from behind the breach. He raised his gun almost subconsciously and instinctively and shot there. Although it probably looks like a person, Lacroxia is very sure and familiar with it. It is a greenskin. And indeed, his shot even saved the life of the company commander. Driven by him, many comrades around him opened fire, and the greenskin was quickly hit by the concentrated fire and died on the spot. However, more greenskins rushed in, stepping on the still burning flames. A bloody battle, caught off guard like this, broke out at a very short distance. There is no heavy firepower, no artillery, no armored vehicles. In the environment inside the starship, it is difficult to deploy these things. All they have is guns in their hands and a will of steel. As more and more greenskins poured in, they couldn't even continue shooting, so they could only hold their bayonets and go up to fight. There's almost no room for any commanding art to be played in a random fight, and the two sides fought bravely with blood. Bayonets, bullets, blood, stumps. These things are flying randomly in this narrow passage. There was nothing left in Lacroxia's head. Only assassination moves one after another. The comrades around him fell down one by one and made up one after another. He has been fine, even if he was hit in the chest by a green leather machete. The plastic steel bulletproof armor plate saved his life. Turn around. Regardless of the pain in his ribs and being knocked to the ground by the greenskin's force, he stabbed the bayonet fiercely into the neck of the unbalanced greenskin. Lacroxia, whose face was covered with blood, pushed the corpse away vigorously and stood up gasping for breath. And this seems to be the last green skin, and there are no other living enemies in sight right now. But in this purgatory-like scene, there were only 7 people standing like him. Lacroxia looked bewildered. A company of 120 men, only 7 left? He couldn't count the number of corpses that filled the corridor, especially some of the corpses were in bad shape. He only knew that almost all the people he knew were dead, and the 7 in front of him were unfamiliar. They were all covered in blood, and they all looked dazed. The 7 of them got together instinctively, and for a long time, no one dared to speak. In the end, it was Lacroxia who spoke. Here, who is the highest rank. He still remembered that the company instructor had taught them many military regulations during the previous surface battles. If the team is broken up, the surrounding soldiers should gather spontaneously, with the highest rank as the temporary command. Now, it should be regarded as being broken up, right? Or should it be counted as being beaten? I'm a private. A timid voice sounded. I was just added to the 3rd Independent Regiment. I'm also a private. I'm a private. I'm a private. After listening in a circle, they are all big soldiers. Lacroix scratched his head, really not knowing what to do now. Not a single officer left, right? What should we do? In a trance, he saw that everyone's eyes were looking at him. He remembered that he hadn't declared his military rank yet. I'm a corporal. When he was first reorganized, he was just a private soldier. After fighting the battle in the ruins of the tower, he was considered an old man of the B Slaughter Regiment, and he was awarded the rank of corporal when he was awarded honors on a large scale. A corporal means that he possesses the D1 rank in Fushing City, which is equivalent to the propaganda. Food rations and training allowances combined are enough for him to live a life that is much better than food and clothing. In the future, if he stops serving as a soldier, he will be transferred at the same level, so he will be guaranteed in the future that, in the event of a war, combat allowances will also be issued. He was promoted quickly. In his class, only the squad leader was a sergeant, and the deputy squad leader was a sergeant. Other than that, he was considered higher. But in general, in the entire company, is still a small shrimp. As a result, he heard the private first class say, "So, it seems that you are the highest rank, and we are all at your command now." Lacroix was stunned. I can't do it." But then he quickly calmed down again. This is not power, but responsibility, and he cannot be shirked. According to the regulations, he has to shoulder this responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to understand the question he had been thinking about before. I dare not say it far away. At least his current value is to lead the 3 ND Company of the 6th Battalion of the 2 RD Independent Regiment, and there are only 7 surviving members. The last seedlings of Company 362 are all here. What are you going to do next? Their previous mission was to station an area B-7752 and eliminate all alien enemies that appeared there. However, the company commander and the instructor may know where B-7752 is. How could he, a corporal, know? Scratching his head, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. He greeted and said, "Come on, let's go over there and see if we can find other friendly troops." If there were friendly troops, especially officers, he seemed to be relieved of responsibility. Fully armed, nearly 3 meters tall, and wearing super heavy armor, Genie Madfong pushed open the half-rotten hatch and was the first to walk out of the landing ship. What greeted him was more than 30 electromagnetic rifles and laser guns firing intensively. His armor clanged, but it didn't stop him for a moment. With a pair of mechanical thighs, he rushed forward quickly, shielding the green boys behind him from the wind and rain, and at the same time leaving room for them to form formation. And in the process, he raised his left arm, The multiple-barreled rocket launcher mounted under the forearm shot out a nest full of rockets, blowing up the elite Marine soldiers in the row in front of them and the few people who were coming up behind the belt to support them. The violent explosion even caused some damage to the cabin of the metal corridor. Several potholes were blasted out, and the cracked mechanical structure and the evacuating group below the potholes could also be seen. There seems to be a reflector of the quintet to intercept the gun bay of the laser cannon. Quang Fong grinned, and his smile was very ferocious. And this harvest? He raised his hand again and pointed the rocket launcher down. The self-loading structure has already stuffed a new batch of rockets into the magazine, and there are 2 orc boys carrying a large bag, putting more than a dozen rockets from the armored entrance at the buttocks of the Mad Teeth. The cannonballs were replenished into Crazy Fong's combat backpack. The next moment, more than a dozen rockets flew out and bombarded the independent gun bay below. The Reflexor operating gun crew consisted of dozens of people and was reimbursed almost instantly. The energy storage device of the reflector laser cannon also exploded, creating a bigger gap in the surrounding area. The fire wave of the explosion even spread to the upper floor. Genie Madfong was not affected, but several unlucky greenskin boys were sucked in by the explosion and thrown out of the ship. Without the life support system and gravity system of the ship, these guys who entered the void, even the green-skinned orcs with strong vitality, would have no possibility of survival. But it doesn't matter. The value of destroying a naval gun is much higher than a group of unlucky boys being blown away. Seeing such a splendid explosion happening right in front of their eyes, the living boys were extremely happy. Crazy Tooth laughed too. He waved back and shouted to the boys to get out of the landing pod quickly. They were going to go inside. As the warlord of the 10th plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan, he is the leader of the entire fleet. Today, he will fight in person to completely win this war. The supreme commander of the fleet personally joined the battle. He was reckless to the point of being stupid, but he was green-skinned enough. If you really want to say that Genie Kuang-Yao personally led the most elite combat boys under his command to jump into the quintet and personally participate in the battle, there's a lot of reason for that. The sudden appearance of the quintet made their originally surefire battle suddenly extremely disadvantaged. The casualties of a destroyer and a frigate caused by the sneak attack directly tilted the balance of victory towards the opponent. In the follow-up naval battle, the quintet showed strong firepower and strong defense. If the bombardment continues like this, there will be more bad luck than good luck. If you want to win, you have to think of other ways. You can give up charging the energy shield, overload the firepower system, and hope that the entire fleet will conduct a concentrated and let-it-all firepower strike to achieve key results. It is also possible to use the so-called hunting swarm tactics to disperse ships through excellent maneuverability and more numbers to conduct three-dimensional turning operations, avoiding maintaining a relatively balanced speed with the quintet, but using instantaneous acceleration and deceleration. The method allows the relative speed of the two sides to produce large and frequent variables, reducing the amount of firepower that is fired in advance and accurately locked. Or, just like what the Greenskin fleet is doing now, the so-called approach tactics, rushing against the firepower, rushing to the position close to the face, shooting at full speed at close range. There is no room for dodge, no chance of interception. Most of the firepower has to be carried hard, and the fight is who has the strongest ships and who has the most ships. However, the options seem to be many, but in fact there are very few that can be implemented. Hunting swarm tactics is not suitable for the Greenskin fleet. That if you want to implement the hunting swarm tactics, well, you need strong ship mobility, and you also need to have more accurate firepower. Greenskin battleships are generally not suitable for this kind of work. They have strong firepower, but not accurate enough. They're fast, but not flexible enough. Humans are relatively fond of this tactic, and those who like to use this kind of hunting swarm tactics the most are those who call themselves the Eldar. Kuang-Ya hates that kind of opponent the most. He can't catch up, can't fight, and is bombarded by people around him, but as long as he seizes a chance and fights hard, there will be decisive results. As for close tactics, that's what the Greenskins are doing. They're even crazier. The the last order Kuan Yin left before leaving his flagship to jump to the gang was to ask the fleet to turn off the power, turn off the energy protection, overload the firepower system, and blast it to death with all its strength. Quintet no. But looking at the current situation, they might not be able to rush forward, and they don't know how many ships will be blown up halfway. For those who can rush in, the overall firepower and protection may not be as strong as the quintet. In order to be able to make the crazy plan of close-in tactics and full firepower successful, he personally led people to help. Although he is the fleet warden, but in terms of the characteristics of the greenskins, no matter what group it is, the one who can become the boss and leader must be the most powerful among them. The same is undoubtedly true of Genie Madfong. Of course, he would also be worried that if the landing module had not had time to enter Xiaomi's ship during the attack, the interception firepower would be blown up. This is very possible, even if a lot of decoy pods are invested, and WAC force is used to camouflage and silence the landing pod, so that it is not easy to be locked, but these cannot be guaranteed. %. However, now that he has successfully boarded the ship, the remaining problems are simple. Those human shrimps. Who is his opponent? In his past fighting career, he had killed countless shrimps, even including some big guys in cans and some shrimps he had also hacked to death. The group of big shrimps wearing yellow cans had left a deep impression on him. He had to admit that those guys were very powerful, but unfortunately, he and his subordinates won in the end. And it is precisely because of that feat and that fierce battle that he became bigger, greener, and stronger, and he also won the favor of the boss of the Iron-Tooth clan. The warlord Kuro, Iron-Tooth, served as overseer of the 10th rating fleet. But today, in this ship, can't there still be a group of big canned shrimps? There is no such powerful thing. He is confident. Under his leadership, even if the number of his most elite troops is small, they will definitely be able to smash through the entire starship all the way. In fact, it is true. After boarding the ship, he almost single-handedly wiped out a group of Marines on the quintet and then destroyed a Mad Tooth that was defending the laser cannon. He led his elite troops and began to build the most core area inside. Start the assault. This backbone is not without encountering obstacles. On the contrary, it was the most elite troops on the quintet who came to intercept him. A maximum of 3 armed forces can be enlisted on the quintet, of which 1 are the standing Marines. This is a group of T4 level troops with good weapons and equipment. They don't even look at the G-Series live ammunition rifles. They use either L-Series laser rifles or HS-Series electromagnetic rifles. After realizing the raid by the elite greenskin troops, the commander of the Marine Corps ordered the most elite troops under his command to bring the best weapons to join the battle. The 2 most important weapons are the Rambler Chariot and the Foxhound Mech. The former will not be mentioned. The reason why it is not equipped with vehicles larger than the Rambler tank, such as the Lion tank, is because the combat environment in the starship does not allow the Lion to drive around. Although the Rambler is quite big, it is still 2 numbers smaller than the heavy tank, and it can still run on many main roads inside the starship. As for the latter, it is essentially a human, a machine servant, and a product of Mechanicum. During the mechanical transformation, in addition to removing part of the brain and turning it into a mechanical servant who can only obey orders, a super large body transformation was also carried out. From the outside, it no longer looks like a human being, and almost the entire body has been mechanized. Its shape is like a half-standing hound. The legs are purely mechanical, recurved knee structures. The head structure that houses the brain has a shape of like dogs. A large number of sensors are integrated. Its overall size is more than 2 meters high. It is equipped with heavy machine guns, and it has hard ceramic steel armor. Even if a space soldier comes, it will take some effort to dismantle it. It is a very precious Mechanicus product, and there are only 150 units on the entire starship. Half an hour after Genie Crazy Tooth rushed towards the inner pig, the first batch of elite Marines assembled consisted of Foxhound mechs, Rambler armored vehicles, and more than 1,000 Marines, plus 2,000 armed sailors. As a result, their defense line was pierced by a wave of mad teeth. The rocket in his hand seemed to be blessed by some mysterious power. It was extremely accurate and even had a certain tracking effect. Above his left shoulder, there is also a Melta-cannon. His firepower alone was already at its peak. Moreover, he wasn't fighting independently. In the process of advancing all the way, many greenskins who landed from other places instinctively gathered here when they smelled the boss. Now, the number of greenskins following Kwanya has also exceeded 1,000. Moreover, the greenskin boys following behind him are elite. Not only are each of them taller than the greenskins, but they also have powerful armor, larger caliber, more violent firearms, and enough explosives. What's more, compared to the small infantry mech, the killing pot in the greenskins and the larger death tin pot are not weak. With the warlord of Crazy Fangs as their arrows, they charge fiercely. When Kwanya blasted the fire positions of the mecha soldiers with melta cannons and multiple rockets, then charged to the short range, fired another round of rockets, and then picked up the axe to slash wildly. The green-skinned walking mechs and elite infantry also rushed up. The scale of the battle may not be particularly large, but the bloodiness is full. After losing all the infantry fighters and all the infantry combat vehicles, the elite Marines who blocked the way fought to the death for another 15 minutes, killing more than 60% of their troops. Immediately afterwards, the collapse of the armed sailors triggered a general collapse. Actually, don't be too harsh. Even if they all have infinite will to fight, and all of them are willing to sacrifice their lives for this battle, it's nothing more than blocking time for a while, and it can't change the outcome. Of course, the greenskins also paid a big price. There were at least green-skinned orcs, and more than green-skinned armors of various types were also killed in the battle. The two sides lost a total of hundreds of machines of various types, adding up to nearly 10 human lives, and all of this happened in only about 800 minutes on a battlefield that did not exceed 1.1 meters in front, back, left, and right. Corpses and mechanical wreckage are no longer so simple everywhere. Meters of corpses are not enough to pave, and they're piled on top of each other. If the Greenskin army wants to go further, they're all stepping on broken limbs and wreckage. Crazy Fong himself is fine, but with him and the remaining greenskins, their fighting powers still remained, and they could still continue to attack. But on the contrary, the Marine Corps was unable to gather a wave of troops comparable to just now to stop it in a short period of time. Along the way, only a few small troops existed. The brave soldiers tried to use their lives to delay the advance of the greenskin boarding troops and delay the time for the friendly forces. However, Yalish on the command bridge fell into panic. Through the information sent back from the front line, she recognized that it was the jumping gang led by the orc warlord himself. She immediately realized that nothing could stop this orc warlord just with the battle preparations on the quintet. On the one hand, she was inconceivable to the recklessness of this orc warlord. In her opinion, how could a fleet commander-in-chief, the fleet commander, personally lead the team to jump gang raids? It's too easy to die on the interception firepower network without knowing why, and once you die like that, it is worthless. But on the other hand, reality just slapped her hard across the face. That formidable individual strength, the terrifying advantage brought on the battlefield, was magnified to the extreme in the special environment of the starship. This is not an open-ground battlefield. All battles take place inside the starship. No matter how open the place is, it is limited. It is also impossible to deploy heavy artillery groups tens of kilometers behind to attack the enemy. Under a limited environment, an invincible orc warlord equipped with heavy armor, invulnerable, and full of single-target firepower is simply a nightmare for any line of defense. What made her panic even more was that the beast seemed to have an extremely keen fighting sense. The direction of his assault did not go the wrong way. It was heading towards the core area of the starship, the center of the power engine. Once killed there, what will happen is unimaginable. At present, the naval battle has reached a critical moment. Just now, they blew up another enemy frigate. However, the distance between the two sides was further shortened. Due to the attack of the boarding troops on the quintet, multiple firepower platforms failed to fire. This caused the anti-bombing to become slightly weaker, and the void shield of one's own side had also turned red, and more firepower began to pass through the void shield, directly challenging the armor of the cruiser. Similarly, those green-skinned warships are also under greater pressure, and the L-level specification of the wrath of loyal heirs is still terrifying. When the bayonet was read, if the interior of the quintet was stabbed a little harder, the ship's power failure, the weapon system, and the energy supply of the void shield had problems, it would be a devastating blow in an instant. How to do? Who else can stop that beast? The last straw was on Gu Hang's body. The planetary governor not only brought Dash soldiers, but also 4 space fighters. She immediately used the communication system to get in touch with Gu Hang, who had already left the bridge to mobilize troops. You gotta fix this right now. We're one ship. The quintet is dead. None of us will survive. On the side of the communicator, Gu Hang's voice quickly responded with a very simple sentence. I know, I'm here. His voice was quite steady. Yalisha felt more at ease. She didn't know if Gu Hang and the space warriors who were with him could stop the Orc warlord. But now, she has no choice but to trust Governor Gu. At this time, she began to feel lucky again that she had let Gu Hang on board. Gu Hang didn't fool Yalisha. His troops were indeed in place. Not just him, not just the 4 phoenixes. Relying on their strength is not enough to stop an army. Alongside him were the 1st and 2nd battalions of the Sheafing Brigade and a regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division. Previously, he already knew the frightening news that the Marine Corps unit was completely wiped out in 10 minutes. The troops under him were no stronger than the elite Marines that were quickly wiped out. If possible, he didn't want his army to face such a cruel battle. But this is war. In war, there is no choice. Genie Kwangya already felt that he was not far from success. Now he can even smell the smell coming from the core engine power compartment of the shrimp ship. Destroy it there, and victory will fall into his hands. But soon, a group of new soldiers appeared in front of them, blocking their progress. Kwang Fong was slightly puzzled. The clothes of these new soldiers are not the same as the Shami we met before. Neither are those shrimps in the Marine Corps who hold laser guns and electromagnetic rifles. They're not as powerful as those shrimps, but they're not those armed sailors. They're a little stronger than them. But soon Kwangya didn't care anymore. Anyway, they're all dried shrimps. Just kill them. The 100 or so people also planted bombs on the road, but it was meaningless. The psychic boy and artisan boy who followed him in the assault had a way to discover these ambush bombs in advance and then detonate them in advance. Occasionally, there is a leak. In fact, it is not a big problem that a green-skinned boy who is generally fried may not be able to be killed if he is a little farther away, let alone an armored unit. After the bombs failed, the rest of the battle was bloody confrontation or one-sided massacres. The strongest firepower of this company is nothing more than some bombs and a small number of rocket launchers. Even the configuration of mechas and armored vehicles in front was cleaned up like melons and vegetables, let alone them. In 3 to 5 minutes, the entire company was almost wiped out. The fact that they suffered such a high loss in the deadly battle was not because they were unwilling to retreat, but because they had no time to run or could not run away even if they ran, and were shot to death more quickly with their backs turned to the enemy. However, their lives are not worthless. At least slowed down the Orc commandos for a few minutes. In just a few minutes, Gu Hang and his elite team completed the defense arrangement outside the core engine power cabin. In fact, there is nothing to arrange. Even if you want to build some firepower points and some bunkers, it is very difficult on the starship, not on the surface of the planet. Foxholes can be dug in the wild, and various waste and building materials can be used to build bunkers in the ruins of the city on the starship. There are either various rooms or various wide or narrow passages. Unless the internal structure of itself has a place to hide bullets, otherwise flesh and blood can shoot at each other. Or simply when you meet love at the corner, you will directly enter the bloody battle of progress. In such an environment, the green-skinned Orcs' affairs were obviously serious. Humans also have bulletproof armor plates, but greenskins also have armor made from scrap metal. No one is worse than the other. Compared to the physical resistance, Kwangya's elite guards can carry 200 bullets per person, which is much stronger than humans. What Gu Hang can use is more people and stronger firepower. The battle location he chose was a crossroads. Taking the direction of the starship as the north, the greenskin commando came from south to north, and they must pass through a wide intersection on the way. Gu Hang deployed heavy troops in the north direction of the intersection, that is, the direction leading to the engine compartment. The 2 battalions of the Extinguishing Wind Brigade are all here, but they are not piled up particularly thickly. Instead, they use infantry chariots as shelters, roadblocks, and firepower points. Soldiers set up numerous obstacles on the 8-meter wide passage. If the green skin wants to reach the power cabin, starting from this crossroad, every meter in the future must step over the corpse of the angry owl. At the same time, troops were also deployed on the 2 slightly narrower passages in the east and west of the intersection. The 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division deployed a combat battalion on each side. The entire row of soldiers lay down, the row behind squatted, and the row behind stood up. They pointed their guns at the intersection, and there were bazooka soldiers ready at the back, waiting for the green-skinned orcs to attack them with full firepower. At the same time, there was a reserve force consisting of a battalion also from the 22nd Regiment. They stand by on the fringes of the battle and will flank the greenskins' rear from the south of the crossroads once the battle begins. Gu Hang prepared a big net for them, but the key to this big net lies in himself and the 4 phoenixes. Before boarding the starship, Gu Hang had already upgraded himself by 1 level. The battle of annihilating the green-skinned orcs in the ruins of the high tower not only provided a large amount of reward points, but also fully filled his experience points, reaching the level where he could be promoted to level 5. Upgrading to level 5 requires a full dash gift points. That brings a little bit of physique, a little bit of spirituality. In addition to this, there is a new talent. When boarding the starship, he thought that when facing the greenskin fleet, he might have to deal with their gang-jumping operations. Although he never thought that Tiaobong would really threaten the safety of the quintet, but at that time he ordered a layer of psionic energy to plan ahead. And this brought him an upgraded talent, Advanced Mind Control. Advanced Mind Control. This talent will replace mind control. You can now apply psionic powers more powerfully, directly controlling physical objects, spirituality +2. There is no new talent coming, but this upgraded version of Mind Control is quite reliable. Mind Control is a versatile and powerful psionic spell with outstanding effects. What's more, after replacing it with Advanced Thought Power Control, the spirituality is a little more. So far, Gu Hang's total spiritual attribute has reached 20 points. His attributes become like this. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV5, Inexperience cannot upgrade. Physique, 10, Spirituality, 20. Characteristics, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of the Angry Owl Star, Enemy of Storm. Talent, Body Protection Aura, Advanced Mind Control, Mind Manipulation. In this wave, Gu Hang's own strength has improved a lot. The spiritual attribute has been increased by 2 points, which means that his spiritual energy strength and the power of spiritual spells are more than doubled than before. As a psyker who has been promoted to the 5th level in fully activated spirituality, Gu Hang is already very strong. Still taking the Star Warrior as an example, before the upgrade, he could barely fight against an ordinary Star Warrior one-on-one. But now, it's not a big problem for him to kill a veteran. He is basically better than a battle group warrior, and he can barely fight against a company champion of Martin's level. And his improved strength this time will be of great help to the next battle to eliminate the warlord of the Orc fleet. And as long as they can get rid of the Orc warlord, then it is meaningful for him to use the troops at hand to set up this encirclement net, which can ensure that all the green-skinned orcs are wiped out here, basically solving this round of gang-jumping tactics threat. There may still be some living green-skinned orcs scattered around the ship, but it's gone. If you can't do it, don't say anything, either die here or explode in space with the starship. This is a naval battle in space. If the ship explodes, there's really no way out. All preparations were made, and the battle came quickly. Quan Ya came a little faster than expected. The commando he led appeared at the southern end of the intersection. After a door was violently demolished by them, a group of green boys rushed up. The firepower of infantry vehicles and soldiers quickly filled the entire passage. Even if the 5 green-skinned boys were elite, no matter how good they were at fighting, they couldn't withstand being baptized by bullets in such an environment with no room to dodge. The broken iron armor on their bodies was smashed, and their strong bodies with strong resistance to blows rushed forward dozens of steps, and finally fell under the intensive firepower. But then the things that rushed up are not so easy to fight. Those are 2 parallel kill tanks. The cannons on the infantry combat vehicles can still cause effective damage to them, but they cannot be eliminated quickly in the same way. The cannons in the hands of these 2 killing cans can also penetrate the armor of the walker in reverse. As they advance, they fire. Under their cover, the orc boys were also advancing. The 2 sides began to shoot fiercely, and the human soldiers began to suffer casualties here. An infantry combat vehicle was blown up, taking away several soldiers nearby, but at the same time, multiple rocket launchers fired their power and also blown up a killing tank that was riddled with machine guns. However, during this process, the team of green-skinned orcs has already advanced a certain distance. And after the killing can was overturned, the greenskins didn't want to just play around and rush forward. At least Kwang-ya couldn't bear this temper. He pushed away the kid who rushed faster than him, pushed away a fear tin can that was still about to rush upwards, and rushed to the front line by himself. The melta cannon on his shoulder fired directly, penetrating half of the passage. From this intense red light energy heat fusion line, 3 infantry vehicles were pierced with a big hole and further melted from the pierced part. The 3 vehicles immediately misfired, and none of the infantry standing on this line survived. The rocket pod on his left arm was also completely emptied, and a violent explosion occurred on the position of the human soldiers. The rain of bullets that was still densely covering the entire passage suddenly fell silent for a moment. The Greenskin Brigade took this opportunity to charge forward quickly. Even if the firepower of the human soldiers was restored afterwards, their speed of travel was not particularly affected. The fleet overseer at the front blocked most of the firepower with his huge and strong body. Even if the machine guns on the infantry chariot hit him in a concentrated and dense manner, the effect it caused was indeed a literal metal storm. The bullets were metal, and the bullets hit him like the wind blowing on him. Most people walk a bit slowly. But on the contrary, as long as the melta cannon on his shoulder is fully charged and the rocket pod in his hand is automatically filled, a round of firepower will annihilate a part of the human position, and the firepower will stop immediately, and we have to wait only when a wave of soldiers come up can the firepower be restored. Moreover, the firepower of the green-skinned orcs was not limited to Kwang-ya himself. The weapons equipped on the Fear Iron Can and the Killing Can are equally fierce. The orcs are still advancing. During this process, green-skinned orcs continue to fall, and killing jars were often destroyed. But at the same time, humans paid a higher price. As a frontline commander, Perbov's heart is bleeding. In his 1st Battalion, the 2 most precious companies, Waste Hole Company and Cordy Company, he arranged for the most difficult task, as the first echelon to stop the greenskins. But now, he can no longer contact these 2 companies. In just a few minutes, the 2 most elite companies in his hands were gone. Among these 2 companies, there are many of his fellows. Heartache, sadness, guilt, these emotions are all circling in his heart. However, as the frontline commander, he still had to be iron-hearted and put him into this extremely tragic battlefield as his confidant subordinate. These are good boys, but they just sprinkled their blood in a place so far away from their hometown. But this is precisely to defend the homeland. The 1st Battalion was empty of nearly half of its establishment, and the 2nd Battalion should take over. Before the new order is issued, even if they all die in this position, they must fight to the end. Soon, the Greenskins led by Kwang-ya arrived at the crossroads. At this time, in the passages on the east and west sides, the soldiers who had been arranged for a long time began to fire with all their strength. In addition to bullets, there are also a large number of rocket launchers, which are projected fiercely as infantry firepower. Although the 2 battalion commanders of the 22nd Regiment on both sides were unable to witness the tragic battle at the corner passage, the countless bullets passing by the intersection in front of them, and the orders from the monitor earphones, they knew how many minutes they were fighting. When there was no news of the two most elite companies within a short period of time, I was extremely nervous. They no longer want to think about life and death. They are considering that at the first moment of the battle, they must use all the firepower on hand as much as possible to fight with all their strength. If you don't do this, and you still want to keep the key weapon to play at the critical moment, I'm afraid there will be no chance to play it. To put it bluntly, they are some rocket launchers. But the greenskins were no fools. Seeing that the front is so heavily guarded, and there is another crossroads to be crossed soon, how can it be impossible not to be on guard? Not only did Crazy Fong stay here for a while, continuing to attract firepower, but it also waited for more orc mechs to come up. According to his strategy at that time, a part of the force will be allocated to attack on both sides, at least stand still until the large forces pass. The infantry on both sides also acted decisively and fired almost all the bazookas at once. In addition to the powerful bombing, all the commanders heard a new order in their ears. Alt assault. This is by no means an order that is easy to accept, but whether it is the soldiers of the Sheafing Brigade or the infantry of the 22nd Regiment, they all moved under the orders of the officers, instructors, and instructors. The moment of death has come. Charge with me. Officers, instructors, and instructors took the lead in action, and the soldiers followed closely. While firing, they rushed towards the center of the intersection. Those shrimps dared to take the initiative to charge. He really didn't expect it. In fact, the Shami we encountered along the way were all quite heroic, and almost all of them were able to fight them to the death with huge casualties. It's a pity that the ability is a little weaker, otherwise it would be more enjoyable to kill. But even so, those heroic soldiers are doing their best to avoid close combat with them, but hope to be able to delay them layer by layer, use long-range firepower, reduce their number, and hope that with more numerical advantages, they can persist until win the final victory. This was the first time they met Xiami, who dared to take the initiative to charge them. Interesting, but Kwanya didn't think there was anything to worry about. Maybe they have some special means, but it doesn't matter. Come on. Warlord Crazy Fong, fear nothing. He used berserk rockets and melta cannons to achieve great results again, and then amidst the ferocious exchange of fire for both sides, Xiami rushed forward. He took down the big axe hanging from his back, and with just one sweeping swing, 3 shrimps were chopped off by him. Then, another shrimp rushed over. But the human soldiers who rushed to his face were a little at a loss. Facing a steel giant nearly 3 meters high who was bombarded by machine guns intensively, it was no big deal. So what if they rushed up? Can a bullet penetrate armor at close range? Or can a bayonet penetrate it? However, the soldiers also have a way. Kwanya saw that there was a bomb on Xiami's body, but it was meaningless. In front of him, there was no chance to detonate the bomb. The little Xiami obviously miscalculated Kwanya's reaction and speed. His body, nearly 3 meters high, moved like lightning. With just one kick, the human soldier's chest collapsed, and he flew several meters away. Then there was another soldier who picked up the explosive package from his body and rushed over, and also pulled the fuse in advance. But this time he couldn't even get close, and took a bullet 6 or 7 meters away. The dynamite package that had been opened in advance exploded, but the heat wave and shock wave, separated by a few meters of course, could not help Kwanya, and even killed 2 human soldiers nearby. Generally speaking, the charge of the human soldiers was tragic, but it seemed meaningless. They didn't kill a few more greenskins, but the casualties became extremely large, as if they were dying in vain. According to this posture, I am afraid that it will not take long for people to die. Kwanya thought the same way, and felt that the opposite commander was out of his wits, even more stupid than the dumbest kid in the tribe. As soon as he finished thinking this way, he was hit hard. 2 blue light beams shot out from the formation of human soldiers. These 2 rays of light were definitely not ordinary attack methods. His armor was directly pierced, and there were 2 holes that were still smoking on his chest and head. This was a real injury. The shot to the head especially made him feel heartbroken. It's just that what the armor doesn't protect against, his skull does. His head wasn't pierced, but he could feel the pain in his forehead and the feeling that his bones were breaking. The chest was beaten more thoroughly, and the respiratory system was injured. Even for him, these two blows must have been a serious injury. Not fatal, but painful. The respiratory system was damaged, which made him feel a little fishy when he inhaled. The fracture of his forehead made him dizzy. In a daze, he saw two big shrimps in blood-red power armor standing at a distance of about 70 meters from him. It's time to calm down. At the same time, there were two big shrimps who were also wearing blood-red power armor, and they had rushed to a position only 10 meters away from him. Why didn't I see it before? Such a large target, even if it is mixed among the charging human soldiers, is extremely conspicuous. As long as it has eyes, it is impossible to see it. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to ponder the reason. At close range, the two big shrimps had already raised their weapons. The one who rushed forward was wearing a black skull helmet, and the weapon in his hand was a scepter. That was the head priest of Phoenix, Nicola Rizzo. It raised the tip of its staff and smashed it at the head of Genie Kwangya. Caught off guard, Quang Fong could barely dodge back, and at the same time swung his tomahawk vigorously, fighting head-on with the head priest. Tai, injured, suddenly attacked. Under the incomplete force this confrontation, the two actually just fought half a caddy. The gravitational field scepter in Rizzo's hand smashed Quang Fong's blocking posture, but he himself was also confronted by a huge force, and he took 2 steps back unbalanced. But he wasn't the only one conducting the raid. Martins, who was holding a chainsaw sword, followed closely behind, taking this opportunity and slashed fiercely on his chest. Frenzy Fang's thick chest armor was shredded by the chainsaw. The previous heavy blow from the charged plasma gun not only pierced through his chest armor and injured his lungs, but also made the chest armor more brittle. Without this prerequisite, the chainsaw sword in Martin's hands would have been difficult to achieve such a good strike effect. A huge wound appeared on his breastplate, and the stinky green blood gushed out from the wound. But just when Martins was about to make persistent efforts and was about to try to use this knife directly to cut the orc warlord into 2 from the chest, a huge force came from his waist. Genie Crazy Fong kicked Martins away. His physical strength is so strong. With this kick, even a heavily armed space soldier was kicked several meters away and half fell to the ground. At the same time, Crazy Fong twisted his body, trying to point the Melta on his shoulder at Nicola Rizzo. The latter is currently being entangled by a killing can that rushes up from the side. If the cannon is solid, the Melta cannon is powerful enough to kill the head priest directly with 1 shot. However, this did not materialize. While trying to aim, he suddenly found that his body could not move. There was a magical force that formed a restraint belt, making his movements of twisting his body sluggish. He reluctantly buckled down the Melta cannon, but it hit the sky, piercing a big hole in the ceiling, exposing the upper floor. And at this moment, the 2 space warriors in the distance also moved. The plasma guns in their hands completed charging again and shot towards the killing jar that was entangled with Rizzo. Kill canisters don't have the same level of resistance as their warlords. Their armor is far less thick than that of the Overseer, and the plasma beams that pass through the armor suffer very little attenuation, and the green skins or grit bodies that are sewn into the killing tank inside are not so strong. After being shot through, there will be no strong muscle contraction to block the blood immediately, and it will be difficult for the remaining organs to continue to operate. With 2 shots, the killkin was finished and Rizzo was freed. There were several green skin boys behind to try to block it, but the human soldiers who rushed up with the space warriors fought bravely with their bayonets. Although they were quickly slaughtered, more soldiers came up, and they even overturned these green skins. Bullets hit their eyeballs, and bayonets stabbed their necks and heads. The sacrifices of these fighters, as well as the results obtained, completely liberated Rizzo again. He swung the hammer again, knocking over a killing pot that was trying to raise the cannon to bombard the crowd at close range. The gravitational field scepter severely dented his chest armor. Turning his head again, the old pastor looked at Genie Kwangya and raised the gravity field scepter in his hand. There are words in his mouth, and if you listen carefully, you will find that they're the contents of the emperor's holy words. And this really made him more determined, and even the power to wield his weapon became stronger. This hammer hit Quang Fong's chest fiercely, completely smashing the breastplate that had been cut to pieces by the chainsaw sword, and possibly broke one or more of Quang Fong's chest along the way. Ribs. Immediately afterwards, Martin's also followed, and the chainsaw sword was ready to cut down again. Roar! As life and death were approaching, the orc warlord uttered a deafening roar. A strange power erupted from his body, and first broke through the power that imprisoned his body. Gu Heng, who was hiding further away, let out a muffled snort, with blood gushing from his mouth, nose, and ears. Previously, the person who used the method of mind tampering to make the Green Warlord ignore the 4 space warriors approaching with the infantry was of course him. As a result, the 4 Phoenixes got a very good chance to take the lead and successfully caused heavy damage to the Orc Warlord. Then, after Genie Crazy Fong had dealt with the first wave of attacks, when he tried to finish off Rizzo with a melta cannon on his shoulders, it was him again who, using advanced mind control, stopped Crazy Fong's attack and let him release anti-aircraft guns. But he did all this not without a price, and he felt very heavy pressure. When thinking was tampered with, he could feel that there was a magical power in the warlord's head, which kept his brain in a violent but rational state. It was quite difficult to disturb the thinking of such a brain, and it took him a lot of time. It was precisely because of this that he had to postpone the time for the space soldiers to accompany the charge, causing the lives of more ordinary soldiers to be lost at this crossroad. And when he was controlling the mind and controlling Kuang Ya's body, he felt that he was wrestling with a tank. No, after the upgrade, the spiritual attribute reached dash points, and after he got a more specialized advanced mind control, he even felt that he could overturn the lion tank in one go. But on Kuang Ya's body, he could barely restrain his movements. This is also expected. It is enough to be able to achieve this level and help the space fighters to play a good role. Originally, Rizzo and Martins had achieved excellent results in close combat one after another, and when they saw that terrifying armored beast was about to be killed, something went wrong. What is the force that erupts from this wave? Much like psychic power, but violent, uncontrollable, full of whimsy. This is the so-called WAF energy, WAF force field, a kind of psychic power unique to the green-skinned orcs, a kind of spiritual power, and their technology of "I can do it if I think about it" is essentially derived from this. And in a powerful green-skinned individual like the warlord of the orc fleet, this power can even be transformed into substance, strengthening his physical body, and at critical moments, it can in turn provide a powerful explosive ability. Gu Heng's psionic energy covering the orc warlord's body was washed away by this energy, and it also caused serious backlash damage to him. However, Gu Heng didn't take his injuries into consideration at all. Seeing the burst of energy, the severely injured green skin came alive, kicked Martins away again, and fought Rizzo again with the big axe. This time, Rizzo didn't have any advantage and was brought to a crooked position. Crazy Tooth was also unrelenting. He chopped off 3 times with the axe and smashed Rizzo to the ground. He didn't even frown when 2 more plasma rays hit him. Rizzo, who was carrying the 3 axes of Kuang Ya, had his scepter blown to the side and lay on the ground in a huff. Just when he raised the axe high and was about to chop off the head of the big red-skinned shrimp, Gu Heng's spiritual energy surged again, imprisoning his right arm. In the case of being seriously injured, he insisted on doing this. Of course, Gu Heng's injury became more serious. More blood flowed from his mouth, nose and ears, and even his eyes were bleeding. But he still managed to restrain the movement of the orc warlord and save the life of the old priest Rizzo. At this moment, Martins, who was kicked away for the 2nd time, rushed back again, roaring and slashing the chainsaw sword towards the broken chest of the orc warlord again. However, the chainsword was blocked by Quang Fong's left arm. His big hands with steel claws held Martin's chainsaw sword. The chainsaw rattled and rattled, creating extremely brilliant sparks with Crazy Fong's steel claws, but the 2 of them were in a stalemate. The situation froze for a moment. Gu Heng has already realized that it is not good. He could only control the arm that held Quang Fong's axe, and he couldn't control it for a long time. Once I lose my strength here, the situation of the battle will change immediately. Things had to go a step further. He still has another trick. Further stimulate the psionic energy, give up control of Kuang Ya's right arm holding the axe, and instead control his steel claws that resist Martin's. This would give Martins the opportunity to kill the orc warlord by cutting him straight through the chest with his chain word. But as soon as he loses control of that axe, old Reverend Rizzo's head will fall. Do you want to do this? Gu Heng knew that there was no room for hesitation. He had to make a decision immediately. But until then, there is another variable in the matter. With his spiritual power, he sensed that someone appeared in the hole that was opened in the ceiling when Kuang Ya knocked it out of the way with the melta cannon just now. It was a human soldier, wearing the military uniform of the Fury Star Governor Legion. From the armband, it belonged to the 3rd Independent Regiment. This battle outside the core engine power cabin should not have participated in the 3rd Independent Regiment. When the troops were mobilized, time was too tight, and there was no time to mobilize more troops. That person's appearance here was obviously an accident, a coincidence. But he may be able to deliver a huge surprise. After the entire company was wiped out, Lacroxia became the interim commander as the highest rank among the remaining 7. He didn't know where to go, let alone where the company's original mission was. He could only hold the simple idea, and took the remaining 6 people to the place where the fighting took place as much as possible, hoping to find a decent officer, and then join him and hand over the leadership responsibility that he had to shoulder. But along the way, they basically encountered only finished battles, but they didn't see any serious officers alive. One of the battlefields looked the most tragic with piles of corpses. They passed through it, picking up a few weapons. Lacroxia knew that the electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the elite Marines were much stronger than their G9A assault rifles. As for the original gun, I dare not throw it away that if you throw a gun, you will be dealt with by military law when you go back. However, if you pick up a few more and take them back, you won't be guilty, right? And it wasn't just rifles they picked up. They also found 2 individual melta bombs on a dead Marine soldier with only half his body left. It's a good thing I haven't seen before, but after a few gropings, I probably know how to operate it, although I don't guarantee that it is right. I dare not really try it after all. Then, they continued to set off, and on the way, they heard more intense gunfire. Lacroxia set off there again with his men, vowing to hand over the command responsibility. Sure enough, I'm only fit to be a soldier, not an officer. He thought so. And the reason why this kind of thought became stronger was because even on the way to lead the team to the place where the battle was fiercest, he could lead the wrong way. They arrived, but they were embarrassed to find that the violent gunshots seemed to be coming from under their feet. The environment inside the starship is too complicated. Unlike on the surface, there's only one layer of ground. They went to a higher level, but there was no one here at the moment, and they couldn't find any higher-level leaders if they wanted to go down to join the war. However, there is no unparalleled road, and just as he was leading 6 of his men, trying to find a way down like headless chickens, a red light cannon pierced the ground not far away from bottom to top. Hey, isn't there a place to go down here? The metal structures there turned red, and the power of the melta cannon was fierce. After a while, when the temperature was not so high, he cautiously approached the big hole with a diameter of about 1.2 meters. In the beginning, the hole was not that big, and it melted like this in just a few seconds. He glanced down through the hole and saw a space warrior wearing red power armor and a skull-shaped helmet, lying at the feet of a huge steel green leather, and another space warrior, who seemed to be planning to slash us with a chain word, but is blocked by a hand. He recognized that the 2 space warriors he saw were the Phoenix chapter. Although they had only seen it from a distance on the battlefield outside Garbage Town, the impression they left on people was too deep. But even such interstellar warriors are caught in a bitter battle. How terrifying is that huge green-skinned giant? However, that guy seems to be at the end of it too. With one hand holding an axe, he couldn't cut it down, and the other hand blocked the chainsaw sword. Looking at such a scene, Lacroxia hesitated for a second or two. Then, he made a decision. I am really not suitable to be an officer, only a soldier. And as a soldier, what to do now? He took out the personal melta bomb he had picked up earlier tore off the adhesive protective cover on the back, and opened the safety cover again, seeing a countdown in red letters on it. Then, holding the bomb, he jumped down from the hole, just riding on the shoulder of the green-skinned orc. He, who only weighed 70 to 80 kilograms, landed on the green-skinned giant, and the other didn't move at all. But of course, he didn't expect to sit him to death with a single ass. But with quick eyesight and quick hands, he stuck the personal melt-a-bomb on the green giant's bloody chest, and then he lost his balance and shot from his shoulder. It fell down and fell into a mess. Just in a daze, he felt a huge force coming from the back of his neck. A big hand grabbed the back collar of his clothes and dragged him to run backwards. When the sky turned dizzy, he also saw that the space warrior who fell at the feet of the green-skinned giant was dragged back by some invisible force. After a while, he heard an explosion. Is this the original sound when the melt-a-bomb explodes? First there was a thud, then a muffled noise, then a grunt. When the force behind his collar stopped, he ignored his sore back, half got up, and looked not far away, only to see that the steel giant had turned a fiery red color. His limbs and head were fine, but inside the destroyed armor on his chest, it seemed as if a continuously burning red sun appeared, emitting light. The power of the melt-a-bomb triggered a super high temperature and expanded outward. The steel armor on the orc warlord's body is considered one of the highest technological crystallizations of the Iron Tooth clan. It is not so easy to melt, but the flesh and blood inside is different. In a short while, his chest cavity and abdominal cavity were almost burned out. His huge body twisted a few times in vain and then completely stopped moving. Lacroxia looked at this scene, a little dazed. Suddenly his vision was blocked, and a big shadow covered him. Raising his head, he saw the person who was dragging his collar and running back just now. The space warrior holding a chainsaw sword. The big hand of the space marine touched his head and said, "You are a hero. Can you tell me what you were thinking before jumping off?" Lacroxia still hasn't recovered, and he doesn't know how to answer this question. The moment before the jump, he didn't think about anything, but it wasn't like his mind was blank that if he had to give an answer, it would be that when he was sitting in a transport spaceship and staring back at his hometown star Fury in the starry sky, and sleeping in a very narrow and closed cabin on the Quintet, he was always thinking wildly the question that makes no sense at all. I'm thinking about the value of life. He answered the questions of the space warriors quite seriously. This chapter is 6,000 words. Today is more. In addition, although I update a stable 04 words every day at 11 o'clock at noon, I really haven't saved the manuscript. The manuscripts were all written by staying up late the night before, and it was 30 frowny face dash when this chapter was finished. I really have to vomit blood if I don't save the manuscript. Write more on weekends and try to avoid this situation. Post it on a regular basis first and correct typos after getting up. When Guhang opened his eyes again, it was already 10 minutes later, and the battle at the crossroads was over. When the soldier of the 3rd Independence Regiment, who fell from the sky, killed the orc warlord with a melt-a-bomb that came from nowhere, Guhang turned to withdraw his mind control over Kwangya, and turned to use psionic power, pulled the old pastor who was already stunned and unconscious, with all his strength, to prevent him from being affected by the melt-a-bomb. At the same time, he also saw that Martins had not forgotten to drag the heroic soldier back while quickly retreating. Then he saw Crazy Fong being melted by the melt-a-bomb from the chest that had completely lost its armor protection, and then the whole person was burned from the inside to the outside. Although when Quang Fong died, there were still many green-skinned orcs still alive on the battlefield. However, according to the characteristics of the green-skinned orcs, if the biggest leader dies, the threat that the remaining greenskins can pose will drop suddenly. Without a leader, they become chaotic and isolated. Moreover, the combat power of Quangfong itself is also very important for this green-skinned or commando. Without him, he can withstand countless firepower in the front and can kill all kinds of infantry and various armored units. Those greenskins under him, even if they were killing cans and big iron cans of fear, their combat strength was far behind. The infantry fighting vehicles began to advance slowly in the passage with a width of about 8 meters, and the infantry began to attack the enemy in an orderly manner, using the infantry fighting vehicles as cover and as a firepower platform. The infantry battalion that outflanked it from the south of the crossroads also stole the rear of the chaotic and weak greenskin group. The bazooka fired round after round, and the power of the explosion was even more terrifying in the narrow passage. In addition, although Gu Heng himself was unable to continue to maintain his combat power due to his psychic overload, the same was true for Rizzo, but there were still 3 other space warriors. Instead, they became super fighters on the battlefield, playing a role similar to that of Gurney Crazy Fong before. Perhaps, in terms of individual force, even Martins, the nominal commander of the battle group, who is only at the level of a company champion and has poor equipment, is far from being as strong as the Orc warlord. However, there are 3 of them after all, and one of their biggest advantages over the greenskin warlords is that they are calmer, more rational, and very good at cooperating with mortal troops. They don't use their power armor to withstand the fiercest enemy firepower, but they know how to solve the problem when the infantry encounters it. In general, the battle can basically be regarded as over, and they have won the final victory. Although the troops under Gu Heng's command also suffered huge casualties, it would be fine if they won. Seeing this scene, he could pass out with confidence. His psionic energy was overused, and he really had a splitting headache. However, he didn't faint for long. That it's only a few 10 minutes, but it doesn't affect any major events. After waking up again, he felt much better. Although he was still a little weak, he didn't dare to use his spiritual energy anymore for fear of getting more headaches, but at least there was nothing serious about his normal actions. At this moment, the entire battle is basically over, and the soldiers under his command are cleaning the battlefield. For the green skin that has not completely expired, take a few more shots, or stab it into the head with a bayonet and smash it thoroughly. When you meet your own comrades in arms, you have to put the corpses away properly. If the bombing is so bad that you can't even tell each other's corpses, you can only take back the heads, and if you can't even get your head back, there's nothing you can do. But in any case, there is one thing that must be taken back: soldier armbands. On it, the number of the soldier's unit and his own soldier number will be written. In this way, the identity of the soldiers can be found out from the military administration department built by Thaddeus. All soldiers who died heroically should be remembered. Gu Heng found the body of the Orc warlord, and he called Martins to come over and do him a favor: cut off the head of the Orc warlord. It's good that the head didn't get burned off in the melt-a-bomb. Holding his head up, he, accompanied by 2 space fighters, went to the bridge command post. As for the other 2 interstellar warriors, Rizzo has already been taken by another interstellar warrior to heal his wounds. Quintet Bridge Command Center. Most of Yalisha's energy is still on commanding the ship to fight. She must always pay attention to the movement of enemy ships, and, at the same time, she must also pay attention to all aspects of the situation of the quintet. However, during this process, she always had a part of her heart focused on the battle that broke out inside the starship. After her own Marine Corps assembled the main force and tried to block the enemy's attack and sent them away in one wave, a huge panic had already enveloped her heart. What she is most worried about is that her own starship will explode from the inside. Yalisha also knew that Gu Heng's troops were helped by 4 space fighters that, of course, she had high expectations for these 4 Emperor's Angels. However, from a rational point of view, can 4 space fighters really win against an Orc warlord? She didn't dare to think deeply about this issue, for fear that the result would be too disappointing. She can only focus all her attention on directing the naval battle. During this time, she destroyed another greenskin destroyer, and a greenskin frigate was blown up by fire from the Pretty Maid. Among the 2 frigates of the Beautiful Girl caravan that were invaded by the gang, one returned to normal, but the other was turned off with its void shield and was also destroyed shortly thereafter. But in general, the enemy's ships still have 1 destroyer and 2 frigates left. The remaining strength, even if it is just the quintet, is enough to wipe them all out. If it was usual, such as during the drills and simulations in school, she should have opened the champagne at this moment and celebrated a victory with her colleagues in the command group. But now she dare not. On the one hand, because this is the first serious naval battle she has faced, she dare not be careless in the slightest. Until all the green-skinned warships are truly destroyed, how can she dare to celebrate in advance? Woolen cloth? Winning or losing this battle is countless times more important than previous exercises and simulations. On the other hand, it is the huge threat inside the starship, and there is no conclusion yet. And at this moment, news came. Gu Hang came back and went to the bridge immediately. What about the specific situation of the battle? Did you win or not? Yalisha asked. No, I don't know. The ship officer who sent the message was sweating profusely. Governor Gu didn't say anything. Yalisha slapped her hands and wanted to swear. Thinking rationally, if he didn't win the battle, how could that Gu Hang dare to show off like this? This should be a win. But without definite news, how can we rest assured? In the end, she could only say bitterly, let him in. After all, just 1 minute later, the hatch of the bridge command post opened. Immediately afterwards, Gulu Gulu, a huge wheel-like head, rolled in. Yalisha was taken aback, and a strong stench filled her nose, making her almost want to vomit. She is a soldier and a captain. It's not that she has never seen dead people, but with her noble status, she really rarely gets close to the bloody battlefield in person that a lot of cruel battles were shown in front of her. Most of the time, it was just a paper report, a string of numbers, at best. Some pictures could be seen. The noble son of the naval family, the noble Commodore of the Imperial Navy, is there any need to take personal risks? Even the guns on the waist are just ceremonial. But no matter how miserable she was, she wouldn't scream. She held on, carefully watching the head that rolled to her podium. This is the Orc warlords. How dare she be so sure? Looking up again, she saw Gu Hang with a pale face but a proud smile, accompanied by 2 space warriors striding forward. Standing in front of the warlord's head, Gu Hang said to Yalisha on the podium, "As I said, this is the starting point of our road to glory." A bright smile also appeared on Yalisha's face, and the stench in her mouth and nose became sweet. No matter how much she hated the bloody smell of this important enemy, she still hoped to smell more. Governor Gu, you are a hero. She didn't seem to mind at all that before the war. Gu Hang had faintly used the Fury Star troops on board to threaten her. This is not because of her generosity, but because victory can cover up all contradictions. This war was won, and the benefits she gained were immeasurable. Not only did she not mind Gu Hang's threats back then, she even thanked Governor Gu for helping her strengthen her determination from the bottom of her heart. It would be a pity if this feat was missed. The death of the Orc warlord is great news. She finally didn't need to worry. Her starship exploded from the inside. If it weren't for the space and sea battle that is still going on at this moment, and the greenskin ships are still charging besides the starships, she would have to organize a welcome ceremony for Gu Hang, who is about to return. And now, she can finally put all her thoughts on commanding the naval battle. The apprehension in her heart was swept away, and she commanded the battle with high spirits and peace of mind, feeling that even the artillery fire became more accurate and fierce. On the contrary, after realizing that the battle inside the quintet had calmed down, the entire ship was no longer in chaos, and was no longer affected by the gang-hopping battle. The few remaining ships of the Greenskin fleet seem to be, I understand, their boss seems to have played himself into it this time. Although there was no definite news, they still hesitated. They didn't run away, but they stopped charging hesitantly. At a certain distance, they confronted the quintet and the beautiful girl chasing up from behind. This is obviously a free decision. After another main destroyer was destroyed, the remaining 3 green-skinned frigates didn't even have the courage to continue fighting and chose to flee directly. However, it was only at this time that I thought of running. How could I run away? The quintet chased after them, taking advantage of the artillery fire from a distance, and began to roll their names one by one. In the end, when the 3 green-skinned frigates started the jump and tried to escape into the astral tunnel, their power and energy shield systems failed, and they were all blown up before the jump started. There is no heartache to smash the green-skinned ship. The starships of the green-skinned orcs can only be used by themselves. For human beings, Even if they were captured, they would be a pile of scrap iron in their hands. And they couldn't move at all, and they couldn't even understand how such a pile of junk could navigate in space stably. And after all the greenskin warships were wiped out, Gu Hang's perspective also jumped out of the battle settlement screen. Party victory, get 1401 gift points. Naval battle part, 2 losses, 12 eliminations. Beautiful girl caravan, Allied forces lost 2, elimination 2. Imperial Navy, Allied forces 0 loss, 10 eliminated. Land battle part, 13,468 losses, 2,623 wiped out. Beautiful girl caravan, Allied forces loss 5569, elimination 823. Imperial Navy, Allied forces 3763 loss, 508 eliminated. Phoenix Battle Group, Allied forces loss 0, elimination 63. Angry Owl Star Troops, 4,136 losses, 1229 eliminations. The battle settlement page this time is a bit special. The sea battle part is settled separately, and the destroying effect of the ship basically has nothing to do with Gu Hang. The landing operation has a lot to do with him. The damage caused by the orc boarding and jumping gang battles is great. They came up from the most elite troops. The loss of more than Dash in the beautiful girl caravan was because there was a frigate. After being jumped from the gang, almost all the people inside were almost killed. In the end, when many sailors are no different from unarmed, the battle damage will definitely be great. On the quintet, however, there are elite Marines and a large number of armed sailors. But the biggest loss was the time when Gurney Crazy Fong led the team to stab through it. Too many people died, and not too many greenskins were able to be killed. Only in Gu Hang's battle. He had a relatively good battle-to-loss ratio, but the main reason was that he couldn't use heavy firepower, so he had to fight against the greenskins, which would be a disadvantage. In addition, in order to kill the Orcs Overseer, paid many additional casualties. The duration of this battle is actually very short. Compared with the battle of annihilating the Greenskin clan in the ruins of the High Tower, which took almost 2 months, the total duration of this battle, especially the land battle, may be only a few minutes. It's only an hour. But the intensity of the battle was great. According to Gu Hang's estimation, in fact, just looking at the killing of the greenskins, the reward points obtained should only be on the order of a few hundred, even if those greenskins are more elite. And there are a lot of things like killing cans and fear tin cans, they shouldn't be thousands. This is the ratio calculated according to the settlement of the battle in the ruins of the tower. In that 2-month battle, his troops killed 2,000 greenskins and only got more than Dash gift points. However, this time more than 1,000 harvests have thousands of gift points. The biggest difference among them is probably on the head of the orc warlord. At this time, Gu Hang has to be thankful, but fortunately, it was La Croja, his soldier, who finally got the head of the Terminator. If the Terminator's head is taken by Martins, the result of this battle will be counted on the allies who did not give the gift points, and the settlement will probably cost a lot of gift points. I must give that kid a heavy medal. On the way to the quintet in the spaceship, Wang Jiarong was still haunted by the feeling of the rest of her life after the catastrophe. When the green-skinned orc fleet emerged from the transition point, she really felt that everything was over and the probability of escape was less than 1%. The appearance of the quintet really saved fate. Calm down and think. This is definitely not a coincidence. The universe is so big. If it was purely a coincidence, the quintet was about to jump from the astral tunnel to leave the Owl Galaxy to go to Kaloga, and then just happened to meet their caravan of beautiful girls leaving the astral tunnel and was overtaken by greenskins. This probability, how low is it? That must be the quintet who received some information and waited here on purpose. They have long known the information about the appearance of the green-skinned orc fleet, which can also explain that the quintet will be in a silent state, and then use sneak attack methods to bombard with all its strength when the battle starts, destroying a main destroyer of the enemy in an instant. She didn't mean to blame the Imperial Navy. Communication can be very difficult while in the astral tunnel. This is normal. When boarding the ship and meeting Commodore Elisha, Wang Jiarong stepped forward quickly and hugged the female captain. "Sister Elisha, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be finished this time." This thank you is sincere. There's a reason why she is called sister. The two of them knew each other. When they were younger, they were the younger generation who were in the upper circles of Flying Wing Star, the capital of the star region. There was some intersection. After growing up, the two have their own life experiences. Elisha followed the life trajectory of most of the Fofana family's children, entered the Naval Academy, and relied on the family background and outstanding achievements of her direct children to become a representative of the younger generation and the youngest captain. As for Wang Jiarong, she didn't have a particularly powerful family, but she had a very powerful aunt who married into the Gu family. The Tianma Gu family. This is a family rooted in the Tianma star region and has become famous in many surrounding star regions in recent years. The main relationship is that they are important members of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, have many large-scale interstellar caravans, and there are more than a dozen small caravans with strong financial resources. With the help of her aunt and the fact that her family contributed a sum of money as shares, she formed a small caravan of her own under the guise of Gu's Caravan, and it has been doing well in recent years. Speaking of which, since everyone grew up separately and had their own encounters, the two have not seen or contacted each other for many years. Unexpectedly, they met here today, and their respective identities matched. The Imperial Caravan was looted by alien pirates, and the Imperial Navy quickly took action to save the caravan. After a short hug and another sister to try to get closer, Wang Jiarong waved back. The entourage who came here with her carried 3 boxes up. A small gift is not a respect. Wang Jiarong said with a smile, "When we return to Flying Wing Star, there will be a big gift to thank." She can be human. Although fighting against pirates and aliens is what the Imperial Navy should do, but after all, they were rescued, so what they should do has to be done. It's also a way to get closer. This is what our soldiers should do. Elisha said so, but the gesture of asking people to accept the gift was not polite at all. Of course, she didn't open it on the spot to see what was inside the box. There's no need for that. It seems too stingy. She also believed that Wang Jiarong would not be so ignorant. After the two chatted for a few words, Wang Jiarong's eyes naturally turned to Gu Hang, who was standing aside. "Cousin." Gu Hang just nodded. Between the two, there was a little indifference. It shouldn't be. In Gu Hang's memory, there is the figure of this cousin. Her aunt who married into the Gu family was Gu Hang's biological mother. When he was younger, Gu Hang's father died early, and he spent less time with his peers in the Gu family. Instead, he spent more time with his uncle's daughter, Wang Jiarong, and the relationship between the two was quite close. Not bad. Wang Jiarong's original business route did not include New Xiaoxing. The reason why she came here was because Gu Hang got in touch with her through the communication system of the quintet. So she brought a batch of goods that Gu Hang specifically named and wanted and took away some normal bulk commodities, getting ready to take a trip to the remote Noaxiao galaxy. She had already planned this trip, and she planned to earn nothing purely as a favor for her cousin. If it wasn't for the good relationship and the aunt/mother relationship, who would do this? But I didn't expect that, let alone not making money. It can be described as a big loss now. After losing 2 frigates, the remaining 2, including the beautiful maiden, were all seriously damaged, and repairs would cost a lot of money. This loss is not comparable to running a small business for nothing. If she wants to earn this money back, she may have to run for many years. Because of this, Gu Hang can understand why Wang Jiarong has no good looks towards him. The relationship between the two is good, but she has lost too much in this wave of Angry Owl Galaxy. Gu Hang felt guilty in his heart, but not much. If you think about it carefully, you can't blame him for this. He didn't mean to deceive his cousin, and he didn't know that the Green Leather Fleet was approaching when he sent out the invitation. This is like asking a friend who drives a taxi to give you a kick, but there is an accident in the end. It can't be all due to the passengers wanting to take the car, right? And I did my best to save the people in the car. It's not a profit. Who would know? Just call a caravan, and it turns out that a Green Leather Fleet can be spotted in the astral tunnel. It's fine if it's an ordinary pirate. Ordinary pirates are nothing short of a few broken ships. There are 3 frigates in her caravan, plus the firepower equipment of the beautiful maid itself. It is easy to deal with the little pirates. However, by pirate standards, the greenskin fleet that emerged was huge. It takes a lot of bad luck to run into this kind of trouble. Moreover, after Gu Hang got the information, he immediately thought of a solution. That, of course, it was to save his own planet, but it was also to save his cousin's caravan. I can't rely on me. I tried my best to find a solution when something happened, and it did save you. Thinking about it at this level, most of the guilt in Gu Hang's heart has dissipated. However, it is reasonable to make up for the loss for the cousin. After Wang Jiarong boarded the ship, Yalisha and Gu Hang came to greet them. After having some initial contacts and conversations, they moved to a living room to continue their in-depth conversations and discuss the aftermath. In the living room, there's a table, 3 people, and 3 chairs sitting around the table. In terms of seats, there is no special distinction between high and low. Gu Hang was the first to speak. The war is over, but the things after the war are equally important. Victory cannot erase losses. We must strive for the dividends of victory, rather than turning victory into a scar. He made an opening speech. The 2 people next to him made sense. Victory is one thing. The fruits of victory are another. Don't think that you can eat fruit if you win. There are many examples where winning is worse than losing, especially this battle. There is no option to capture warships when fighting greenskins. All 12 greenskins warships have become space junk, and the loot is basically zero. In terms of their own losses, the beautiful girl caravan lost 2 ships, and repairing the quintet cost a lot of money. Even Gu Hang, who suffered the least loss, also killed or injured more than soldiers and at least 40 ramblers. Chariots. This is the current output of Gu Hang's military factory for almost a month. If you can't find another place to reap the fruits of victory, then you will win and lose money. Moreover, there is another implied meaning here. On the one hand, the fruits of victory must be won, and on the other hand, it also depends on how they divide them. Gu Hang made sense, and Wang Jiarong agreed. It's just that she is a little strange. Why does my cousin act like he is in charge and presiding over the meeting? More importantly, Yalisha didn't seem to have any objection to this, and listened very carefully. This incident is not an accident. Gu Hang continued. This is a premeditated and planned invasion of the Tianma Star region by the Iron Tooth clan. It includes dropping spores on the Fury Owl Star in an attempt to the greenery infected the entire planet and used it as a springboard to attack and invade the Pegasus sector. I thwarted their operations on the planet's surface, and with the help of the Navy, destroyed the Iron Tooth clan that had been cultivated in the last governor's term on Fury Owl, the Vanguard clan. The Iron Tooth clan was not reconciled to failure, and sent the main fleet for destroyers and 12 frigates, including a large number of land forces, trying to forcefully attack Star Fury. I intercepted the information, and the quintet contacted the beautiful girl caravan. With the power granted by the war bill, temporarily recruited the caravan ships, lured the green-skinned alien fleet, entered the predetermined ambush position, and played a game near the tunnel transition point of the Angry Owl Galaxy. It was a beautiful battle of annihilation. The greenskin fleet was completely wiped out, and the Orc warlord was given the title. Gu Hang is telling a story. On the other side, the expressions of the 2 ladies became more and more serious as they listened. Now, what they're discussing is the information that will be reported to the Star Area government and the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Lying is not acceptable. Fictitious facts, overly exaggerated achievements, and concealed losses. You cannot lie on these factual issues. You can bet that the Star District government doesn't care. You can bet that the Imperial Military Affairs Department won't check it out. But if you bet, you have to admit defeat. And if you lose, you have nothing. But Gu Hang's statement is not afraid of investigation. In concrete fact, there is no fiction. There's indeed a crisis of green-skinned hyperplasia on Star Fury. The number of green-skinned clans with a scale of tens of thousands has already reached a level, and the level of technology has reached the level of killing cans and fear tin cans. Green-skinned warriors have appeared. Who can say that such an army of greenskins is wild primitive greenskins? Even if it is used for gene sequencing, it is no problem for the Iron-Tooth clan. The Iron-Tooth clan is a large space orc clan with a certain reputation in the Star Sea. Its main activities are in the eastern space region. The most famous thing it has done is to destroy more than 50 Imperial worlds in 3-star regions that, as so far, they are still entrenched there and have not been eliminated, and the war between humans and them has continued. Then, the scale of the green leather fleet configured with 4+8 is completely true. The quintet, indeed, joined the caravan of beautiful girls, completely annihilating this fleet around the transition point of the new Shao galaxy. There is no problem with the general record facts. It is completely true. But this statement, in comparison, is much more pleasant than the truth. Green skin hyperplasia was found on Fu Shao star, which originated from the biological research before the death of Fu Shao star. The local greenskin sent a message to space, which was received by the greenskin fleet, and the plundering fleet came here alone. The caravan of beautiful girls, just in time for him to be involved, accidentally attacked, and then rescued by the quintet. What does this mean? According to Gu Hang, everyone benefits. The whole matter was magnified into a key attack of the Iron-Tooth clan on the Tianma Star region, and the pioneer was thwarted. This is a great military achievement, much greater than destroying a group of greenskin pirates. The one who is particularly satisfied with this statement is Wang Jiaro. Her caravan changed its flag. Not only was it not a simple victim or rescued, but a caravan that was recruited to cooperate with the actions of the Imperial Navy. According to the relevant bills, she can report losses to the Imperial Chamber of Commerce and the Ministry of Military Affairs here, and get a certain amount of compensation. It's not to directly replace the 2 destroyed frigates for her, but at least there will be a considerable amount of funds, and there will be similar higher-level ship purchase qualifications, ship purchase discounts, tax relief compensation. Especially ship qualifications. Large-scale starships cannot be bought at will, and the Imperial government has strict restrictions on this that, if it works well, you can buy a destroyer or even a cruiser-sized ship. Even if you don't use this qualification for yourself, it will be a huge income if you sell it. After calculating all these, maybe not only can you get back all the losses, but you may even make a lot of money. At the same time, Yalisha will get the most benefits. Or in other words, she and her quintet are the out-and-out main force in this battle. No matter how to divide the fruits of victory, she will inevitably eat the biggest bite. The vanguard fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan invading the Tianma Star region consisted of 12 regular naval ships, and she led a small caravan, blowing them all up. She is the supreme commander and the absolute main force of the battle. Her decisive judgment, excellent strategy, and amazing record are all on the bright side. She favorably defeated the Orcs' attack and dealt a devastating blow to the Orcs' naval power. Damaged quintet? What is this? The Ministry of Military Affairs will pay to repair it, which is not her responsibility at all, but a meritorious service. With the influence of the Fofana family in the Imperial Navy, she will be operated as a rising star. She can become a brigadier general and a captain only with military school and exercise results. Now, the astonishing military exploits are actually here, and it is a certainty that she will quickly rise to the rank of a real general. Even, this will pave the way for her to go further in the future. 1 year to be promoted to Major Admiral, and some more years to gain experience. Afterwards, it is hopeful to strive for the position of Fleet Commander of the Tianma Fleet. And Gu Hang can also get a lot of benefits by virtue of the 3 feats of eliminating the surface pioneers, providing important information, and participating in the Star Wars to solve the Orc Warlord. Compared with those 2 ladies, Gu Hang can get relatively few things. But he is content. The target of this plundering fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan is Fury Owl Star. Pulling the strength of the caravan and the Navy is tantamount to solving a huge problem for him that cannot be solved by his own ability. This is the biggest gain, and thousands of gift points, on the contrary, seem to be incidental and should be met. However, Gu Hang will still try to fight for more additional rights for himself. Eliminate the pioneers on the surface, provide important information, participate in the Star Wars, and eliminate the Orc warlords. The planetary defense forces of the Angry Owl have contributed so much to this war and suffered a lot of losses. The Ministry of Military Affairs should not consider sending me some advanced equipment to deal with wars that may occur in the future. Even Gu Hang is still thinking about one thing. Now, there's already definite information that a giant like the Iron Tooth clan may be involved in a large-scale attack on the Tiamat Star region. They've also de facto dispatched a vanguard fleet. So, the Empire needs to strengthen its defenses on Fury Owl Star. No problem, right? In addition to stationing a starship, it is also reasonable to equip a certain amount of army power and station a real Star Realm army, right? Oh, and the Astra Militarum is stretched. Can't get enough power temporarily? That's all right. Gu Hang, the planetary governor of the Empire, the most loyal courtier of the Emperor, must share the worries of the Empire. This matter is covered by New Xiaoxing. As the planetary governor, Gu Hang will fully support the construction of the Star Militia Army. With only 1,000 million tax coins, an army of tens of thousands of people equipped with various heavy weapons can be established on Fury Star. People and equipment all come from the planet. And Governor Gu Hang, because of his excellent performance in the last war, could be the head of this Star Realm army. But this is very difficult to work with. There are not many examples, but very few, of planetary governors concurrently serving as regiment commanders of the Astral Army. If he can't figure it out, Gu Hang can also settle for the next best thing and accept Thaddeus being pushed to this position. And since a new regiment is to be built, the Empire must of course allocate funds. 1,000 million tax coins. Isn't that just right? Angry Owl Star was going to pay an imperial tax in a year and a half. The imperial tax quota of Fury Owl Star is the lowest. This planet is in the imperial taxation department. With a rated population of 5,000 million, who need to pay 500 million tax coins per year for the imperial tax, once every 2 years and once every 1,000 million. He only needs to pay a quarter of his first tax payment, which is a preferential treatment given by the Star Area government. Of course, the imperial taxation doesn't recognize this matter. Essentially, the extra 750 million yuan is handed over to the imperial taxation by the Star District government instead of the Furious Owl Star. The 750 million tax coins from the Star District government will not be taxed to the Empire, but will have to be transferred to me, which can be given to me directly, plus the 250 million tax coins that New Xiaoxing himself has to pay. Adding up to 1,000 million IT is very reasonable to establish an army group with a scale of more than 50 and equipped with various heavy weapons on Fu Xiaoxing. When the time comes, Gu Hang will put all the troops under his command into it. Anyway, army building is something to be done, and it is still the biggest support. It is offset by imperial taxation, and everyone is happy. The soldiers of the army belong to me, the officers belong to me, the supreme commander belongs to me, and the troops are also guarding the planet, so why not let me have the final say? Just change the name. Of course, it's not all bad. The Astra Militarum is, after all, different from the Planetary Defense Force. The latter is completely under the orders of the governor and is only responsible for the internal affairs of the planet. The former needs to obey the dispatch of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Today, the order of the army is to garrison New Xiaoxing, so Gu Hang can still use his influence to completely control the entire team. But tomorrow, maybe a paper transfer order will come, and it is impossible to pull the troops to some unbearable battlefield to fill in the line. Could it be possible not to accept the order? But this kind of thing is false. Not to mention that the probability of occurrence is not particularly high. Even if it is not transformed into the Astral Army, when it is necessary, the Ministry of Military Affairs invokes a special emergency law to recruit the Planetary Defense Force and enter the Astral Army. That is also common. Even Gu Hang couldn't stop things. Instead of this, it's better to turn into an Astral Army and pull it down. If you really want to be dragged away, then let's pull it away anyway. It doesn't matter whether it's the money or the people to form the army. It can be regarded as the Empire allocated taxes to buy their lives. Just treat it as a normal tax payment. So, does Gu Hang lose anything? It's better than the Planetary Defense Force being confiscated without a dime of compensation. Of course, all of the above are just Gu Hang's assumptions. There's still a long way to go before turning it into reality. He said to the two women, "This is essentially to transform the reality of military victory into tangible political victory and then into corresponding economic benefits. Since everyone agrees with the statement I made, the rest, it's just to solve some trivial problems." Yalisha also nodded, and she further added, "There is no problem with the general facts, but there are two more important small links in it. One is what the intelligence I intercepted said. The other is Yalisha in the name of the Imperial Navy. The recruitment of a caravan of beautiful girls to participate in the battle requires proof." Wang Jiarong said, "The latter problem is relatively easy to solve. Sister Yalisha, you sign a call-up order, which is paper-based, and it is said to be signed later. At the same time, you need to create a communication record. After accepting the call of the Imperial Navy, the actions after leaving the transition point are all aimed at bringing the Greenskin fleet to the intended combat location." Gu Hang also said, "I will do a good job in the ruins on the surface for information interception." They began to talk carefully about how to patch in the middle, making sure that the details could stand up to scrutiny. In fact, this is mostly useless work that, in the absence of any problems with the general facts, there's a high probability that the Ministry of Military Affairs will not study these details in detail. If they had to send a special inspection team to carefully verify the specific details of each war, the countless wars that took place between these stars all the time would not be able to be checked by the exhausted Military Affairs Department. Sometimes, the Ministry of Military Affairs even knows that there may be some problems in some places, so they don't bother to take care of them. It's roughly the same if you don't lie about your military achievements or make up facts about major events, then that's fine. As for what happened after the reward, the three of them had a tacit understanding and didn't talk much about it. It is up to her and the Gu family behind her how to make up for losses and even make a fortune through operations. It is also up to Yalisha and the Fofana family behind her to package her as a general of the Imperial Navy through operations, including Gu Hang himself. How to turn the things he imagined into reality, he has to find his own way. These things do not need to communicate with each other. Under the circumstances that the general merits are certain, how to get the political interests in one's hands depends on one's ability. Gu Hang had an in-depth exchange with the two ladies for a long time. It is said that there are only a few details that need to be added, but even these details must be perfect. There is only a very small probability that the Imperial Military Affairs Department will investigate, and even if it is, there is a high probability that the investigation will not be too serious. It is confirmed that a group of greenskins have been slaughtered on the surface, and 12 greenskins have indeed been blown up here at the transition point. The ship, the severed head, did belong to an orc warlord, and that's the end of it. But just for the tiny probability, things should be done as beautifully as possible to avoid even a little bit of accident. After the agreement is completed, the rest is to go back and execute it. After Yalisha left first, only the brother and sister Gu Hang and Wang Jiarong were left in the small living room. The two were relatively silent for a while. In fact, Wang Jiarong was not too angry about the loss at this time. Although the caravan is under her name, in essence, it is the property of Gu's firm. She is the commander, the participant, and the leader. This heavy loss was not her fault. It was being targeted by invincible pirates. Her crime would not be particularly serious. Her status in the firm will drop, and her investment will lose a lot, which is what she should have done, but it won't really let her die. Moreover, according to the new statement given by her cousin, if she can turn losses into profits and even make a fortune, then everything will come back. The matter itself cannot be entirely blamed on the cousin. With the combination of several factors, she really couldn't get angry with her cousin who had grown up with her since she was a child. But she's also not good at being too intimate. This is mainly because of another thing. She sighed and said, "Cousin, actually, Aunt still misses you very much." "Oh," Gu Hang replied. He doesn't mean anything else. From the memory of his previous life, he could see the figure of a beautiful woman. However, in his perception, the predecessor's deep feelings for his mother were very contradictory. Love, that's love of course, but also some resentment. To be honest, he didn't really want to deal with the parent's short-sightedness in his predecessor, in his perception. The things he retrieved from his memory are always separated by a layer of gauze and a layer of cloth. It's clearly there, but the feeling is not deep. It's like watching a movie. The story is clearly here, and there are psychological impressions, but I don't feel that it happened to me. Of course, he couldn't give up these. These things are in my mind, in my memory, and I can't throw them away. In addition, his ability to come out to be the governor of this planet depends entirely on his family background, and he will not lose this identity in the future. The alienated but inseparable contradictions are summed up in his performance, which is just indifferently. On the opposite side, Wang Jiarong misunderstood. She sighed again. Cousin, you can't blame your aunt. Anyway, you did something wrong this time. Leader Pada appointed you to be the governor of Star Fury. You shouldn't agree. It will make you, Mrs. Gu, have fallen into a particularly passive position. Gu Hang's heart skipped a beat. There are secrets? In his memory, he is one of the core children of this generation of the Gu family. His grandfather was the head of the previous generation of the family. His father should have been in this position too, but he died shortly after he was born. The current Gu family does not have a real leader, but his mother, Ms. Wang Qi, is quite capable. This is Gu Hang's evaluation of the beautiful woman in his memory. A woman who married in and died as soon as she gave birth to a child. In the subsequent internal struggles of the family, she kept a lot of interests belonging to her small family and became a pivotal branch of the current Gu's firm. It's not easy. However, when he devoted himself to his career, he inevitably neglected his son. In the memory of his previous life, the relationship with his mother was relatively indifferent, and he had little contact time. In addition, strict control, various gossips in the family during the growth process, and the faint isolation of his predecessor by the same clan, all achievements and performances were mediocre. Not being recognized, the combination of many things is the source of resentment in the former body and mind. Then, a few months ago, he met the head of the sector, Mr. Loon Petters, at an upper-class gathering. The gap between the two is huge. One is the head of the star area, and the other is just a rich second generation. But Desi chatted carefully with Gu Hang for a while during a toast exchange. According to the memories and feelings of his predecessor, he felt respected. Leader Petters praised him in a cordial and gentle manner, saw his undisclosed potential, and looked forward to his future. Immediately afterwards, they talked about New Xiaoxing, saying that they hoped that a Gu family member could serve as the governor of New Xiaoxing and solve such a difficult problem for the Star District. The predecessor was not completely stupid. He could see that the head of the Star region was a little suspicious of fooling himself, but he still accepted without hesitation. From his point of view, Star Fury is the origin of the Tiamat Star District. After returning to the Empire, it has not been able to pay the imperial tax, and the Star District government has been required to pay the price to make up the difference. And the decision to rebuild the Star of Fury was made by the head of Pei Desi, expanding the 9th world out of the 8 worlds in the Tiamat Star District. Recovering the territory was the main achievement that Petters reported to the higher-level regional government. At that time, he had just become the head of the Star region. The nature of the head of the Star area is not the same as that of the Earth Emperor, like the planetary governor. The latter is more like a lord. Once the military and government finances are seized, it will be no problem to ensure the tax revenue of the loyal empire, and it is difficult to move them. The former is more like a bureaucrat, a politician, who needs political achievements, needs to tell stories to decorate the facade, and needs the support of the planetary governor with real power in order to secure the position of the boss of the Star area. However, when I first came to power, I told the story of regaining the homeland. I didn't expect that the latter matter would be rotten. After decades of work, it turned out to be a burden on my back. This is not only the reason for Star Fury's own conditions and poor environment, but also because the political enemies in the Star area are constantly holding back, and the reconstruction work has been delayed. Petters has had enough of this situation and must resolve this issue. He wanted to unite with the Fofana family and the Gu family to solve this problem in one go. The Petters brothers, the Fofana family, and the Gu family. These three families form an iron triangle in the Tiamat Star area. Fofana represents the Imperial Navy, and the Gu family represents abundant financial resources. Coupled with the political influence of the Petters brothers as the governor of the Flying Wing Star and the head of the Star region, they are fully capable of completely building the Noaxiao Star. Gu Hang's predecessor thought that he was the most capable person in the Gu family that Mr. Pei Desi had found. He was even worried that there would be accidents in this matter, such as whether there would be other children in the family who would steal his governorship. He didn't say anything to anyone until the appointment letter came out. Then, he slapped his mother hard. Gu Hang was able to confirm that the biggest resentment he had towards his mother was right after that slap. In memory, Ms. Wang Qi panted heavily. After beating him, she said to him in great disappointment, "How could I have a son like you? Incompetent, stupid, and ignorant of everything. You have been rich all your life, but you still have ambitions that do not match your abilities. You are really not 1/10,000th of your father. You have let me down so much." Those words pierced hard into his heart. Mother despises herself. This made him so angry and resentful that he took the post alone with a personal entourage. But he didn't come to die either, at least in the former's thinking. According to the concept of Gu Hang's predecessor, under normal circumstances, he is indeed the one who saved New Xiaoxing from the fire and water. It's true that many governors died before, and once the empire's tax revenue cannot be paid, the identity of the Gu family's core children will not save his life. This is the fundamental rule of the empire. But he is not afraid. What kind of rotten fish and rotten shrimps are the previous governors? And I, Gu Hang, am the chosen one. Starting from their own political interests, the head of the Star region was determined to build up the New Xiaoxing. Fofana fully supported it, and the Navy directly allocated a cruiser to station the New Xiaoxing, so there was no need to worry too much about force. Coupled with the financial resources of the Gu family, is there any reason why this matter cannot be done? My wife doesn't support it. If you don't support it, you don't support it. The Gu family is not Wang Qi's final say. There are so many uncles and uncles. What is the iron triangle of Tiamat Star District? What's more, the letter of appointment has already come down. In the center of the empire, he is already registered as the planetary governor. There is no room for repentance in this matter. It is also impossible for him to repent after being slapped by his mother. When Gu Hang flipped through his memory, he could clearly feel that there was a thought in his predecessor. If he really wanted to die, then he would follow his mother's thoughts. If such a useless son died, you must be very happy. Afterwards, Gu Hang was very clear. He came from time travel, replacing his predecessor who was on his way to take office. And after he traveled on the starship for almost a month from Flying Wing Star to Fury Owl Star, plus it has been 5 or 6 months since he developed and worked hard on the surface. In a total of half a year, the Gu family was really ruthless. Did not give a dime. That's it. But at this moment, Gu Hang reviewed the whole incident in his mind, and he clearly felt that his predecessor was cheated. The few words his mother scolded were really not a big problem. The main reason is that Gu Hang didn't have any real feeling about it, so he scolded as soon as he scolded. Anyway, it wasn't me who scolded. Oh, it turned out to be me who scolded, so it's okay. The previous self had a big problem, and he could see a layer deeper, but he didn't see enough. He saw that behind this matter was Pei Desi's plan based on his own political interests, and he saw that the three companies worked together to solve the problem, but they were too blind. Why did Pei Desi, who is the head of the Star region, directly start with him, who is relatively small? According to Gu Hang's judgment, it is very likely that Pei Desi failed to deal with Gu Shi at all. The joint efforts of the three families probably only existed in the imagination of the predecessor from the beginning. Pedesla pulled Gu Hang's predecessor, the idiot, into the game, but in order to drag the Gu family behind him into the water by the way. The core disciples have become governors, the imperial appointment letter has come down, and the raw rice is cooked. You really don't want to pay a dime, do you? Especially Mrs. Wang Qi. This is the only son, and because of her embarrassing status as a widow, her husband has been dead for decades, and her connection with the Gu family depends on this son surnamed Gu. Logically speaking, she would never accept her son's death after failing to be governor. Leaving aside the issue of family ties, after Gu Hang's death, she really has no blood relationship with the Gu family. So how can she directly control a branch of Gu's firm? Split up? The other members of the Gu family would not allow it. There would be a bloodbath. Unexpectedly, whether it is the Gu family or Wang Qi herself, they are really ruthless, and there is no support at all, which not only leads to the failure of Pei Desi's plan to pull the Gu family into the water, but also creates a huge conflict between the two sides. This point was analyzed by Gu Hang himself without intelligent support. However, thinking about the root cause, Gu Hang actually doesn't understand. Logically speaking, Gu, who should be a staunch supporter of Pei Desi, why did he abandon the position of the so-called Iron Triangle and not support Pei Desi's reconstruction of New Xiaoxing? On this matter, Gu Hang lacked enough information to analyze it. However, according to what my cousin said, she might know something. After thinking about it, Gu Hang decided to hit a straight ball. He said, "During the days when I came to New Xiaoxing, I made some achievements. In my spare time, I also reflected on the whole thing. I know that I made a faint mistake and shouldn't be here, but I still don't understand. Why you? Oh, it's our Gu family who don't support the leader of Pei Desi and rebuild Fu Xiaoxing." After Gu Hang finished speaking, Wang Jiarong looked at her cousin in surprise. According to her understanding of her cousin, what she said just now is mostly in vain and may even arouse resentment. She is just in the middle, so she has to say this and persuade her. But in the cousin's reaction, he didn't seem to show any disgust and even listen sincerely. This is not the same as his cousin in his impression. Of course, Wang Jiarong is happy about this. She sees a glimmer of hope in resolving the problems between her aunt and her cousin. If the relationship between the two can be bridged, it is not only a good thing in terms of personal relationship, but more importantly, the biggest problem of the aunt's power in the Gu family is the name problem. Cousin is the most natural person in charge of this family power, and aunt's control of this power, the source of legitimacy, is firstly her deceased husband, and secondly, Gu Hang. But the problem is, after all, it is a deceased husband. The longer the death time, the weaker the legitimacy of this branch force pulled from the family. And Gu Hang, this son, not to mention her relationship is not very good. He even took over a mission with a high probability of death. But if the two work together, this problem can be solved to a large extent. As a result, Wang Jiarong's attitude of talking became more serious. She thought about it carefully and said, "I don't understand the things behind it so clearly. I can only tell you what I understand. The first point is that this is a loss-making business. In other words, the investment cycle is too long and it is too slow to see returns. We are a merchant, not an asset-heavy industry. Although the price of the spaceship is high, we bought it with full capital. There are very few cases, and most of the cases are capital pooling and joint stock purchase. Moreover, even if it is a wholly owned purchase, a starship can be put into operation immediately after buying, generating income, and can pay back after a few years. However, the reconstruction of a waste Earth planet requires a huge amount of capital investment, which is much higher than that of a large starship. Moreover, it requires many years of continuous investment, and I don't know how many years later it will generate benefits. A lot of money, resources on this planet will cause a very heavy burden on the family, and even affect the normal operation. What's more, behind the high investment and long cycle, there are also high risks. It hasn't been done well for many years. Who knows if it can be done well this time? High investment, high risk, long cycle. These characteristics add up to make the family not want to invest normally at all. If it's really like what Mr. Petters said, if the Tiama Iron Triangle works together, it's okay to have the other two to share the cost, but this is not the case. The Fofana family has launched a cruiser, which is to encourage the empire. The Navy was dispatched as a mission. They didn't pay a single penny, and the cruiser would only stay on Fury Star for 2 years at most. Head of Petters issued a planetary governor's appointment letter, as well as political support. It stands to reason that the value of this appointment letter is very, very high, which is equivalent to obtaining a whole planet. But unfortunately, this appointment letter is the star, a place where whoever becomes the governor dies. They paid for this, but Gu sure has to pay almost all the cost of rebuilding the planet. No matter how others will measure the value difference between these three things, at least, Gu's internally is dissatisfied with this and feels that it is completely unequal. After hearing this, Gu Hang suddenly realized something. Indeed, it is agreed that the three companies will work together, and the two of you will produce so few things. But you want me to be taken advantage of. Ji Hang is the boss of the family, so he is not willing to agree. Wang Jiarong paused and continued to tell the second reason. Furthermore, the Gu family is currently repairing their relationship with the Farchers family. They're the real bosses of the Pegasus sector. In the 8 worlds of the Star sector, there are 3 governors named Farchers. They have conflicts with Mr. Petters, and they used to have conflicts with us. The relationship between them is also not good, but it has eased recently. To do business, the 3 planets of the Farchers family cannot be given up. But they have important interests in Star Fury. You have been on this planet for a while. Have you ever heard of Blackbird Heavy Industry? This company on Star Fury is essentially the Farchers family, controlled. Before Fury Star was reclaimed and became the Empire world, it was an uninhabited planet without taxes. You don't need to be regulated, let alone pay taxes. Even, there are reasons to suspect that they put a lot of the output of their own 3 planets on the Blackbird Heavy Industry, using the special characteristics of the Fury Owl to avoid taxes. Of course, this is purely guesswork. There is no evidence. Otherwise, Petters the leader has already used this to beat them to death. Regaining the Star of Fury is an action taken by the leader of Paida against the Farchers family. It is a battlefield for political struggle between them. At the key point of repairing the relationship between the Gu family and the Farchers family. When you come here, you can directly interrupting this process will destroy the family's long-term efforts in the past, and the relationship between the 2 parties will once again fall to the freezing point. Gu Heng nodded again, expressing his understanding. It's probably about these 2 aspects. Wang Jiarong said, So I said, what you did this time, cousin, is not just my aunt who is very angry, but you and your family are actually quite annoyed. You have come to take office, and the pressure there is even greater. It's not that she really doesn't want to help you at all, and she can't do anything about it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain within the family. And didn't I come? Thank you. Gu Heng nodded lightly. It's very important that you come. But did my mother ask you to come? Or did she nod for it? That's not true. I came here by myself. Wang Jiarong's face was a little embarrassed, but she immediately made up for it. However, my aunt must have acquiesced, otherwise she would have contacted me and refused to let me come. Oh, acquiesce. Gu Heng kept a polite smile on his face and didn't make any more sarcasm. Wang Jiarong sighed and knew that it was not that simple to bridge the relationship between mother and child. She had tried for so many years in the past, but it didn't work, not to mention that there was still a bigger conflict between the 2 of them now. Being my cousin/niece is so hard. Anyway, cousin, why don't you find a time to contact your aunt? The cost of real-time communication is relatively high, and I don't have the conditions here, but there should be a way on the quintet number. Make an appointment in advance, and then... Forget it. Gu Heng interrupted hastily. Stop it. Let me like this. I don't know what to say to her recently. You can't just waste it like this. Next time, definitely. Under the regretful gaze of his cousin, he ended the conversation. He has other things to do. The troops under his command suffered heavy casualties when dealing with the Greenskins who jumped to the quintet. There were only 2 people on board the starship, and there were more than 20 casualties, which is more than %% of the casualties. As the commander-in-chief, Gu Heng had to go down to condolences to the soldiers. This is also a way to win people's hearts, proving that the governor still has comrades in his heart. Anyway, being idle on the starship is also idle. In addition, he also went to visit the lower Rizzo. This is also what it should be. Other space fighters have sold his life many times. Phoenix's head pastor is in pretty good condition. The Orc warlord's 3 axes didn't feel good, but after all, he didn't really hit his vital parts with 1 axe. The shoulder axe and the breastplate axe caused him serious injuries, but after all, the power armor reduced the damage. It's a suit of armor. I'm afraid it can't be repaired. Gu Hang also comforted the old pastor. This time, the caravan I invited brought some new power armor, which I specially asked someone to help buy. You take a good rest, don't worry about running out of power armor, and you will have brand new ones for you later. After finishing speaking, Gu Hang turned his head and said to Martins, Chapter Commander, you also have a share. Among the special products purchased, there are not only ordinary power armors that can be used to develop future members of the battle group, but also a set of Terminator power armor, especially prepared for you, to thank the battle group for their help during this time. Hearing that there is a new power armor, which also contains a set of Terminators, Martins is also moved. The power armor of the Terminator type has far stronger performance than ordinary power armor. The armor is thicker, the built-in power system is more powerful, and it can be equipped with heavier weapons and equipment. Whether it is used as a powerful fire support platform in the middle or long distance, or in close combat, it has incomparable advantages. There are even 2 small shield generators installed inside its thick shoulder armor, which further strengthens the ability of the Terminator armor. In the past, when Phoenix was still developed, there were only a few dozen Terminators in the whole regiment of 1,000 people. Compared with ordinary tactical armor, Terminator armor has 2 disadvantages. 1, it's expensive and much more expensive. Second, it is not flexible enough. After wearing the Terminator, it may not be possible to act silently. The Terminator armor, which is 3 or 4 times heavier than ordinary armor and equipped with a shield generator, will hinder flexibility even if it also has neural interfaces and electronic muscle bundles. But compared to the stronger firepower, stronger power, thicker armor, and additional energy shield it provides, the loss of that little flexibility is completely acceptable. Martins couldn't help feeling a little emotional. If he had a set of Terminator armor on him in the battle on the surface, Schneider would not have died. Stronger equipment is not only for oneself, but also for protecting more combat brothers around him. In addition, he also noticed more power armor mentioned in Gu Hang's words. Obviously, this is to prepare for the development of more people in the warband. Using the gene seeds of the 3 brothers who died in battle, they could theoretically add 3 new members. Before, he was also worried about the problem of power armor, especially the damage of Schneider's set was beyond repair. Now, there is no need to worry. Thank you, he said to Gu Hang. Gu Hang waved his hand. I should thank you all. Visit the army, visit the wounded soldiers, visit the Phoenix warband that played an important role. This is what Gu Hang did when the starship was on its way back to the orbit of Star Fury. The way back, even if it is a starship, will take several days to fly. On the way, he also saw a new system message. Another month has passed, and the monthly fixed gift points have been issued in place. This time, the gift points have increased compared to the last time. The range is not particularly large, but it also came to 678 points. The main increase comes from the newly incorporated Garbage Town. The 20 workers and 55 scavengers in the town, with a total population of were given a monthly gift income of points. There is still a lot of room for growth. Garbage Town has been semi-closed in the past month. Due to the war, most of the waste picking, raw material processing, and supporting service industries have stopped. As a result, the productivity has not been tapped at all, so that the population is large and the gifts are not many. Now that the war has stopped and related production is being resumed, I think this number will eventually have a relatively high growth rate. In addition, Weishing City, Fuxing City, and other sporadic camps that have been recovered and retained have also been added together, and the total is this number. After this month's salary arrives in the account, even if the 5 gift points that Guam Hang spent to raise his level to LV 4658 are removed, the gift points he has now are still as huge as points. He only had one thought, to go back quickly and get out the building system that has been unlocked but not built yet. Pump out the technology that should be pumped. After all the 4,000 points are spent, the development of his territory will reach another level. Never have I been so rich. He even remembered the things he had talked with his cousin before. The input of the Gu family? No need. Is it worth Krypton gold to hang up? I, Gu Hang, have been able to develop my planet to where it is today, all thanks to my own hard work. Technology panel, smoke it for me. Building panels, build me. To be honest, after learning all kinds of shit about the predecessor's mother, the predecessor's family, and the Star District government from his cousin, Gu Heng actually didn't feel much in his heart, neither hopeful nor disappointed. At least in terms of his own development, he has never counted on the help of others. He has developed quite well, relying on a bunch of black boxes that the mechanicus would drool if he knew about it. Gu Heng is really not afraid of anything else. Just give me time and don't mess around too much. However, that's where the problem lies. It is one thing not to expect support and help from others, but it is another thing not to expect accidents. His identity, the reason why he took office, and the political wrestling of various forces gathered on Fu Xiaoxing, these are all inseparable whirlpools. If he wants to develop well without being disturbed, Gu Heng, who is the governor, really can't ignore it all. He must be clear about what kind of political ecology he is facing. The information brought by Wang Jiarong gave him a lot of inspiration. As the leader of the Strong Dragon Star area, Pei Desi wants to subdue the Farcher's family, who is a local snake, and the two sides engage in a political struggle around the Angry Owl Star. The Gu family was originally in the Pei Desi camp, and it is probably not at the stage of jumping off the car now, but at least they don't want the two sides to be tied so deeply and want to repair the relationship with the local snake. And the head of Pet Ace was obviously not happy. He tricked the idiot from Gu Heng's predecessor into the game. On the one hand, he wanted to get rid of the white wolf with empty hands and get Gu to pay for him to solve the origin of the Angry Owl Star. The process is interrupted to prevent one corner of the iron triangle of oneself from falling into the other side. There are a lot of twists and turns here. Combining some memories and information in his mind, he pinpointed a key point. To put it bluntly, the business of the Gu family has been doing well these years, and its influence has spread more and more to the surrounding star regions, not limited to Pegasus Star area. Their dependence on the head of Petters has become lower, and on the contrary, the demand for key markets such as fake years has increased. This is a change in the overall situation, which led to the adjustment of Gu's overall strategy. And when it falls on oneself, the situation will be more complicated. He is a member of the Gu family, but he has a bad relationship with his mother. The Gu family also opposed him as the governor, and after he took office, he ignored it. He is the appointment letter obtained by Pei Desi, the person who got the appointment, but Pei Desi essentially wanted to pull Gu Shi into the water, but because of Gu Shi's swift behavior of cutting off from Gu Heng, the plan failed to be realized, and even because of this, he was separated from Gu Heng. Gu's relationship became even more tense. It is hard to say what kind of attitude this leader has towards Gu Heng. The Fofana family, to which Yalisha belongs, seems to be on the same side as Petters at present, and there is no need to treat them separately for the time being. The Fockers family was Gu's past enemies, and they are now repairing their relationship. However, the behavior of the governor himself to integrate power on the planet will definitely affect their important asset allocation. And no matter what relationship or position they will end up with Gu Shi, they will definitely not be able to get along with Gu Heng anyway. No, after such an analysis, why do I feel that my current political environment is so bad? Everyone is the enemy. He rubbed his head, feeling that his train of thought couldn't be so rigid. This situation is definitely wrong. Gu Heng really needs to find a political partner and backer. Otherwise, the idea that he had previously thought of using military merit and the threat of greenskins to form an astral army unit to offset taxes would really be a wild idea of his own. By himself, where could he find a way to communicate with the Imperial Military Affairs Department? He had to find a suitable object to help him realize the fruits of victory in this war into tangible benefits. There must be a way. He settled down again and thought about it carefully. The Fockers family is the first to exclude the three parties that can be contacted at present. Unfamiliar, and there is a major conflict of interest which is almost irreconcilable. What they want is for Fu Xiaoxing to leave the Empire territory, but it is not possible. The next best thing is to be a puppet governor, so that the Blackbird heavy industry they invested in Fu Xiaoxing can continue to not pay taxes, and even allow their own 3 planets to evade taxes. Being supervised, Gu Heng can't cooperate with them. even if their important industry is on Fu Shao star, which is within the scope of his nominal rule. This is an enemy. The enemy of the enemy is the one who can win the most, and that is the leader of Pei Desi. This is relatively more promising than the Gu family. After all, making a good news Xiaoxing is the core goal of Pei Desi, and this is consistent with himself. And it's not impossible for Gu's side. After all, there's a real mother. It's pointless to keep guessing. Gu Heng decided to talk to them separately. Gu Heng's core appeal is to settle the Star Militia Army's tax credit and save 1,000 million tax coins. Whoever can help him with this matter is a good friend. From this perspective, his goal is quite clear. When Yalisha knew about Gu Heng's visit, she had just ended her contact with the family. Although the relevant battle report has not yet been handed in, she must discuss this matter with her family first. Fofana has deep roots in the Navy. How to polish the battle report, how to prepare in advance, how to make clear up and down, build momentum, and pave the way are all familiar, and the only difference is a serious record. Now in her head is still the face of her own father, who is clearly smiling, but trying to hold it back, praising her for a good job with a ruddy complexion. She herself is very happy. Raise your eyebrows. Now who dares to say that my mother is a related household? The real record is on his face. What is Gu Heng looking for now? However, at the moment she is in a good mood and can do anything. In her captain's cabin, she met Gu Heng. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Heng mentioned his purpose of coming. He hoped to have a call with the head of Petters. For communication across galaxies, there is no such condition on Furious Owlstar. Even on an armed merchant ship like the Beautiful Girl, which is equivalent to the size of a destroyer, it can only send letters at most, but cannot make real-time calls. After thinking about it for a while, Yalisha understood what Gu Heng wanted to do when he met the leader. She smiled and said, "Fortunately, the communication cabin on the ship was not damaged during the battle. I have a dedicated line leading to the leader's office here, but I can't guarantee whether the leader will have time to see you." Fine. Yalisha called for someone to dial the psionic communication. Soon news came. Head of Petters will have time to talk in 10 minutes, and we have already made an appointment. Yalisha turned her head to Gu Heng and said, "It seems that we are lucky. The next thing is to wait." While waiting, Gu Heng chatted with Yalisha for a while. It mainly mentioned his idea of the Star Militia Army. There is nothing that cannot be said, and this has nothing to do with the Navy. However, after hearing his thoughts, Yalisha's eyes widened, and she sighed. "You are really out of your way, and you dare to think of such a way. Then do you evaluate it? Is it feasible?" "I think it's fine," Yalisha said. "Anyway, even if you finish building the Star Militia Army and are transferred away, you won't lose anything. Then is it possible not to be transferred? Or if transferred, it is temporarily transferred." Gu Heng said, "It's like the Tianma fleet." "I understand what you mean," Yalisha said. "If you can be like the Pegasus fleet, then you have indeed made money. But it is very difficult. That's why I'm looking for our leader. Then I wish you good luck." The female captain didn't want to talk more. This matter has nothing to do with her, and she won't help Gu Heng with advice. Gu Heng also ended the topic and talked about another matter. "Next, will you and your starship continue to be stationed in the orbit of Star Fury?" "The quintet will not be stationed here," Yalisha said with some regret. "The damage to the starship is actually not serious, and it needs to be dragged to repair the ship as soon as possible. The nearest foundry world is the Fire Star, and it is necessary to sail. It will take 2 months to arrive. At that time, in order to ensure the safety of the quintet, the fleet headquarters may send out a force to escort the quintet there. Optimistically, it will take 2 or 3 years for this battleship to be repaired before it can return to full condition. But you don't have to worry, since there is a 2-year escort period and the quintet is gone, another ship will be transferred to do the same job." "Oh." Gu Heng nodded and asked again, "What about you?" "I won't let you, a general, go with the quintet to repair the ship for a few years, right?" "That's not possible," Yalisha said. "There are several possibilities. Maybe I will be transferred to a certain ship. If I am at the same level as the original captain, I will be an observer. If my level is higher, the captain will temporarily accept it. I am in command. In short, It is a transition to perform the original mission of the ship. It may also be transferred to a higher-level military academy for advanced studies and lectures, depending on the arrangement above. Then, Gu Hang said, if it is transferred to another ship, is there a way to transfer to the ship that will come to Fury Owl Star? Ha ha! Elisha smiled prettily, and after she finally stopped, she said with a residual smile, why? Are you reluctant to part with me? Gu Hang nodded sincerely. Yes, we had a pleasant cooperation before, and the occasional conflict was just accidental, so I really don't want to part with it. There's nothing I can do if I can't bear it. You will figure out a way. Gu Hang continued to speak seriously. After all, we still have a battle to fight. Oh, Elisha became interested. Every time Gu Hang mentioned the battle, it was all meritorious deeds. But at this time, Gu Hang was unwilling to say more. You will know when the time comes. If you have other good opportunities, then go. If not, stay on the orbit of Fu Xiaoxing, and you will be disappointed. Elisha was thoughtful. Okay, then I will try my best to find a way. Not long after chatting with Elisha about her future, the news from the head of PEDACE came in. The female captain's room has an interface for the communication device, where Gu Hang can directly see the virtual scene of the head of the star region generated on the device. The image is not stable, with flickering ripples, but it can communicate in real time with a flying wing star that is countless light years away. This is already an out-and-out black technology. This can only be done with the help of a special psionic device, an advanced contemplator array that can only be configured at the cruiser level, and an advanced navigator. In Gu Hang's line of sight, what he saw was a middle-aged man with a calm expression, wearing rimless round glasses, meticulously groomed hair and short beard, and looked quite gentle. That a simple suit showed that he was not luxurious, but he wore many medals, which showed his noble status. Even though it was separated by countless light years, there were some noises when it came. But when he spoke, he was still able to convey the gentleness, magnetism, and charm in his voice to those who heard it. Good evening. It's the night of Flying Wing Star. What time is in your place? Anyway, I want to congratulate you. I have won another victory for the Empire. This is your glory. Please allow me to represent the Empire Star District government. Thank you, guys. Mr. Leader's opening remarks, coupled with his voice when speaking, are very contagious. Gu Hang nodded slightly. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Elisha didn't speak, but stepped aside. Her actions made it clear that Gu Hang wanted to find Pei Desi for this conversation. Pei Desi also understood. He faced Gu Hang with a smile and said, Gu Hang, the last time we met was before you rushed to take office. I had unlimited expectations for you, but even so, I still didn't expect you to be able to do it. So good. This is polite talk. The so-called so good refers to the fact that only one city has been regained in the entire planet, right? Of course, what rank is Petters? He doesn't make it sound like he's talking nonsense. I just heard him continue to say, although I don't know how far you have rebuilt the ruling order of Fu Xiaoxing, but I can see a powerful planetary army that is no worse than the main force of the Star Realm Army. I can see that even the Space Marines are at your service. I know that the limited land you hold on the planet bursts forth with infinite life. Honestly speaking, when I learned that you had arrived on the surface of the planet, I chose to start from scratch, slowly seize political control, and chose to completely reshape the alliance order established by the governors of the Fury Star generation decades ago. I'm not optimistic about you, but now, the facts seem to prove that you are right. At least you're on the right path. Perhaps those governors in the past just lacked the courage and action like you. You let me see hope, the hope that saw the glory of the Emperor sprinkle the land of Fury Owl Star. Every governor in the star area has to look at your deeds. I'm not kidding. Those people have lofty status and rule hundreds of millions of people, but they have never encountered a situation as difficult as you. Situation. If you put them in the same position as you, they must not do as well as you. After hearing these words, Gu Hang had to admit that the head of Pei Desi is really a powerful person. A dignified head of the star area, the supreme leader of the star area securities, faced himself, a guy who can only be regarded as a little man so far, but he was able to pull his face down and blow wildly. None of the 8 governors of Star Fury can compare to you, and they all have to look up to you. The glory of the Emperor is only because of you, so that the land of Star Furious is shrouded again. But with his mellow voice and his sincere attitude, it is not offensive even if you're stunned. Flattery is one aspect. The key is flattery with examples, which can really tickle people's itch. If Gu Hang's resistance was not high enough, he would have been blown out. However, he still showed a slightly self-satisfied look, but at the same time he was very grateful to the head of Peida and said, "I am here today, thanks to Mr. Head's appreciation. I will never forget this kind of grace in my life." But our career on Furious Owl has progressed to the point where some crises are also emerging. Blackbird Heavy Industries did not obey the governor's order, and even after I arrived on the planet, I never took the initiative to contact me. There is a risk of rebellion. Inside the planet, a large number of mutated monsters appeared, which extremely troubled the planet's food-producing areas. Not to mention, now that there is a threat of green-skinned orcs after the Iron 2 clan suffered a big loss, with those blasphemy against aliens, I won't let it go. Countless risks hang over Star Fury, and there is an urgent need for the strength of an astral army to help me suppress the planet. It doesn't even count. According to Gu Hang's information, Blackbird Heavy Industry is entrenched in the west of the mainland, further west in the western desert, and he really doesn't care about him. There's also the shadow of the Farchers family behind this enterprise, which is the enemy of Pedders, and there is no psychological barrier at all to treat them as rebels. Mutated monsters do exist, and the Chingu area is suffering. The threat from the Greenskins is also real. 12 warships have come, so the threat must be very terrible. To garrison troops, as it should be. After listening to Gu Hang's words, Pei Desi frowned slightly and sighed with some embarrassment. "I fully understand the difficulties you are encountering now, but the transfer of the Star Militia Army is very difficult, and it is not up to me. I will definitely work hard for you. Fight for it, but please hold on for a while. Be sure to wait for support." The words are beautiful, but there are no real promises, nothing more than procrastination. As the leader of the Star region, he really does not have the power to mobilize the Star Territory Army, but he must have a way, nothing more than he doesn't want to pay that price. The Imperial Navy has sent you a ship in orbit, and then sent you dozens or millions of main force of the Star Militia Army. Do you want to give you another reconstruction material? I might as well be the governor of this planet. But Gu Hang will not let Mr. Leader go so easily. He took advantage of the opportunity to put forward the previous idea, that is, to form a new Star Realm Army unit to be stationed on Fu Shao Star with the money from Fu Shao Star's imperial tax. The high-sounding statement is, of course, that I am a loyal minister of the Empire, feeling the difficulties of the current situation, the troubles of the leaders, and the threats facing the Star area. I am impassioned and willing to contribute. The Empire collects taxes and then builds the army, and there will inevitably be losses in the middle. It is difficult to dispatch additional troops. Then it's better to simply convert the tax of Fu Xiaoxing directly into the cost of building an army. And don't give the preferential tax for the first phase promised by the leader. Just give it to me directly. For 1,000 million tax coins, I will pull out an Astral Militia Army for you, the one that can pass the review of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Taxation. In the dark, Gu Hang emphasized 3 points. First, the commander of this Star Realm Army must be determined by him. The long-term mission of this Star Army should be to ensure the safety of Star Fury, including suppressing rebellions, suppressing mutant monsters, and resisting aliens. Peida pondered for a moment, expressing his support for this plan in principle, but there are many difficulties. Firstly, there is no money, and secondly, the 3 points that Gu Hang requested are difficult to handle, especially the third point. The first point is okay, who is not sent by the commander. The second point is that although the Star Boundary Army has moved to the Xinghai, there are tens of millions of people at every turn, eating, drinking, and sleeping. There must always be a relatively fixed station. But the third point is the most difficult. It is not easy to ensure that the Ministry of Military Affairs will not just transfer this army away. Generally, normal Star Militia troops are transferred as soon as there is a war. This is directly under the control of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and theoretically no one can stop it. Of course, there is actually a way, emphasizing regional threats, emphasizing the role of guarding, and finding a substitute team from other places when the Ministry of Military Affairs needs it. But this requires a lot of political costs, and Paydesi is not willing to do it. Of course, Gu Heng did not give up so easily. Literacy, bargaining, these are the most basic. In the end, Gu Heng faintly raised 2 points. I can give up this plan, but without enough repression, I have to talk to Blackbird Heavy Industries and the Fockers family behind them. It just so happens that our Gu family is still repairing relations with them. Thinking about it from another angle, they want New Xiaoxing. I am the governor of New Xiaoxing now, and I'm also a member of the Gu family. I will help them solve this problem. There is nothing wrong with being a puppet governor who doesn't care about things. It's better than being finished. Or, I don't have to make any fuss. I will tell the Ministry of Military Affairs the specific situation of the previous naval battle according to the facts. The vanguard fleet of the Iron-Tooth clan and the large-scale invasion were defeated in the early stage. It was just a random group of pirates. Originally, the quintet was planning to run away, but I suppressed this battle. Hearing the latter meaning, Yalisha, who was sitting next to her and watched 2 men, one old and one young, come and go, eating melons with relish, was dumbfounded. Why is there still my business? Well, you Gu Heng, just now you kept saying that you don't want to part with me. So you dig a hole now? Pooh, scumbag. She glared at Gu Heng, but Gu Heng blinked at her. She was so angry that her teeth itched. If it wasn't for the presence of the leader of Paydesi, she would have wanted to go up and bite him. Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to speak, expressing her meaning. The situation of the battle is an established fact, and there is no need to discuss this. Just kidding, my mother will soon be a rising star. Can it be such a stain? Petters had to consider Yalisha's attitude, or in other words, the Fofana family behind her. The Gu family in the Iron Triangle is already unstable. No matter how unstable Fofana is, his leader will really be precarious. He talked with Gu Heng again and basically agreed to this matter, but there are many details that need to be discussed further. In the next 3 months, the Star Region government will successively allocate a total of 250 million tax coins, plus the 250 million tax coins that should be paid when Gu Heng's 2-year term as governor expires. All of these will be invested in the army's construction. At that time, the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Taxation will go to Fu Xiao Star to check at the same time whether his new army can reach the value of 500 million tax coins in all aspects. And the other 500 million tax coins will still have to wait 2 years later, as the imperial tax paid by the Star area, and help New Xiaoxing to hand it over. The reason why I don't give it all to Gu Heng now is obviously because I don't want to give it 0.2 years at most is 2 years, and the Star District government is not rich. For the plan that was finally discussed, Gu Heng was basically able to accept it. After 1.5 years, the tax to be paid will be saved. Just wait for the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Taxation to come down and inspect the army to see if the number of troops is enough, whether the equipment is enough, and whether it reaches the value of 500 million tax coins. In addition, after 3 months, Gu Heng will get an additional 250 million tax coins. This is a very large sum of cash. With this money, he can buy a lot of the goods that are now in the belly of the beautiful girl. When he had no money before, he only ordered a small amount of things, and when waiting for the transaction, Gu Heng had to think clearly about what he wanted to pay for. Now, don't worry too much. 250 million tax coins can buy a lot of things. So far, Gu Heng has initially obtained his own part of the benefits of this war. Not too much, at least compared to Yalisha and Wang Jiarong. Not too much. But Gu Heng is still satisfied. If someone has a boat, he can make a lot of money. He can earn so much without a boat, so that's fine. Using the lives of more than 4,000 soldiers in exchange for 500 million tax coins, even if there is an additional prize for the 500 million tax coins, is still a big profit. Although it is a bit cold-blooded to say this, the fact is that the lives of more than 4,000 soldiers are nothing more than the interest of 500 million tax coins a year. Now, Gu Heng can already think about what he wants to buy from the beautiful girl. He can also start thinking about how to spend the more than 600 gift points in his account to be the most effective. Flying Wings Star, countless light years away. This is a garden world, the administrative center of the star area, and a commercial and trade center whose influence extends to multiple surrounding star areas, with developed productivity. Although the overall production capacity is not as good as some foundry worlds and hive worlds, it can guarantee that a total of almost 40 billion people can obtain a good average quality of life and living environment. The lower limit of the empire is very low, and most of the population lives in hardship, i.e. in the foundry world. Those slave laborers who have had their lobotomized or not removed, but are similar are living machines on the production line. The hive world is a planet with tens of billions of people crowded together, and people are like pigs. Resources are raised. The serfs in the agricultural world live the life of ancient medieval farmers in the interstellar age. In the dead world and the wasteland world, people are struggling on the edge of life and death. On their own, they are facing war from birth to death. But again, the upper limit is quite high. People in the civilized world can wear a tie from dash drink a cup of coffee after work, and go to the bar to indulge. People in a garden world, with advanced technology and extremely high resource allocation, can live almost unlimited lives. A carefree life. These two worlds are usually the administrative planets of the empire, the core of commerce, and the like, and the accompanying manufacturing capacity is not so meaningful. The Flying Wing Star is the latter, and it has not been directly subjected to war in the past 500 years. Tiamat Palace is the most important functional building complex on Flying Wing Star. It is like a legendary paradise. Pure white marble has constructed almost all the buildings here. There are masters who are skilled in design in the building, and the wide or narrow, urgent or slow water system has been planned, which looks harmonious and full of vitality from a distance. Green plants are dotted around the building, matched with various flowers. Colorful, the intense lights illuminate the entire Tiamat Palace as if it were daytime at night. And it is more exciting than the daytime. The highest point of the palace is Petter's office. At this moment, he just hung up the interstellar call with Gu Hang, stood in front of the huge French windows, staring at the entire Tiamat Palace. A slightly drunken voice came from behind him. "Why did you agree to that, Gu family boy? Their Gu family has already cut him, and their own mother doesn't pull out a hair. So what are you doing? Don't be afraid at this moment. Is all the investment given in vain?" The person who spoke was a man who looked quite similar to him, but was thinner, with a more frivolous and chic temperament. He is the governor of the Wing Star, Vaga Peets. Also known as Little Peets, is the younger brother of Leon Peets. The two are also called Brothers Petters. One is the governor of Flying Wing Star, and the other is the head of Tiamat Star District, controlling the highest power in the entire Star District. Loon Petters said to his brother, "What do we spend? 250 million tax coins? That was supposed to be handed over to the Imperial Tax Department, but it was just given to him a year earlier." Little Petters was still puzzled. But if he can't pay the Imperial taxes, and his new army won't pass the inspection, we still have to make up for the extra difference. "That's how much?" "It's always me, Flying Wing Star, who will pay you this." Little Peta muttered, took another sip of wine, and then said seriously, "Do you still have the idea of pulling Goose into the game? I advise you to admit it. One trick must have failed. As far as I know, the little girl Wang Jiarong went to anger Xiaoxing on her own initiative. Wang Qi didn't agree. If she said she didn't care about her son, she would really ignore her at all. We still have to think of other ways." "Oh," Pate Desi sighed, "I know what you said, and I didn't count on it anymore. However, it's not bad to cut it cleanly." Gu Hang was originally resentful towards his mother, and it was precisely because of this he will be easily persuaded by me to go to Fu Xiaoxing. Now, after having his biological mother completely cut off from him, his mother-child relationship with Wang Qi will be broken even more, and he can only rely on me. You see, after he had an idea, the first person he contacted was me, the guide and supporter, and he didn't mean to communicate with his mother at all. New Xiaoxing always needs a governor, since he is doing it now. If they look a little better, why not give them a little more confidence? Maybe there will be new gains? The costs that should be paid have already been paid, and they don't care about paying a little bit more. The battle they won is indeed very useful. What if this kid really succeeds? At that time, he can only rely on me, and I will have a goof family who will serve wholeheartedly. Hearing this, little Pedo was silent for a while, and suddenly seemed to think of something very interesting and laughed. If that's the case, it's quite fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing the son of that woman, Wang Qi, kneeling down and kissing her boots. When she sees it next to her, how will she feel? Pei Desi was a little helpless. He turned around and stared at his younger brother without saying a word. After a while, little Peida finally spread his hands. Okay, I'm just joking, I know. Now is not the time to mess with that woman, and I won't ask for trouble anymore. After finishing speaking, he added, at least not in the near future. Pei Desi was also helpless. He shook his head and said nothing to his brother. Also on Flying Wing Star, another place. This is a manor, which is the property of the Gu family, and now Wang Qi lives here. It is not as graceful and luxurious as Qianma Palace, like a paradise, but it is also interesting. At this moment, the hostess Wang Qi is reading a letter. Mother, see Xin and be well. When I left in anger, I wanted to make a living. Now, it's been half a year since I left home. Fortunately, with God's help, some results have been achieved. You must have heard about the Star Wars. Although I don't have a strong ship and guns, I have brought out a reliable army based on what I have done on the Star of Fury for the past 6 months. Victory. In half a year, although I haven't completely controlled the planet, I have actually ruled over 1 million people and established an Ash Legion. Under my rule, various industries are booming and thriving. There are millions of people who have nothing to worry about in food and clothing and earn a living. Since I started my business, I haven't received any support from my family, but I don't have any worries when I pay my taxes for the first time in 1.5 years. Presumably, after 3.5 years, I will pay my taxes in full. There will be no problem. New Xiaoxing will gradually become a normal person. In the Imperial world, I will secure the position of the 9th governor of the Pegasus sector. But it's not the end, it's the beginning. I once told one of my subordinates that I would make Star Fury as productive as a foundry world and as beautiful as a garden world. This is my goal, and it is still firm today. I don't know if Mother, do you believe it? Maybe the goal is still far away, and maybe you, Mother, still feel that this is just an incompetent and stupid son's wishful thinking. But I'm sure that I am on the right path. I'm not what you think. I can be an excellent successor like my father. I don't want to just be content with the wealth of the family. Fortunately, the impulsive impulse half a year ago made me now have my career has nothing to do with Goose. You may think that I say this to you to show off, to answer what you said to me after the last meeting, and I will not deny it. But I want to say that I have experienced a lot in the past 6 months, and my thoughts have changed a lot. I will start to look at the mediocrity and absurd nonsense in the first half of my life. Those blaming others are essentially for my incompetence and stupidity. Harding, your assessment is correct. Up to now, I have realized that accepting the appointment and coming to New Xiaoxing as the governor will have a bad influence on the family, and it will also be a major blow to your hard work of maintaining the family business left by your grandfather and father for so many years. Put yourself into a situation where you will have to pay a huge price to save, and you will lose your life if you don't save. But my luck lies in the fact that a wrong decision allowed me to open up a more correct path. Mother, I will not seek your forgiveness. I am walking my own way. This is not a mistake and does not need to be forgiven. But I have let go of my innocent resentment and will look at the past events more calmly. Your evaluation is correct for me in the past. But whether it is correct for me in the present and in the future, please watch from countless light years away. Let's see if I can achieve a career far beyond my ancestors as I wished. At that time, I hope you can give me another evaluation, Mother, and listen to it at any time. Governor of Fury Owl Star, Gu Hang, your son. The letter wasn't very long and didn't say anything specific, but Wang Qi still read it for a long time. Between the lines, she could see that in the first half, a young man was proudly showing off his achievements to his mother, saying that your previous evaluation of incompetence and stupidity was stupid. But in the middle, she saw a calm and stable adult again. He was admitting his mistakes, but his back was straight, that he's expressing his reflection on the past, admitting that he did not think well and made a wrong decision. But he also congratulates his luck. It is good enough to be able to recognize mistakes and to be able to gain something in reflection, which has been Wang Chi's highest expectation in the past. But at the end, she saw a change again. She seems to have seen a high-spirited entrepreneur telling her lofty ideals, then turned around and left, following the path in her heart and walking firmly. Wang Chi never expected that Gu Hang would write such a letter. Knowing a son is like a mother. Based on her understanding of her son, there is a high probability that Gu Hang will not write any letters until he dies. If I wrote it, I would probably say something like, "You can be happy when I die. As you wish, there will never be a stupid and incompetent son to embarrass you," and so on. There is a very small probability that in the face of the fear of death, the son may cry bitterly and send a letter admitting his mistake, begging his mother to save him. Although, no matter what, Wang Chi will eventually find a way to save her. That was her own son, her only blood. How could she really ignore it? But he couldn't change the disappointment in his heart. In the future, he might be put under house arrest, find a wife, and let them give birth to a grandson quickly. The trumpet practice is useless. Find a way to practice a trumpet. When the time comes, the grandson will directly inherit the family business. Gu Hang can play while playing. She really intends to do this, and even her daughter-in-law is already looking for someone with good genes. But this letter actually made her change her mind. After reading the letter, the relief in Wang Chi's heart was almost uncontrollable, showing on her face, forming a faint smile. But in addition to comfort, her mood is also very complicated. After being immersed in conspiracy for a long time, she would instinctively suspect whether this letter was written by Gu Hang himself. In other words, is it what Gu Hang really wants? Is it possible that that old fox, Pei Desi, came up with some strange tricks, found an expert, fooled her son, taught him to write such a letter, and came to trick and sneak attack on this old woman, using mother and child's emotions to blind her judgment? But this possibility is not high, because the letter came with a letter from Wang Jiarong. In the letter, the niece narrated that her cousin had changed a lot, and said that the half-year experience in New Xiaoxing had made him different. Moreover, this letter was written by her watching her cousin, and no one taught it. But even if it was a trick, Wang Chi had to admit that she would fall for it. Whereas the mother who does not take comfort in seeing her son grow? This chapter has words, which is equivalent to 3.5 chapters. I'm not short. Adding more is nothing else. It feels better to write this paragraph down in one breath. Maybe some book lovers will find it boring, but I think it is very important. The content of the last 2 days has not been fought, but it should not be flat, right? Mainly writing one. Gu Hang strives for the results of the war, too. Explains the interstellar background and the background of the protagonist. These are already in the outline, but the previous stories did not involve interstellar, so I have to mention it now. 3. Emotional confession. Hope you all like it. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist will go back to farm and start to unify the planet. The letter Wang Chi saw was indeed written by Gu Hang himself. No one taught him. In writing this letter, he actually had 2 thoughts. 1. Emotional, with the same name and surname, and the predecessor who used someone else's body. Gu Hang felt that when the time was right, he should give an explanation. Using his body, Gu Hang is more or less responsible for this person with the same name and surname. My predecessor had an obsession with proving to my mother, so let's satisfy this obsession. Therefore, Gu Hang wrote the first half of the letter. But if you want to talk about explaining, it just stops here, but it is not enough. Digging deep into the memory of his predecessor, why didn't his resentment towards his mother come from his love for his mother? If he really has no feelings for his mother, how can he hate her? So, there's another saying of admitting mistakes, but standing up straight and expressing ambition. The relationship between mother and child needs a way to relax. This method can't simply be a weeping confession. It is definitely not in line with the idea of the predecessor. Not only that, but also let the mother see the change. However, the emotional factor is relatively minor. More importantly, there are some practical considerations. From the memories of his previous life, Gu Heng saw dissatisfaction with his mother in his predecessor's thinking. His mother was the image of a cold, rational, unkind, and controlling strong woman. Her status as a power holder was far greater than that of a mother, and he felt very little maternal love since he was a child. But that's the angle of the predecessor. With Gu Heng's gaze re-excavating those memories from the perspective of a bystander, he is still certain that Ms. Wang Qi still loves her son, that it's just that the emphasis is different. Can also understand. It is true that Gu Heng's lineage was once the leader of the Gu family. His grandfather was the leader of the family, and his father, as the third child, was the most loved by his grandfather and the most outstanding. He was designated as the first heir early on, but he died before his grandfather died. He was just born when his father died. He was 3 years old when his grandfather died. After grandfather's death, the identity of the heir may not necessarily fall into Gu Heng's hands. He still has several uncles who are his OWN. In addition, there are quite a few other people of the same clan, each with their own blood, and each holding a certain amount of property. Brothers of the same clan, uncles. Who can wait for a 3-year-old to grow up to be the leader? Unrealistic. At this time, only Wang Qi can support this small family. Without the support of his mother, Gu Heng might not grow up even if he's a bit dark-hearted. When he grows up, I am afraid that the things left by his grandfather will be cleaned up by his uncle, and it will be up to others to give him what is left. However, Wang Qi's stubborn use of her deceased husband to expand her influence in the family and her efforts to eat meat will of course be met with hostility, criticism, and exclusion. She is strong enough in her heart, not afraid of those hostility, and even fighting back and forth. That is her ability. But when Gu Heng was a child, he was bullied verbally and even in action by the same clan, but he was powerless to resist or resolve it. When the mother is so busy, she protects him when she is weak, so that the psychological trauma affects the establishment of his personality. In terms of raising and taking care of children, Wang Qi is indeed not a qualified mother. But under the special family environment, her main purpose is to keep the property belonging to their family, and it is hard to say that she is completely wrong in this regard. From an onlooker's point of view, Gu Heng should still hold a lot of weight in his mother's heart, but the way of implementation and expression is different. Based on such a judgment, Gu Heng believes that he cannot be fooled by the memory of his predecessor, and the relationship between the two parties is not completely irreconcilable. And if the relationship can be reconciled, the value of Gu's firm is huge for a developing planet. Just look at the arrival of Wang Jiarong this time. Yu Heng had seen many of the goods she was carrying on board and deeply expressed his desire for them. Commerce is an important point in the development of the planet. Moreover, if the relationship can be reconciled, the Gu family, especially his mother, will in turn become a huge boost to the development of his planet. If the Gu family can fully support him in the construction of the planet, dozens of large and small caravans divided into several and transported in several batches, then his process of rebuilding the world will be greatly advanced. It's not that it can't be done without it. It's just that it will be faster. In addition to establishing interstellar trade and direct material support, Gu Heng also valued the interstellar influence possessed by the Gu family. This is what he lacks. It would pay off politically, buying things he wouldn't otherwise have money to buy. Then, the follow-up will be to see the effect of his letter, how it is, and whether it has moved his mother. It shouldn't be a problem, right? I've been thinking about how to write the letter for a long time. While thinking about it, Gu Heng had already seen New Xiaoxing, which had already appeared in front of his eyes. Go home. Gu Heng returned to the surface in the first batch of transport spaceships. A wave of spaceships cannot send everyone back. The soldiers behind still need multiple batches of transport spaceships to travel between the surface of the planet and its orbit. The 3 spaceships in the starry sky will each stay for a period of time. The quintet will stay for about a month and a half. It needs to complete some preliminary maintenance work in planetary orbit. The mechanical priests and technicians on the starship will carefully check the status of the starship during this period of time. If there is a small problem that can be repaired without the help of Star Castle and orbital shipyards, it will be dealt with first. But when it comes to major hull repairs and the reconstruction of some destroyed weapon systems, it is definitely not something that Xiaobu can handle, and it still has to be returned to the factory. On this matter, Gu Heng also promised to help out AT that time. There may be need for some materials and some metal parts, which would be provided by New Xiaoxing. It's hard to say anything else. The industry related to alloy plastic steel is already very mature in Weixing City. There is no problem with building materials and even metal processing to make suitable parts according to needs. And Yalisha also told Gu Heng that the support in this aspect would not be given in vain. The raw materials and parts provided by Fu Xiaoxing will be converted into costs, form a bill, and sent to the Imperial Navy. The Navy will then confirm the bill, and then send it to the Ministry of Military Affairs to form a complete collection procedure and pay taxes to Governor Fu Xiaoxing. For this, Gu Heng didn't care much at first. Some basic processing parts and raw materials are just, how much can they be worth? However, later he was quite thankful that he hadn't done anything to charge a large sum of money. The 1.5 months during which the quintet was overhauled on the orbit of Fu Xiaoxing consumed half a month's production capacity of the alloy plastic steel processing plant in Weixing City, and the final bill was tax coins. If this was given in vain, it would still be very distressing. And a month later, a destroyer from the Pegasus fleet will arrive in the orbit of Fury Owl to take over the work of the quintet. At first, Gu Heng was a little dissatisfied with this. The cruiser was replaced by a destroyer for me. How can I be happy? However, what Yalisha said made him change his mind. In fact, the reason is very simple. If it is really a cruiser, the captain of that ship is at least a brigadier general. He has the same military rank as Yalisha now, and her qualifications are definitely much older than her. She really can't command, can only offer a little advice at best. That would be difficult to cooperate with Gu Heng's actions on the surface of the planet. A new destroyer comes over. The captain is probably just a colonel, maybe even a lieutenant colonel. She really has the ability to turn the customer into the main, and it will be more convenient to cooperate with Gu Heng's actions when the time comes. Gu Heng admitted that what she said made sense. In addition to this, Wang Jiarong's beautiful girl has a frigate and will stay in the New Shao Galaxy for 3 months. Gu Heng was also a little puzzled about this. His personal trade needs are actually not that big, that he doesn't have any special needs for bulk commodities. What he really wants to buy is a few synthetic starch production lines to expand the food processing industry in his existing territory and relieve the food pressure. In addition, they're the high-end commodities that the Phoenix War Group needs. In addition, a large amount of minerals, weapons, and equipment, consumer goods. These Gu Heng are not without greed. That he also saw a Night Titan in the list of goods Wang Jiarong provided him. Note 1. This thing almost satisfies Gu Heng's romantic feelings for mechas in some sci-fi works in his previous life. A full 10 meters tall, humanoid, equipped with a plasma cannon, a missile launcher, and a rapid-fire revolver that can fire a 105mm kinetic energy cannon like a machine gun bullet. In terms of defense, in addition to the alloy ceramic steel armor doped with fine gold, there's also a powerful shield generator, and the key is very flexible in action. It is quite difficult for conventional artillery to lock and hit it. Just such a thing, it can be used as a super firepower platform in the distance, and it can lead infantry to charge in a battle in the near future. It is a super killer. Of course, Gu Heng was greedy, but when he asked about the price, 1,000 million tax coins? Or a cost price that doesn't make money? Forget it. This stuff is still unaffordable for the time being. In addition to these high-end commodities, such as minerals, food, and other bulk commodities, he does not need to buy a lot for the time being. As far as the commodities he needs to draw down at present, the transport plane will deliver them to him after a few shifts. How can it be parked for 3 months? When she heard his question, Wang Jiarong smiled awkwardly and said that after she finished transporting the goods to Gu Heng, she still had to transport some goods to Blackbird Heavy Industries, some of which were to be transported down, and some were to be transported to the starship. Gu Heng narrowed his eyes at that moment. Good guy, didn't you agree to come to support cousin? Looking at you like this, old lady, I'm afraid you have already had a clear chat with Blackbird Heavy Industries, or the Farchers family behind them. It's really a big deal. What your cousin needs can be shipped in half a week or a week. The business from Blackbird Heavy Industries will take 3 months, right? As expected, we are repairing our relationship with the Farchers family. Gu Heng was very angry, and Wang Jiarong was also very embarrassed. She immediately said that this matter is the collective decision of your Gu family, and it's not even your mother's final decision. In the end, she emphasized this. Anyway, I'm here to support you, and by the way, do a business with Fockers. Gu Heng sneered and said, "Isn't it the other way around? Doing business with Fockers is the key, and supporting me is actually a matter of course." Oh no, it should be a matter of course. After all, the governor, is not dead yet. Interstellar trade, it only takes the governor to nod, and you can't bypass me if you want to do this business. Wang Jiarong was too embarrassed to speak. Of course, Gu Heng wasn't really angry either. Nothing to be angry about. This is normal instead. What happened to my cousin? Cousin deserves to drive an interstellar spacecraft to deliver a batch of goods to cousin whose total value is not known. Is there any expensive goods and sell them to cousin at a low price? It's all about making money, it's not shabby. However, this sentence is also valid for Gu Heng. I don't care how you deal with Blackbird Heavy Industries. I just want to remind you of 2 points. First, the Fofana family can handle it yourself. The Imperial Navy starship is parked in orbit. Presumably they don't want to see you, and Blackbird Heavy Industries is a big business, and the political price here has nothing to do with me, and I will make this clear to Yalisha. Well, I understand. You don't have to worry. Your Goof family has been active before you leave. I'm just a worker. If there's a problem, I won't take the risk to do it. That's fine. Gu Heng turned to the second point. Second, Blackbird Heavy Industries is a part of Star Fury. I am the governor, and they are also my subjects. All interstellar transactions on the planet require my nod. Blackbird Heavy Industries must pay me the imperial tax for these 2 years, and my request is not too much, 10% of the output value of the 2 years. In addition, I will also pay a 10% transaction tax for this transaction. This, of course, I have no problem, but I can't guarantee whether Blackbird Heavy Industries is willing or not. Then let them send someone to talk to me. If you don't agree, don't even think about doing this business. Cousin, Wang Jiarong was still trying to act like a baby. There's nothing to talk about. Wang Jiarong was helpless. This is a deal between your Gu family and the Fockers family. Cousin, Gu Heng didn't talk about this sentiment. Don't use this as an issue. I would be even angrier if you said that. Gu didn't provide me with the slightest help on Fu Xiaoxing. Special care. I have already exempted the beautiful girl caravan from the transaction tax. I just want them to pay the imperial tax and transaction tax that they should pay, which is kind enough. If you can't even agree to this, the quintet will destroy all unauthorized orbital passages. I believe Yalisha will be very happy to help me with this. Wang Jiarong had no choice. She sighed and said, I will convey your meaning to Blackbird Heavy Industries. However, I still have to say that the family may not be happy. Gu Heng didn't care. Then let my uncles and my mother pout and scold me a flying wing star. What can they do? I thought you wanted to reconcile with the family. No. Gu Heng corrected his cousin's opinion. There is no such thing as reconciliation. I didn't stop anyone. I just want to give me the part that should be given to me. If you can't even guarantee this, what are you talking about? Reconcile or not? After returning to Fuxing City, Gu Heng called someone to hold a work meeting. It has been more than a month since he left Fuxing City, and he even paid his salary for the monthly gift income. Although it is necessary for him to personally participate in the military operations on the starship this time, if he, a powerful psyker, doesn't appear on the scene, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with the green-skinned warlord. At the same time, he must be present in order to persuade Yalisha, who didn't want to fight. The victory after the war, the fight for the fruit, must be done by himself in order to get it. However, the surface of the planet cannot be separated from him. To put it bluntly, it has only been 3 or 4 months since we seized the Alliance power that he is still short of people, and even Asuna has to wear several hats and is so busy all day long. The regime established by the entire new alliance is also a highly centralized form of planning. Without him as the governor sitting in town, if it takes too long, God knows what troubles will happen. In fact, even for a month, Gu Hang was worried about something going wrong. Even though Asuna and Yin Fanshu left a device that could communicate with the starship during this period of time, Gu Hang did not communicate with the people below at all. That it's just that the communication of 10 minutes every 3 to 5 or so is not enough at all. Ji Yu Hang urgently needs a practical work meeting to understand what happened to his territory in the past month or so, and whether all the work has been carried out as he expected. And before waiting for the arrival of his main subordinates, he was still thinking about the matter of Blackbird Heavy Industries. There are a total of 3 continents on Star Fury, and the other 2 small continents were originally the main mining areas for psionic gas fields, and they were also the places most severely damaged by the war. The harsh environment makes it more difficult for people to survive, and it is impossible to grow food. According to intelligence, those 2 continents are basically no man's land. On the main continent, Blackbird Heavy Industries has a very important position. The history of this enterprise is even longer than that of the Fury Star Alliance. Before the alliance was established, they had existed for a long time. According to the information Gu Hang has now, the old nest of Blackbird Heavy Industry is located in the westernmost coastal area of the mainland, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Fuxing City, where he is now. They control quite a large piece of land, and there are about 1,000 million people living in that area. Some of the main food sources are self-produced. There is a great plain in the west of the continent, although the area covered by waste energy storms is not less. But the remaining land is enough to feed a considerable number of people. The other part comes from the pre-war technical breeding factories in the western desert area under those oases. Looking at the name Blackbird Heavy Industries, one can know that this is a super enterprise whose main business is heavy industry. They are still part of the alliance in name, but since the second governor, they have drifted away from the alliance. Every 2 years, they pay the imperial tax symbolically. According to the population of 1,000 million within their rule, it stands to reason that they have to produce products equivalent to 200 million tax coins in each tax period and send them to the Union government as their tax revenue for this year. However, in the past 6 years and 3 tax periods, they gave 40 tax coins at most and only 20 tax coins at the least. The difference is huge, but the key is that the coalition government is unable to collect it. How to charge? The bear of the old Alliance Legion can also travel thousands of miles to expedition to the western world of the mainland. Even if all political forces are mobilized, this will not be possible. The governors of all dynasties can only go to the letter, accusing Blackbird Heavy Industries of not paying taxes as a traitor to the empire, a rebellion. But isn't it a coincidence? Suppressing planetary rebellion is the governor's job. If you can't do it well, you are incompetent. Theoretically, in the event of a rebellion, the empire can be called for support, and it is also possible for the Astral Army, the Imperial Navy, or even a battle group to fly in. But alas, this is only theoretical. Unless the situation is so bad that it is even possible or has affected multiple surrounding areas, the Empire will have no time to care about you. Even some planets rebelled, and the rebels killed the governor before the Imperial reinforcements arrived. They sent people to the ground to have a look, and the rebels said, "The last governor was tyrannical and incompetent. We overthrew him, but we are still loyal to the Empire. We are willing to continue to pay taxes, and we are ready for the new tax law." When the Imperial reinforcements heard it, "All right, then you're the new governor," and then they went back home. It's very grassy, but from the perspective of the Empire, the rebellion is gone, the new governor is very loyal, the tax is not low, and the war is saved. Isn't everyone happy? As for the old governor, a trash who can't even handle a rebellion, died and fell down. The probability of this happening is not high, but it has been documented many times. As far as Gu Hang is concerned, he is unable to directly interfere with the affairs of the extreme west of the mainland, and he is not capable enough to organize a large army to go on an expedition across thousands of miles, and the logistic supplies cannot withstand it all. Orbital support is useless. It is impossible to establish rule by bombing alone without ground troops to control it. Even if it is engaged in orbital transportation of supplies and transfers, the distance on the ground can be ignored. However, the Quintet is a standard warship, and the orbital transportation conditions are not good, so it cannot support this. The Beautiful Girl is an armed merchant ship. There are conditions to do it, but obviously Wang Jiarong will not support him to fight this battle. Even if he wins the battle, the current industrial level of New Shaoxing will not be able to support him to rule the land on the other side of the mainland across thousands of miles in a short time. In short, fighting is not reliable, and the time is not ripe now. But on the contrary, with the help of this key transaction between Gu and Farchers, it is still possible to ask Blackbird Heavy Industries to pay the money they should pay and block the trade if they don't pay. The Quintet can tightly seal off the trade link between the surface and the planet's orbit. According to Gu Hang's idea, the bottom line is that you should honestly pay this installment of 200 million tax coins. In addition, Gu Hang also asked them to make up for the shortfall of the 3 installments of tax in the past 6 years, which is almost 500 million taxes. Currency, a total of 700. Of course, Blackbird Heavy Industries and Farches might not be willing to accept the latter one, that Ji Yuheng didn't intend to force the other party to death. Otherwise, the business would not be done, and Gu Hang's idea of taking money from the other party's pocket would also come to naught. That would be bad. We'll see how we talk about it when we see it. In short, 200 million tax coins is the bottom line. Just as he was thinking about the matter over at Blackbird Heavy Industries, people arrived one after another. There is still 15 minutes before the scheduled time, but since everyone has arrived, Gu Hang directly announced that the meeting will start early. The first person to report the situation was the person in charge of the military, Colonel Yan Fengxiu. After Gu Hang took away the 3 division brigade level units of the Dashisti Extinguishing Wind Brigade, the Dashindi Infantry Division, and the Dashardi Independent Regiment, there were still 6 division brigade level units remaining on the surface. The 4th to 9th Garrison Division has been fixed after replenishing troops and abolishing redundant teams. The main combat force consists of 7 infantry battalions and 2 artillery battalions, with 2 battalions of logistics and engineers, plus the division's guard company, communication company, and staff. A single garrison division has a total strength of more than 6,000 troops. The 6 divisions have a total strength of nearly 4. As the commander of the group army, Yan Fengxiu divided Fuxing City into 3 theaters. One is the Tower War Zone. The 4th and 5th Garrison Divisions are stationed here. After they wiped out the Tower War, the remaining Greenskins, plus burning all the land and suspicious green plants that the Greenskins suspected to have been there. After the previous war, there were still some green-skinned creatures that survived. Orc boys, grits, and even just a few squigs could only be regarded as scattered soldiers at best. But they can't ignore it, otherwise who knows how long it will take for a greenskin tribe to make a comeback. This must be something that needs to be done persistently. This kind of suppression will last for many, many years until there's no trace of any green-skinned orcs for a long time, and then you can relax a little bit. The second is the Central Theater, where the 6th, 7th, and 8th Garrison Divisions are located. The 6th Division guarded Fuxing City and Weixing City and was responsible for defending the capital. The 7th and 8th Divisions, with Fuxing City as the center, carried out sweeping work in 2 directions, west and south, with a boundary of about kilometers, primarily mopping up raiders in the wasteland. Raiders were wiped out on the spot. Those who surrendered or were captured were screened for their past crimes. Heinous criminals, especially those who commit crimes against humanity, such as cannibalism, can be directly executed. The other part of the crime is okay, and will be thrown into prison, of course. It is impossible to eat and drink for offerings, but will be treated as F-level, thrown into the mine for mining, or thrown into the ruins of the tower to pick up garbage. The so-called F-level treatment is no longer considered human. In fact, those below the E level have no human rights. Ordinary criminals, such as theft, robbery, fraud, etc., will only fall to the E1 level if they die. If the abuse is too excessive, he will die in prison, and the prison will also be punished. But grade F is equivalent to death reprieve and deprivation of human rights. Some murderers and other types of serious criminals will be thrown into this level. In essence, he is a person who should be sentenced to death. Since it is a pity for the labor force, let's just throw it away to work. These people with F-level treatment have to harvest enough quotas in mines and ruin mines every day. If there's not enough food, there will be no food, and they will be whipped. For those who exceed the quota, there will be a little food reward, plus they can accumulate work points. If they do well enough, maybe 5 to 10 years, they will be able to get rid of the F-level human rights-free treatment and get the E-level treatment of normal people. Of course, objectively speaking, it is quite difficult. Insufficient nutrition, high work intensity, poor living conditions, lack of medical resources. These problems will make quite a few people survive for 1 year and 5 years, and they have to work harder to get rid of F-level status. Very few. 7 and 8, the 2 garrison divisions will find the survivor camps and bring them into the direct rule of the Alliance, in addition to getting rid of the looters. It is estimated that in this area, there are a total of about 270 million people. For these populations, the strategy they adopted was the same as before. Dispatch a working group to judge the industrial structure of the camp on the spot. Those that can form a relatively good complementarity with Fuxing Xuanqing, especially those that can produce food or produce industrial and light industrial raw materials, should be retained. If the complementarity is weak, or the camp itself is struggling to survive and has no industry, then migrating population to Weixing City, filling the black hole of industrial population. But at present, this operation has encountered some difficulties. At present, the population that has been included in the control is only about 70. Among the remaining 200 million people, there are many large gathering places with a scale of 20 people. It's hard to say what the attitude of their people is, but at least the rulers of those places do not accept giving up power. In fact, according to the policy of the new coalition authorities, they will not lose power completely to as long as there is a peaceful handover. This kind of gathering place with tens of thousands of people will not be abolished directly. Otherwise, too many people will rush into Fuxing Xuanqing at once, and it will not be very good. On the contrary, since the town can gather such a large population, it must have a certain industry to support people. Leaving the corresponding camps, and even the corresponding ruling class, just eliminates personal attachment and private capital and transforms them into the rank position system of the new alliance. The original ruling class will most likely be transformed into the bureaucratic class under the new alliance system, enjoy relatively good treatment, and continue to manage their camps. Of course, they will then need to undergo further institutional transformation, and at the same time, these new bureaucrats will begin to undergo assessment by the new coalition government. It must be far from the comfort they had when they were emperors. Some people surrendered under the military power of the new alliance army, especially some small-scale gathering places near Fuxing City, and honestly belonged to the rule of the new alliance. But far and large settlements are less reconciled. As the troops advanced, they encountered some resistance. And as the advancing distance got farther, the resistance became more and more intense. Today, many large settlements forcibly pulled up stretches of small settlements to form a coalition. About 8 to 7 people stood in front of the 8th and -H divisions and were fighting. The intensity of the war was not very high, and the garrison division was far from being the core force of the new alliance army. But even so, their equipment and firepower still had huge advantages, and the mob couldn't compare at all. However, since the 2 garrison divisions add up to more than 1 people, there is a huge disadvantage in numbers. They were able to advance steadily, but the speed of the advance was really not fast, and it would take more time to attack by force when they reached the survivor camps that were located in general terrain and were easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if it is defeated, in order to avoid rebellion, troops will be divided to stay behind and implement military control. Even when the follow-up government-related manpower is added to integrate the settlements, troops are still needed to maintain law and order. In contrast, the 3rd Theater divided, the Central North Theater only had 1 division of the 9th Garrison Division. The work they do is similar to that of the friendly forces in the Central Theater that are expanding westward and southward, but the population in the wider land north of Fushing City is relatively sparse, and no major battles have been encountered. The work of gathering 50 people is basically progressing steadily among them. Of course, there is another factor here, the activities of Sister Lily of Mercy. In the past 2 months, he left Fushing City, tracked down the nuns of the original Raging Owl sect, and followed the clues all the way north. They still did a lot of things. Apart from fighting against cults, they also preached. Their strong combat effectiveness and special identities have allowed them to form a certain influence in the north, which has brought great help to the work of the 9th Division. This also gave the 9th Division an additional task, to accept the nuns' requests at any time and assist them in combating some cult activities. According to the information sent back by the 9th Division, the nuns of the Holy Lily found that the further north they went, the more traces of the original Raging Owl sect's activities. Sister Garrett has brought the main force into the traditional Northland Province area, and there is no updated information yet. And in the northern part of the Central Province, that is, with Fushing City as the center, about 600 kilometers to the north, traces of cults are quite obvious. There are 6 nuns staying in the northern area, responsible for maintaining the back road, ready to meet the fighting sisters who enter the further north at any time, and by the way, clean up the local cults in the northern area. After receiving the relevant requirements, Yin Fongxiu gave the green light, and the 9th Division had such an extra task. The above is roughly the report of Yin Fongxiu, the military chief, on the situation of the military operations that the governor has left for more than a month, and even at this stage. After listening to it, Gu Heng thought for a while and gave instructions. I don't have any complaints about the operation to clear the ruins of the tower. The operation in the North Central Theater can also be done. Lion has done a good job. However, the operation in the Central Theater cannot be delayed like this. I believe that the 7th and 8th Divisions will eventually be able to win victory, but slow advancement is a huge loss. The loss of population and time loss are unacceptable, and a quick battle must be resolved. Having said that, Gu Heng's gaze turned to Thaddeus, who was sitting next to Yin Fongxiu, who was still a lieutenant colonel, but Gu Heng had already decided to promote him to the rank of colonel, and said, "How about the recruiting and logistics equipment? Is it all right? I need you to make up for the loss of the 3 troops returning from the Starry Sky as soon as possible. After a week of rest, our troops will go to the battlefield again." Thaddeus replied earnestly, "Currently, more than people have been recruited in the recruit training base we have established, and they are carrying out basic training work, but the effect of the training..." Gu Heng interrupted, "I will solve the training effect, but 2 people are not enough. In addition to replenishing soldiers, I need to establish 3 more division brigade units. The 10th, 11th, and 12th, 3 new designations. They need to be field troops capable of quick strikes and quick actions, according to the standards of the 2nd Division. At the same time, the 2nd Division must also be equipped with sufficient equipment. Even if it cannot be fully mechanized, at least it can be motorized standard." Thaddeus said decisively, "No problem. Regardless of the training situation, I can recruit 3 people within half a month. The establishment of the 3 new units you mentioned, I will follow the current armament, the status of the warehouse, and give a specific plan. The expected situation should be relatively optimistic. We may still be lacking in the production capacity of armored vehicles, but the production of artillery, military trucks, and various ammunition is very good. The military factory in Weishing City, the production capacity of the group, is growing day by day, and we have enough equipment to arm the new team." Gu Heng calculated that if he recruited another 3 people, there would be 5 people in the new barracks. It is no problem to make up for the more than 4,000 soldiers lost by the 3 units in the sky, and to make up for the troops lost by each unit. The remaining people must be rich enough to form 3 new division-level units. The 3 numbers 10, 11, and 12 should not be organized into a team with average combat ability like a garrison division. After motorization, the armed trucks are fully equipped and the troops can carry out rapid strikes. The firepower is stronger and additional armor vehicles are equipped, and the force is on par with the 2nd Division, reaching a scale of about 9,000. With the combat effectiveness of such a motorized infantry division, it is not a problem to fight against 2 garrison divisions. As for the training, 5 soldiers, all of whom are at the T500 level, only dash gift points a small amount of money. That's good. However, I still want to remind you that the recruitment of such a large number of young and strong people must be carried out in a planned way, so as not to affect the production plans of Fuxing City and Weixing City. No, Thaddeus replied seriously. Currently, the population inflow in Xuanqing is very large. In the past month, 20 people have flowed in from the Central Theater. 15 people have flowed in from the Central and Northern Theater. There are more than dash refugees from the Qinggu area. There are also more than dash people diverted from Garbage Town. A total of 45 people have flowed in. Even if the urban construction, industrial construction, and service industry construction of Fuxing City, as well as the heavy industry and military industry of Weixing City, require a large number of people, the expansion of the production line will take time to digest these populations. The speed is not so fast. I don't have specific figures here, but Ms. Asana should have them. Our current unemployment rate may rise relatively quickly. The recruitment conditions of the army are relatively good. Those refugees who just came to the city among them, many hope to obtain official status as soon as possible and join the army enthusiastically. Instead, we help the city solve a considerable part of the unemployed population and ease the pressure of various industries to absorb workers. Gu Heng turned his gaze to Asana. Asana replied sternly, "Indeed, I have the corresponding production management report here. You can take a look at it." Gu Heng took a stack of papers and began to read them tirelessly. At the same time, Asana also began her report. Currently, the total population under the rule of our new alliance should have reached 240 million people according to an uncertain census. According to the theater plan of the military department, we also correspondingly, the Central Province, the High Tower Province, and the Central North Province are planned. As the expansion of the Central Province goes smoothly, it is estimated that the total population will reach more than 440 million by then. Gu Heng listened to Asana's report and nodded frequently. Gu Heng is very concerned about the increase in population. According to the information she gave and the documents in hand, the total population directly ruled by the new alliance has reached 240 million. Among them, the core ruling area is Fuxing Xuanqing. The population of Weixing City has reached 55, and its main industries are heavy industry and military industry. A series of industries based on alloy plastic steel smelt a large amount of raw materials into alloy metals, and then further process them into various industrial parts. Send it to the waste hole industrial area to build a new factory or expand the scale of the original factory. The immigrant population who entered the short-term high-intensity training courses held by various factories and enterprises will become unemployed workers after short-term training. As long as the corresponding production lines are in place, new workers will be filled in immediately, and production will begin immediately. There are now 93 people in Fuxing City, and urban construction is still going on. The main industries are various light industries and the production of consumer goods to supply the needs of the population, such as textiles, food industry, various electrical appliances, furniture construction are the main production industries. In addition, Fuxing City is also an administrative and trade center, and it also has a large population engaged in clerical work. A higher population size also gave birth to a more developed service industry. There's still few things like culture and entertainment, but the catering industry has produced a lot. This is different from Weixing City. Weixing solves the problem of eating, in addition to cooking at home, mainly relying on the company canteen, which distributes food according to the rank. Fuxing City does not have large and concentrated factories like Weixing City, so the catering industry will become a supplementary point to solve the problem of eating. Here is another mention of a new policy implemented by Asana in order to stimulate economic vitality. In order to avoid the relatively fixed industrial development after the rank job binding, to avoid the corresponding economic activities only when the Ministry of Industry orders the construction of factories, stores, and urban construction, and to encourage ordinary people to play their own roles ingenious and ingenious, Asana pushed policies that encouraged entrepreneurship. It's not about doing big business ventures. Those big things, the state-owned factories will handle them. And set up a small restaurant, a small convenience store, or even just set up a roadside stand. Further, if you have any special ideas, open a small factory, set up a private engineering team, set up a logistics team to help various construction sites, factories, stores to deliver goods. In short, anything. The specific incentive measures are that people with corresponding ranks can use their own ranks as a guarantee to apply for a sum of startup funds and submit relevant startup reports. After approval, they can open their businesses. The higher the rank, the more support funds you can get. If the startup fails, the rank will be demoted. If it succeeds, the rank will be increased accordingly according to the identity of the manager of the new industry. But in the same way, this industry, whether it is a restaurant, a small convenience store, or a factory, is owned by the state, but it will pay a certain amount of dividends. To put it bluntly, it's like thinking that a project can be carried out in a large enterprise, and then submitting a project report to the boss and the management, and then start working if it passes. If you win, you get promoted and raise your salary. And you also get stock options. If you lose, the company loses money, and you are personally responsible and demoted. And if you just set up a stall, you don't need a particularly high level to do it. If you fail, the punishment will not be very big, and you will be pulled down after deducting the allowance. In addition, Asana also made another opening. You can also use your own funds to start business, so there's no need for guarantees, and you will not be downgraded if you fail, and you will lose your money. If you succeed, your rank will be promoted, and you will make money also belongs to oneself. This is equivalent to opening a private economy in addition to the main public and planned economy to increase economic vitality, at present. Since it is encouraged, the conditions for job-level guarantees and application for startup funds are relatively loose. Those with low-level positions, good ideas, or those who are in line with the industrial development direction formulated by the Ministry of Production can easily get entrepreneurial funds. Capital, if you lose, the downgrade will not be too large, and generally under the guidance of the Ministry of Industry, most of them will not lose money. Next to factories and construction sites, setting up a small restaurant, or even a heating booth for synthetic starch blocks, generally speaking, you can't lose money. In the future, when you feel that the development in a certain direction is enough, or even overheated, where you lose more, in short, if something goes wrong, then tighten the application threshold, raise the threshold, and increase the guarantee penalty. In short, there is a means of control. In general, in the Shuangqing, the collective state-owned economy is still the absolute main body, supplemented by the private economy to increase vitality and employment. At present, according to the statistics of tax currency, the monthly total output value of Shuangqing can reach about tax currency. This is the absolute core area of the new alliance. As for other areas, it would be enough to add up to 5 or 6,000 tax coins. In addition to the Shuangqing, the remaining small settlements in other areas of the Central Province, Central North Province, and High Tower Province currently planned, including Garbage Town, are also being transformed into the Shuangqing system. The main production capacity also falls on consumer goods to ensure the basic needs of the population. But for those small settlements, the production efficiency cannot be guaranteed at all. These places have a combined population of millions, which may be similar to that of Shuangqing in terms of population, but the total output value may only be about 7% of that of Shuangqing. In this regard, Asana's follow-up plan is to continue to migrate the population from these places, enter Weixing City, and expand the industrial population. In addition, various production machines will be put in from some production materials factories in Weixing City and Fuxing City. For example, the produced agricultural machinery, engineering machinery, trucks, textile machinery, food processing machinery. A series of gadgets will be able to improve the production efficiency of these small settlements. Here, there will be a lot of room for growth. After listening to her overall report, Gu Heng nodded in satisfaction. In his opinion, Asana did a pretty good job. He knew many things about it earlier, especially some big directions. That is, before he boarded the starship, he gave Asana relevant instructions, and Asana formulated policies and implemented them in the corresponding directions. It is not easy to think of a suitable policy. It is even more difficult to implement the policy. But it seems that Asana has done a good job in both aspects, that IT was no longer as simple as not living up to his expectations or even exceeding them. This can also be seen from the character card. When he was in the starry sky, Gu Heng saw Asana's character card change from the character interface. First of all, she was upgraded and became LV3. Her rarity was raised from N level to R level. Excellent Administrative Officer was upgraded to Outstanding Administrative Officer with a little more political attributes, created a talent called Overall Planning. Overall Planning. In the long-term planning of the overall production and construction, she has some experience of her own, which makes her even better in this regard. Politics +1. The superposition of these characteristics brought her most important political attribute to 15 points. Such an asana has become a very good political officer. Gu Heng can rest assured. Regarding this, Gu Heng also did not hesitate to praise. I think Comrade Asana has done a very good job. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Driven by him, everyone also showed respect and applauded. The role of Asana is very important. She is currently number 1 in the Government Affairs Department. The 4 major departments of civil affairs, commerce, finance, and production are all under her, with extremely heavy powers and responsibilities. Although she is still called a minister at present, in fact, the work she undertakes is very similar to that of the Prime Minister of the government. Most of the government work is on her. Even the military has to please her. After all, the production of Weishing City's military factory also needs her support to thrive. The Military Logistics and Equipment Department under Thaddeus's supervision must maintain communication with her subordinates at all times to ensure sufficient equipment, ammunition, and military supplies. Asana, who was praised, was a little shy. She waved her hand and said hastily, "There's also the report on business and trade. Let Mr. Bradford do it. He has performed very well in this month's work." Bradford stood up nervously. Especially when Gu Heng looked at him, the tension became stronger. He still remembered that when he was captured by the governor's soldiers a few months ago, he was hopeless. Later, the conversation with the governor almost broke his mentality. But he still survived through his intelligence and became a consultant to the new Alliance's Ministry of Commerce. After Asana took on several roles and assumed the job of the Alliance Prime Minister, she became very busy. In addition, within the new Alliance, there is a serious shortage of civilian and administrative workers, especially the lack of talents who can stand on their own. People like Bradford naturally took advantage of the wind. He is capable, experienced, and well-connected, plus he is proactive in doing things, and he has never made money for himself. Even if he had the heart, at least he didn't dare to start his career in the early stage. He naturally chose from among the crowd. Stand out. Although he still wears the name of a consultant, he has actually started to exercise the power of the head of the Union Commerce Department. Even within her power, Asana raised Bradford's rank from E6 to D6. This is still only at the middle and lower level, but they're already well-fed and well-fed, plus they can get a good subsidy. What's more, since he was in charge of the Ministry of Commerce after all, Bradford was a smart man, and he wasn't worried at all that he would have no room for development in the future. And he never failed Asana's trust. Before that, he mobilized his own contacts and experience in managing commercial activities to organize a caravan, restored the blood supply of capillaries, and eased the food crisis in Shuangqing. Grain trade has further solved the food crisis. As for the other main artery of food import, that is, the Qinggu area in the south, there is no improvement, but that is not his responsibility. The main reason is that the Qinggu area is currently in war, and there are major problems in food production, which cannot be solved by commercial means. Only in the West Desert, the food problem will still be very tense, especially after the expansion strategy begins. The area around Fuxing City has also fallen into war, especially when 200 million people have become hostile, and the capillaries will be affected again. This is also the reason why Gu Heng insisted that Yin Fengshu speed up his actions and quickly invest more troops to solve this problem. If it is delayed longer, there will be a famine. However, in order to solve this problem, Bradford also took a trip to the West Desert himself, and he just came back recently. He brought back a new big order, the grain trade between West Desert and Fushing City, which can be doubled in size. The price Fushing City has to pay for this is a large number of consumer goods. The additional output of Renaissance City is enough to cover this part. In addition, there's another big business. That is, Bradford has found a big order for Weishing City's automobile industry. TNURN 100 truck is favored by a large number of caravans. Good load capacity, good off-road performance, durable leather, and can eat any kind of fuel. This kind of truck is very popular in the wasteland. Bradford sold Iron Ox trucks to Western Desert merchants in one go, paying for them with grain. According to Interstellar standards, the total value of this batch of food orders to be delivered in the future exceeds 240 tax coins, which can basically meet the annual needs of the new alliance's current population of 500 million. And Iron cattle trucks, about the monthly output, if used to pay taxes, is worth about tax coins. The Imperial Taxation Department may not necessarily require trucks of this level of technology. The profit was quadrupled, but the Western Desert merchants were still ecstatic. This truck is sold much cheaper than the delivery vehicles produced by Blackbird Heavy Industries in the West. This business can be called a win-win. The alliance has found a market for the automobile industry and bought back a large amount of grain. The Western Desert merchants who got the truck will use the truck to deliver the grain to the alliance, and the transportation efficiency will become higher. This is not a win-win is what? Win twice, win none. Of course, this business was not done in one go. There's so much grain in the West Desert, but it is impossible to transport it all in one breath. It takes time to collect it from various planting bases, and it also takes time to run thousands of kilometers. And the delivery of the Iron Bull truck is not immediately available. Although Weishing City can produce trucks in 1 month, Fushing City also needs iron oxen for transportation and logistics. The military also needs iron oxen for logistics transportation, and the military's motorization also needs iron oxen. Even the production capacity of vehicles is not enough. The follow-up production department may put the direction of a next burst of production capacity on the Iron Bull truck and strive to increase the monthly output of this important transport truck to vehicles. Degree. In addition to grain trade, Bradford has also solved another big problem recently: the import of industrial raw materials. In terms of raw materials, the ore production capacity of the Waste Hole mine has long been unable to keep up. Due to the suspension of the war, Garbage Town has only recently resumed the excavation of the ruined mines, and the output has not yet come up. The shortage of raw materials restricts the production of the industrial zone. However, related commercial work is gradually expanding, and the source of raw materials is not limited to the surrounding areas.